will be a Starfreelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
Hello, my name is Felipe Gavilan and I welcome you to my Blazor course. We will learn to develop .NET applications that will run in the browser. We will also see how to interact with a database through a web API in ASP.NET Core. In this first module, we will start talking about Blazor. We will see its advantages and what it means to use Blazor. Later, we will discuss the two hosting models of Blazor, the client-side model, or Blazor WebAssembly, and the server-side model. Then, we will see where we can use Blazor, and what is the criteria to know if our customers can run applications built in Blazor. Finally, we will prepare our development environment, whether we want to use Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code with the .NET CLI. Blazor is a framework that allows us to create interactive applications in C# that will be used mainly through a web browser. Historically, if we wanted to create an application that ran in the browser, we were forced to use JavaScript. Now, thanks to WebAssembly, we can use other programming languages in the browser. Among them, we can use C#, and Blazor is a framework that makes it easy to write C# code in the browser using a component paradigm. The question is, what advantages does Blazor bring us, or in general, using .NET in the browser? One of the main ones is to be able to take advantage of the .NET ecosystem for our front-end applications. Being able to use C#, which is a fairly powerful language. This includes LINQ and asynchronous programming with async await. Having the ability to share code between the front end and the back end. Also, we can work with components. We will explore these and other advantages throughout this course. However, these are the most important to my consideration. In addition to using C# code, if we want, we can call JavaScript code from our Blazor applications. And also, from JavaScript code, we can invoke C# code. Not all Blazor applications are the same. There are two hosting models which define how your application will work. These are the client-side model, Blazor WebAssembly, and server-side model. We will start talking about Blazor WebAssembly. As we said, with Blazor we can have .NET applications running in the browser. This applies mainly to applications that use the client-side model. These applications are called Blazor WebAssembly apps. Using Blazor WebAssembly involves downloading the .NET runtime in the browser, along with the necessary DLLs to run your application, and running it all within the browser. When we are creating a client-side Blazor project, we have two options. Blazor WebAssembly alone, in which only static files are used. When you create a project in this way, you only get a front-end project. In this project, you can have C# code that will be executed in the browser. Of course, you can also make HTTP requests to a web API made on any technology, be it .NET Core, Go, Node.js, among others. The second option is Blazor hosted in ASP.NET Core, in which, in addition to giving us a front-end project, we are given a web API, which will interact with our front-end. This configuration is ideal when you are going to have a front-end and a back-end in C#, which you want to deploy them simultaneously to the same location. In this model, we can share code between the front-end and the back-end. In this course, we are going to focus on the Blazor model hosted in ASP.NET Core, since this helps us to develop complete applications that go from the front end to a back end connected to a database. In the server-side model, we can also do this, but it has implications that we will see in the next video. For now, we will keep talking about Blazor WebAssembly. Something that I get questioned a lot, about Blazor WebAssembly is that if all the code is going to go to the user's browser, and the answer is no. If you are using an ASP.NET Core hosted Blazor WebAssembly application, then only the code in the front-end project is going to go to the user's browser. Nevertheless, the code that it is in the ASP.NET Core project is not going to the user's browser. This is important because in the ASP.NET Core project, you can put your connection string and other sensitive information that you don't want the user to have access to. As we said, in a Blazor WebAssembly application, we download the .NET runtime to the browser and execute the C# code from there using WebAssembly. This is something that happens automatically, which Blazor takes care of. This is completely transparent to us. We just have to limit ourselves to programming as we have always done, and Blazor will do the rest. Blazor on the client can only work in browsers where WebAssembly can be used. The good thing is that any modern browser, even mobile browsers, supports WebAssembly. This means that we cannot use this Blazor model in older browsers, such as Internet Explorer. The client-side model has the advantage that it is highly scalable. Through this, it is possible to serve many users simultaneously. This is so because our application, at least the front end, runs in the user's browser, which allows us to remove this load from the server. One of the most notable disadvantages of this model is that you need to download the entire .NET runtime and the libraries needed to run your .NET application in the browser. This could imply a download of even about 2 megabytes or more, according to the size of the application. We emphasize that these downloads should only be done once, since many of these files are cached. But anyway, this could have an impact on the initial loading time of your application. The second hosting model that we're going to see is the server-side model. In the case of Blazor on the server side, the Blazor application runs on the server, and the user interacts with it through a SignalR connection. With SignalR, we handle real-time communication. This then means that the client does not have to download the .NET runtime, but simply interacts with the application remotely. It is clear that in the case of Blazor applications on the server side, we do not have the inherent download of 2 megabytes to run the application, which makes the application served on the server side load faster for the user. Not having to load Blazor applications in the browser implies that even devices with fewer resources should be able to run the application without problems, because the heavy work is delegated to the server. Another benefit is that since the app is running on the server, you can take full advantage of the capabilities of .NET Core. Consequently from this, Blazor server-side limitations relate to the server. For example, we will always need to have a server available to run our Blazor application. This means that the application stops working if something happens to the server. Since the server handles the application and every interaction with it, this means that it can be difficult to serve many users from a limited resource server, though Microsoft has reported some promising numbers regarding this. For example, they reported that a server with 1 vCPU or virtual CPU and 3.5 gigabytes of memory can handle over 5,000 concurrent users without any degradation, and a more powerful server with 4 vCPU and 14 gigabytes of memory handled over 20,000 concurrent clients. And that's a lot of users, so if your app won't have to serve more than a few thousand users concurrently, then your Blazor server-side app should be fine. In addition, if each user interaction with the application must be handled via the server, then this means that there will be some latency, which can make your application feel a bit slow in the event that the client's internet connection is not very good. As we can see, each Blazor hosting model has its advantages and disadvantages. We are going to make a comparative table as a summary of the differences and similarities between the hosting models seen previously. Can use C# code for web apps. Blazor WebAssembly and Blazor server-side accomplish this. A small download size. Sadly, Blazor WebAssembly have to download the .NET runtime plus dependencies. The download size is not small. Blazor server-side, on the other hand, does have a really small download size, which means that it will load faster on the first time. Works well with devices with limited resources. All the code in Blazor WebAssembly have to be run in the browser. This is not the case for Blazor server-side. Execution speed, and by this we mean after the application has loaded for the user. Since Blazor WebAssembly runs in the user's browser, then this means that every operation can execute really fast. On the other hand, Blazor server-side can have latency because every interaction of the user with the application have to be done remotely. Serverless. Yes, Blazor WebAssembly can go serverless. And no, Blazor server-side cannot go serverless. There is always going to be a server for Blazor server-side apps, independent from ASP.NET Core. Yes, Blazor WebAssembly apps can be completely independent from ASP.NET Core at runtime. On the other hand, Blazor server-side requires ASP.NET Core. Independent from WebAssembly. Blazor WebAssembly requires WebAssembly. Blazor server-side does not require WebAssembly to be present in the user's browser. Scalability. Blazor WebAssembly is highly scalable because it runs on the user's browser. Blazor server-side can be a challenge after a few thousand users depending on server capabilities. Can be served from a CDN. Yes, Blazor WebAssembly can be served from a CDN. And no, Blazor server-side cannot be served from a CDN. It needs a server. Offline mode. Offline mode means that the user can use the application without having an internet connection. The idea is that when the user goes into the application is downloaded and then it is cached, so that if the user loses the internet connection, then the user can work with the cached version of the application. We can use offline mode in Blazor WebAssembly, and not only that, but when you are creating a Blazor WebAssembly application, you can choose to create a PWA or Progressive Web Application, which comes with many features, and one of them is offline mode. Blazor server cannot use offline mode because you have to be constantly connected to the server in order for Blazor server to work. So, as we can see, the hosting model we choose depends a lot on our needs. I like the freedom offered by the client-side model, as it allows us to have flexibility in the server technology we want to use. We do not require ASP.NET Core. We can even serve our application from a CDN, or from any service that allows us to host static files, which is cheaper than other services, though the server-side model is also attractive with its faster loading time. In this course, we will focus mainly on the development of Blazor applications in the client, though anyway, what we learn is applicable to the server-side model, because in the end, it is the same Blazor, with the same code and development paradigm. The differences at the code level are very minimal. We can use Blazor on the client side in any browser that supports WebAssembly. Nowadays, any modern browser supports WebAssembly, so in most cases, you shouldn't have problems. However, it is good to verify WebAssembly support by searching for WebAssembly support in your preferred search engine and see if your users' browsers support WebAssembly. At the time of recording this video, the following browsers support WebAssembly: Edge, Firefox, Chrome, Safari, Opera, iOS Safari, Android browser, Opera Mobile, Chrome for Android, Firefox for Android, and Samsung Internet. As you can see, the most used browsers support WebAssembly. However, it is understood that sometimes we need to support older browsers, such as Internet Explorer. If this were your case, you cannot use Blazor on the client side. In addition, in the official Microsoft documentation, only Internet Explorer 11 is listed to be supported by Blazor on the server side, and even so, the use of polyfills is required. In that sense, if you only need to support modern browsers, you are in luck, and you can use Blazor without problems. However, if you need to support browsers such as Microsoft Internet Explorer, then it is probably not a good idea to use Blazor. Besides being able to use Blazor on the web, we can also use Blazor on the desktop and mobile environments. Now, this is experimental, so there is no production-ready solution for this. In the case of Blazor for the desktop, we can use either Electron or Web Window. The difference is that Electron, as you may know, requires Node.js, which makes it a little bit heavy, a little bit slower, and to consume quite a lot of memory RAM. On the other hand, Web Window is much smaller, does not depend on Node.js, and it does not use that many RAM. But again, this is only experimental, but it certainly works. Also, as we said, we can use Blazor in smartphones. There is a project from Microsoft which is still in development, which is called Mobile Blazor Bindings, that allows you to create hybrid applications using Xamarin and Blazor. Now, just to reiterate, desktop and mobile for Blazor are in experimental phase, and it is not guaranteed that they will ever make a production version of these technologies. What is production ready is Blazor for the web, Blazor WebAssembly and Blazor Server. You can definitely use those in production today. And we're going to focus this course on Blazor for the web, Blazor WebAssembly and Blazor Server. In this video, we're going to set up our development environment in order to use Blazor. The first thing that we have to do is to come here and go to blazor.net, and we will press enter here, and we will be redirected to this site, and we will click on get started, and here we're going to have this. It says that we can download the .NET SDK. You can use Windows, Linux, or macOS. In my case, I will use Windows. You can click on here and it will start the download. In my case, I already downloaded and installed this, so I can press on cancel. And in order to make sure that everything was installed correctly, we can go to PowerShell. We can go to a command line. For that, we can say Windows key R, and we will get this, and we will say PowerShell. And here we have PowerShell. I can say .NET -- version, enter. And as you can see, I have version 5.0. Now we're ready to create a Blazor application. First, we're going to do it using Visual Studio, and then we're going to use the .NET CLI and run the application using Visual Studio Code. If you don't have Visual Studio installed, you can come here to visualstudio.microsoft.com, and let me go to here to the English version. And here we have Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, which works for Windows, Linux, and macOS, and Visual Studio for Mac. You can use Visual Studio for Mac if you want to have the Visual Studio experience in Mac. In my case, I have Windows, so I would use this one, the Community Edition, because it is a free version that it is really powerful and you can develop all kinds of applications with this IDE. In my case, I already have downloaded and installed Visual Studio Community Edition, and so what I'm going to do is that I will open the Visual Studio installer, which is this one right here, and as you can see, I have Visual Studio version 16.8 installed, and this is the minimum version that you have to use for this course. Now let me go here to More and then to Modify, and this screen that we're seeing here is the one that you would be seeing if this is the first time that you are installing Visual Studio. Here we have the workloads screen. A workload is a set of tools in order to prepare Visual Studio to work with some specific technologies. For example, here we have the Node.js development workload, which allows us to use Node.js in Visual Studio. In our case, we don't need this, so I can uncheck this. For Blazor, we need ASP.NET and Web Development Workload. In my case, as you can see, I have this already installed, but if I did not have this installed, I will check this, and then I will click on Install right around here. But again, I already have that installed, so what I'm going to do is that I am going to close this, and now I will open Visual Studio, and as you can see, we have Visual Studio open. I will click on Create a New Project, and now what we want to do is to select Blazor WebAssembly app. With a Blazor WebAssembly app, we will have an application that will run in the user's browser using .NET. If you don't have Blazor here, you can always come up here and say Blazor, and you will have at least two options, Blazor WebAssembly and Blazor Server. In our case, we're going to start with Blazor WebAssembly, and don't worry, later in the course, we're going to use Blazor Server. But for now, we're going to be using Blazor WebAssembly. Now let me click on Next, and I will leave this default name for our project, and I will click on Next. Then I will select .NET 5, HTTPS, and ASP.NET Core Hosted. With ASP.NET Core Hosted, we're going to have a project that will run on a server. We're going to have the project that runs on the user's browser, and we are also going to have a web API that will be ideal for working with code which we don't want to leave in the user's browser. You know, like code that will access our database and things like that. So let me click on Create. And here, as you can see, we have a client project, which is that public code that I just told you about. And we also have this server project that will be that private code that is going to live in a server and is not going to be downloaded into the user's machine. Now, after clicking here, I am going to press Ctrl F5 to run our application. I just want to see that everything is set up correctly. We're going to explore all of this throughout the course, and let me close this. And now, as you can see, we have the application. I can interact with it. I can, for example, click on here, and this functionality that we have here is C# code that is being executed after I click on this button. There is no JavaScript needed to make this application interactive. Also, we can come here to fetch data, in which we are making an HTTP request from our client project into our server project, which means that we're communicating our application that is running in this Google Chrome browser with our ASP.NET Core application that lives on a server. Now, as you can see, this is working. Now, let's create this same application but using the .NET CLI and Visual Studio Code. So let's go back here, and instead of using Visual Studio, we're going to use Visual Studio Code. We can come here and download the version adequate for our machine. In my case, I already downloaded and installed it. So what I'm going to do is that I am going to go back to PowerShell, because we're going to use the .NET CLI in order to create our Blazor project. So I will go to Search here, and I will click on Tab, Enter, and here I will say .NET New. and I will press enter so that you can see that we have several kind of projects that we can create in our application. Among those we have Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly. We are going to create again a Blazor WebAssembly application. We are going to say .NET New. As you can see here, we have to say Blazor Wasm, and I will say -h so that I can get some help and I can see what kind of options I can use for creating a Blazor WebAssembly application. And one of those options is --hosted, which means that we're going to also create the ASP.NET Core application that is going to serve the Blazor WebAssembly app. So let's go down here and let's use that option. I will say .NET New Blazor Wasm -o Blazor Test, and I am also going to say --host, and I will press enter. And as you can see, the project is being created, and it was created, so I will say cd Blazor Test, tap enter, and I will say code dot so that we can open the current directory in Visual Studio Code. So as you can see, we have the client project here, the server project, and also a shared project. We're going to talk about this structure later in the course, but for now what we want to do is to set up Visual Studio Code so that we can use Blazor. If you get this message, you should click on yes, and you should select the server project, and also please come here to extensions because it is advisable that you get the C# extension, which makes it easy to develop C# applications in Visual Studio Code. In my case, I already have it installed. In your case, you may have to write here C# in order to search for that extension. And now we are ready to run our Blazor application. For that, we're going to open the terminal. We can click on here and select New Terminal. And now we're going to cd through the server project, and I will press enter. And now I will say .NET Run, and I'll press enter, and this is going to compile and run our application. Now as you can see, it has finished, so I can come here, control click here, and as you can see, we have our same Blazor application, but this time it was created using the .NET CLI, and I run it through the same .NET CLI but from the terminal in Visual Studio Code. So as you can see, you can either use Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code. The choice is yours. In my case, I am going to use Visual Studio for the rest of the course. Blazor is a framework that allows us to develop interactive web applications using .NET. Blazor in the browser works thanks to WebAssembly, which allows us to execute C# code in the browser. We have two hosting models with Blazor, on the client and on the server. Blazor on the client side, also known as Blazor WebAssembly, allows us to run our Blazor application in the user's browser. This requires the browser to support WebAssembly. When creating a client-side application, we have the option of generating it with or without an ASP.NET Core server. Server-side Blazor means that our application will run from the server, and the client will interact with it through a SignalR connection. Blazor can be used in any modern browser. In contrast, Blazor on the client side is not supported by any version of Internet Explorer. We can use Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, or any text editor to develop Blazor applications in Windows, Linux, or macOS. Before talking about Blazor, we must know about Razor. Razor is a syntax that allows us to combine HTML and C# code. Hello, my name is Felipe Gavilan, and in this module we will talk about Razor. We will start by giving an introduction to Razor. We will see what it is and how to use it. Later, we will learn to write Razor code. Specifically, we will see how to declare variables in Razor, the use of conditionals and loops in code. and we will talk about how to use dynamic HTML code in a Razor file. With Razor, we can write C# and HTML code combined in the same file. Razor syntax uses the @ to switch between C# and HTML code. This allows us to declare variables and display them to the user within an HTML structure, all in the same file. We can write Razor code in CS_HTML files to work with pages and views, and in Razor files to work with Razor components. Whatever type of file you work with Razor code, the syntax is exactly the same. We will concentrate on working with Razor extension files, which are the ones we work with in Blazor. Let's do a simple demonstration of Razor. The first thing we need is to create our project. For that, we are going to go to Visual Studio and we're going to create a new project. I'll choose Blazor app. I'll click on Next. I'll name the project Blazor Movies since the application that we will build in this course is related to movies. I'll click on Create, and I will choose a Blazor WebAssembly app, and I'll also choose ASP.NET Core hosted model, and I'll click on Create. With this, we will have a Blazor WebAssembly application that it is served from an ASP.NET Core project. If we go to the Solution Explorer, we can see the structure that we're given. For now, let's concentrate on learning about Razor. For that, we're going to go to Pages here in the client project, and we will open this index.razor file, and we will delete all this code but the add page directive that we have here. And here we see that we have a Razor file. As we said, we can write Razor code in a Razor file. This Razor file represents a Razor component. As we said, in Razor we can write HTML and C# code combined. For example, let's write an HTML paragraph here. I'll say, and it will say hello Felipe, but what if we want this Felipe to be a variable? Because we want to greet the user, and not every user is going to be called Felipe. So what we can do is to create a C# variable and display its value here. For that, we can create a code section in which we can write C# code. This place is ideal to put fields, properties, methods, and whatever you want to declare to use in this file. So for example, I can say a string name equal to Felipe, and here I can use the Razor syntax to display the value of this variable. For that, as we said before, we use the @ symbol and then we write a C# expression here. In this case, I can write, and as you can see, I get IntelliSense. I can write name, which is this field that we have here. And now, here, hello Felipe will be displayed. Let's test this. We can test this by pressing Ctrl F5 to run our application, and as we can see, we have hello Felipe here. And of course, if we change the variable of Felipe to, for example, Julia, we can compile our application by pressing Ctrl+Shift+B. We can go back to Google Chrome, we can refresh the page, and as we can see, we have hello Julia now. We are not limited to just displaying variables here. We can use any kind of C# expression in this place. For example, I can say to upper to make this uppercase. Let's recompile the application and see that if I go back here, we have Julia in uppercase. As we can see then, with the @ sign, we are telling the Razor compiler that whatever comes next is a C# expression. And see how smart it is that it knows that this close tag for the parameter tag is not part of the C# expression. This allows us to have the flexibility of combining C# code and HTML code in a succinct way. As we said before, here in this code section, you can declare fields, you can declare properties, and also you can declare methods. For example, I can say a string custom to upper, a string value, it will receive a parameter, and we can say value to upper. And now I can use this method here. I can say custom to upper, and I can pass the name of the person as a parameter to our custom to upper method. And we will see that this works. We can compile our application again. We can go back to Google Chrome. We can refresh the page, and as you can see, we have Julia in uppercase again, which means that we are using our custom method. This kind of expression that we have here is called an implicit expression because we are not telling the Razor compiler where does the expression end. Sometimes we need to do this. For example, let's say that we want to add two numbers. Let's write here, let's add 2 plus 2, which is going to be equal to, and now I want to write a C# expression to add 2 and 2, but I cannot write 2 plus 2 like this, because the Razor compiler does not understand that this 2 plus 2 is part of the same expression. For that we can use an explicit Razor expression. In order to use an explicit expression, we need to use parentheses. We put a parenthesis here and a parenthesis here, and now we are saying where does the C# expression starts and ends. Now with this we are not getting any error, and we can compile our application, and we can go back here and we will see that we have that 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. Besides using explicit expressions to add numbers, we use them to declare event handlers for methods that require a parameter. Let's see an example. Let's go back here to Google Chrome. I'll create a button. It will say click me, and now I will say onClick. This onClick means that when we click on this button, then we want to execute some C# code. And in this case, what I want is to fire another function that will receive a parameter. But in order to indicate the parameter, I need to use an explicit expression. For that, we are going to do the following. We are going to use an explicit expression and a lambda expression to say then console write line, and here I am free to pass whatever parameter I want to the write line method. For example, I can say I have been clicked. Now let's compile this application, go back to Google Chrome, refresh the page, and we will press F12, and when I click on the click me button, you can see that I have been clicked here on the console, and every time I click the button, the message is repeated. It is mandatory to use an explicit expression in this case. I cannot come here and say, for example, I'll delete this, and I'll delete this, and I'll just leave this here, and I'll just leave this here. As you can see, we get an error. If we want to fire a method that has a parameter and we want to pass a custom parameter to that method, we need to use an explicit expression. Something else we can do is to write a method here. For example, I can say void write in log, and here I can invoke this method. And then I can say here write in log. And since we are not passing any parameters to write in log, this works. Now, of course, this may be a problem because sometimes we may want to pass a parameter to the method that we want to invoke, but in some cases this is enough. Let's change this from method, and now let's compile our application, and let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page, and as you can see, if I click on this button again, we can see that we are indeed writing a message on the Google Chrome's console. Therefore, as you can see, we can use Razor syntax to combine HTML and C# code. And please notice that we have not write yet any line of JavaScript code, and yet we have an interactive application written with C# code. We are not limited to using simple variables and methods in our Razor files. We can use classes also to reuse code. We can work with both local and external classes. Let's see an example of a local class. To declare a local class, we come here to our code section and we can say public class string utilities, and we can put this code inside of the class. And we have to make this method public, and we will also make it static, just to make our life easier. Now, here we will get an error, and that's because we need to use the string utilities class. And with this you can see that the error goes away. Though this may not be really useful because now you can only use this class comfortably from inside of this component. Sometimes you may want this, but sometimes you don't, because maybe you want to reuse this class from another component or any other class. So what we can do is to declare this string utilities class in its own file. So let's do that. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, and let's remember that we mentioned that we have three projects. We have the client project, we have the server project, and we have the share project. In our client project, we will have our Blazor project. This is the code, this is the C# code that in a Blazor WebAssembly application will go to the user's browser. This is where we have been working in our index component. Then we have the server project, which is our ASP.NET Core application. Whatever code that we write here in the server project will not go to the user's browser, but will run in a web server. And finally, we have a share project in which we can have C# code that we will share between our client project and our server project. This is an ideal project to place entities, DTOs, and etc. We will work on that in a minute, but for now we want to create a folder inside our client project. So let's do that. Let's go add new folder, helpers, and let's create our class string utilities, and I will cut this code from here and I'll paste it here. Now if we go back to our index component, we will see something. We will see that we are not able to reach the string utilities class. That's because it is out of our scope. In order to solve this situation in C#, as you may know, we have to use using. We say using, and we will put here the namespace in which this string utilities class is located. For that, I will come here, I will copy this, and I will paste it here. And as you can see, we don't have an error here. Though this could be an inconvenience because I don't want to be obligated to put this using in every single component that it is going to use a class that is located in this helpers namespace. Something we can do is to use the imports file. Let's go to the Solution Explorer and we will see that we have an imports file. In this imports file, we can define using statements that will be applied to every single Razor file in our client project. That way, we don't have to be repeating this line of code in every single Razor file. So I will cut this and I will paste it here. And as you can see, if we go back here, then again we have access to the string utilities class. As we were saying, we have a shared project in which we can share code between our client project, which is our front-end project, and our server project, which is our back-end project. What we're going to do now is that we're going to create an entity, a movie entity, in order to encapsulate movie data. For that, let's create a new folder. We will call it entities, and we will create a new class, which we will call movie. We will make it public, and for now, we are just going to create two properties, which are title and a release date. And now we want to use this class from inside our index.razor, but we know that we may want to use all the entities from this namespace throughout our client-side application. So what we're going to do is that we're going to copy this namespace and we're going to paste it in our imports file. We're going to say using Blazor share entities. And now we can go here and I can say something like movie Spider-Man, new movie, and we're going to say title equal to Spider-Man Far From Home, and release date, we are going to say new date time, 2019, July the 2nd. And now let's write this info into the UI. For that, we're going to make a div here. We're going to say movie, and we will say title equal to Spider-Man title. And let's write a release date below the title, Spider-Man, release date to a string, and we will format it like this. And we can press Ctrl F5 to run our application. And as you can see, we have movie, title, Spider-Man Far From Home, and its release date. But what we are doing is that we are hard coding one single movie and putting it on the screen. What happens if we have several movies that we want to show? For that, we can use loops. We will see that next. So far, we have used variables to display information on the screen. However, what happens when we have a collection of values where the number of elements in that collection is variable? Well, in this case, we can use a for each. Let's see an example. Let's create a field here that will be a list of movies. We will call it movies. We will say protected, override, void, onInitialized. OnInitialize is a special method that runs when our Razor file loads. Here I am going to say movies equal to new list, new movie, and I am going to create these three movies, Spider-Man, Moana, and Inception. And now what we want to do is that we want to iterate this movies list and display each movie in the UI. For that, we're going to come here and we will say for each bar movie in movies, and this allows us to iterate every movie in the list of movies and repeat a block of code for each movie. And the block of code that I want to repeat is this one, only that instead of Spider-Man I am going to say movie title and movie.release date, and that's it. I can compile now the application and we can go back to Google Chrome. We can refresh the page and it seems we got an error, and the error is related to a date here. This should be 2016. Let's compile again, come back here, replace, refresh, and we can see that we have Spider-Man, Moana, and Inception. The important thing from this is that if I add a new movie into my list of movies, then that movie is going to be displayed in the UI using this code. So now this code is flexible enough to handle a variable list of movies. This is really important because we don't know ahead of time how many movies we have to display. For each is only one kind of loop that we can use in C#. Another one is for. With for, we can count from one number to another number. For example, we can count from 0 to 10, 1 by 1, or from 5 to 25, counting 2 by 2, etc. For example, if we want to emulate this for each, but with a for, we can say bar I equal to 0, I less than, movies.count. And although I don't have a movie variable, like here, that makes it easy to access the values of the current movie, we can do the following. We can say something like, I'll make a div, and I'll copy this, and I'll say movies, and I'll use the indexer, and I will pass the index. And with this, we have the same functionality. And so, with a for, we have access to the index of each movie. This is important because you can run custom code depending, for example, if the movie is the first one or the last one. Let's see that here. I can do the following, and I can say I+1, and this will display a number like 1, 2, 3 before the title. Let's go back to Google Chrome and see this. And as you can see, we have 1, Spider-Man, 2, Moana, and 3, Inception. Something that it is usually done with this is the following. Let's say that we want a different background color depending if this number here is even or odd. For example, let's say a style, background color, and let's say if I is an even number, then we want the background color to be blue. Otherwise, we want it to be red. Here we are using a ternary operator in which we are saying if the index is an even number, then we want the value of the background color property to be blue. Otherwise, we want the value of the background property to be red. And now let's compile the application and see if this works. Let's go back here. Let's refresh the page. And as you can see, the first element with index 0 has background color blue. The second element is red and then blue. And so it alternates between blue and red. This is something that you can only do, at least in an easy manner, without having to do too many workarounds, with a for loop. So as you can see, there is a time and place for each loop. The for each is good if you only want to iterate a collection and display some values, but if you need more control on what you're going to display, depending if the element is the first one or the last one, or if it is an even or odd number, then you should use a for that. We can use the if conditional to perform different actions according to an established condition. For example, here we have our movies field and we are iterating it in order to display every movie in the UI. But let's say that we want to be a little bit more realistic. If you remember from the previous video, in the onInitialize method, we are just assigning a value to the movies list, but in real life, these movies will come from a database. This will require some time for the application to request the information from the database, retrieving it, and putting it in the movies field. We will learn about databases later in this course, but for now, we want to simulate the fact that when this application loads, the movies field is going to be empty for a while before it gets the list of movies. For that, we can use async programming to make this method wait for example, 3 seconds before executing this line of code. So what we're going to do is that we are going to change this onInitialize to onInitialize async, which is an asynchronous version of the onInitialize method. We have to change this for task, and we have to make this method async. And now I am going to say await task delay. This delay means that we are going to wait for as many milliseconds as we want. In this case, 3 milliseconds or 3 seconds. And let's see what happens. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and as we can see, nothing is happening. But if we press F12, we are going to see that we have an error, an object reference not set to an instance of an object. The error is because we are trying to access the count property of a null value. The reason for this is that since we are waiting 3 seconds before assigning a value to the movies field, then this means that movies is null when this Razor file loads. And so because it is null, then we are trying to access a property of a null reference, then we get a null reference exception. So what can we do to solve this issue? Well, we can use conditionals. We can say if movies equal to null, then we want to display a message, something like text loading. And if the movies field is not equal to null, then we want to display something different. In this case, we want to iterate with for each and our for loop our movies field. Now let's save this and let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application. And as you can see, We have our application here, we have a loading message here, and 3 seconds after, we get our list of movies. Therefore, you can use conditionals to execute code according to a specific condition. Sometimes, even the flexibility of the conditionals is not enough, and we will want to render HTML which comes from a variable or a database. To do this, we can use the markup string type. However, it is important to note that using markup string carries its risk, as it is possible that we become victims of malicious code by exposing ourselves to the vulnerability of executing arbitrary code in our applications. So, it is important to proceed with caution. Let's see the following example. As you can see, we have here the title of the movie that we are displaying to the user, and we have hard-coded a bold tag here. Let's say that I don't want to have a bold tag hard-coded, but I want that each movie have its own styling. For example, one can be bold, the other one can be in italics, etc. For that, what we're going to do is that we are going to use markup string. Let's go down here to our source for the movies. Let's say that we want Spider-Man Far From Home to be in bold, Moana to be in italics, and Inception should not have any kind of format. Let's see what happens if we run our application as it is. As you can see, what we're getting is that we are being shown the HTML code directly, but this HTML code is not being rendered. We want Spider-Man Far From Home in bold. We don't want it to be between these bold tags. So what can we do? Well, as we said, we can use markup string. For that, we need to use an explicit expression here, because we need to cast this string to markup string. Let's see that we can use an explicit expression. For that, we need a parenthesis, and we need another parenthesis because we want to do a cast markup string. Here we are casting this string into markup string, and now we close the explicit expression. And that's it. I can compile the application now and it will work. Let's go back to Google Chrome, let's refresh the page, and as you can see we have Spider-Man in bold, Moana in italics, and Inception without any style. This markup string technique is something that we will use in the future to allow our users to insert text with styling. Blazor syntax allows us to write C# code and HTML code in the same file. This is useful for having the visual and logical part of a section of the application in one place. Within a Blazor file, we can declare variables, methods, and classes, and use these members in our code. We have the possibility of using loops, such as for each and for within Blazor code. This is useful for iterating collections and displaying information on the screen. We can also use conditionals, such as if. This is useful for executing pieces of code according to an established condition. We can use markup string to dynamically render HTML code in Blazor files. Components are the heart of a Blazor application. In fact, almost everything in Blazor is a component. Hello, my name is Felipe Gavilan, and in this module, we are going to talk about components. We will start by giving an overview of what a component is. We will see how to create a component and work with them. Throughout the module, we will talk about the different aspects involved in a component, such as its parameters, the type of parameters, render fragments, life cycle of a component, partial classes, layout, and how to interact with JavaScript code. We will also see JavaScript isolation and CSS isolation. As you can see, we have a lot to learn in this module. So let's start by giving an introduction to components. Components are the centerpiece of Blazor. Literally, almost everything is a component in Blazor. A component is a reusable piece of user interface which may contain logic. These components are called Blazor components. A component can typically represent a section of your application. A form of your application can be a component. A list of movies can be a component. A statistical graph can be a component also. Components can be as large or small as we want. For example, a component could be something as simple as a button or as large as a form. In the end, although it may not seem like it, a component is a class, or, put another way, Razor components are compiled to C# classes. This is important to take into account to understand some of the characteristics of the components that we will see later. Let's create a component. We are in Visual Studio in our index component. This is the application that we have been building since the last module, and what we are going to do is that we are going to clean up a little bit. We will remove this. We have a for each here and a for. We are going to remove the for. We will just keep the for each. And something else that I want to do here is that, as you can see, we have that if the list of movies is null, then we will have a loading text. But I can also say else if movies.count equal to 0, then I can put a message like there are no records to show. That way, if we don't have any movie to show, we will at least display this message. Now, what we want to do is that we want to encapsulate this functionality inside of a component. The reason for this is that in several parts of our application, we are going to want to display a list of movies. And repeating this code throughout our application is not a good idea. It will be better to encapsulate what we want to reuse. So for that, we are going to create a component. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, and we will see that we have Razor files here, which are Razor components. This is in the Pages folder, and we also have components here in the Share folder. What is the difference? The difference is that in the Pages folder, we have components that are routable. A routable component is a component that has a page directive. The page directive allows you to assign a URL to a component. So, if we navigate to the root of our application, we are going to be displayed with the index component. And those components that are in the Share folder do not have the page directive. For example, we can open the nav menu component, and as you can see, at the top of the component, we don't have a page directive. Now, where do we want to put our movies list component? Well, since it is not going to be a routable component because it's not a place where we want to navigate to, but it is a component that we want to display in several places, it makes sense to put it on the shared folder, and that's what we are going to do. We will right click on shared, add new item, Razor component, and we will call this component movies list. And we will press enter, and as you can see, we have created a component. Now I will go to the index component and I will copy this code, I will cut it, and I will paste it here. I will replace this with this code. And as you can see, we are going to get an error because we don't have a movies field in this component. So what we are going to do is that we are going to come here and we are going to take all this code and we will paste it here. We are going to remove this delay since we don't need it anymore, and we are also going to remove this markup string code because we don't need it anymore, and we will remove the HTML code from here. Now as you can see, we don't have any errors here, which means that we can start using our component, though we see that we are being alerted here that this method is async, but it is not using a wait. So what we can do is to use the synchronous version of this method. Let's remove the async here and let's put void here. And with that, we have removed the warning. Now let's use our movies list component. Let's go to the index Razor file and let's also remove this movie and this variable that we're not going to use, and this writing log method too. And now let's come here and let's use the component. In order to use a component, you use a syntax like a tag. For example, you say like an HTML tag, but you are going to write here the name of your component, which as you can see, it is movies list. And then you close this. And that's it. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application and see that we are displaying our new component inside our index.razor component. As you can see, we have our 3 movies here. This means that movies list is now a reusable piece of code that I can use in any part of our application. For example, let's say that I want to display this list of movies inside the counter component. If we go to the counter component, we can see that we have a title and a button, but it is lacking some content, so we want to put a list of movies here. We don't have now to copy and paste code. All we have to do is to go to the counter component and reuse our movies list component. Let's go to the Solution Explorer. Let's go to the counter component, which, as you can see, it is a routable component since it has a page directive. We will talk more about routing in the next module, but for now, let's just use our movies list component here. Now we can press Ctrl-Shift-B to recompile our application, and we can go to Google Chrome, we can refresh the page, and as you can see, we have our list of movies here. What is important about it is that now any change that I do to the movies list component is going to be replicated throughout the whole application, throughout every component that uses the movies list component. Let's see an example of this. Let's say that we don't want a simple message to be displayed when the movies field is null. We want to display a GIF, a loading GIF. So let's do that. We can go to Google Chrome, we can go to Google, we can say loading GIF. Let's just look for a GIF. This one seems fine. Yeah, this one will do the trick. Copy image address. And now let's go back to Visual Studio. I'll remove this and I will say image search and I will paste this and I will save. And now we want to test this. So what we're going to do is that we're going to go back to the async version of this method. We will make it async here and we're going to say task here. And now we will say await task delay 3 seconds so we can see our GIF. Now let's press Ctrl-Shift-B to recompile our application. Let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's close this. Let's refresh the page. And as we can see, we have this loading GIF here. And after 3 seconds, we get the list of movies. And if we go to the index component, we will see that we have again our GIF here and then our list of movies. This means then that any change that we do to our movies list component is going to be replicated throughout our application. And this is really important because it means that we are being effective while building our software. Now let's remove this since we will not need it. And let's remove this. Let's say void. And let's remove the async so we don't have a warning here. Now there is an issue with our component, and it is that it is only displaying these 3 same movies. This is an issue because we are not always going to want to display these exact same 3 movies. Sometimes we may want to display different movies. Maybe here in the index component I want to display these 3 movies, but in the counter component I may want to display other movies. The way to fix this is to use parameters. We will see that next.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
We said that components are user interface pieces that may contain functionality. However, components will be very limited if they could only show what is inside of them. An important aspect of a component is to be able to receive data through parameters. The ability to receive data is what makes our components flexible. What kind of parameters can we receive inside of a component? The most common is to receive data, such as a string, a date, or any type of data we have. We can also pass a user interface as parameter. A component can receive razor code to place it somewhere. This means that our component can be well focused on the task to be performed and not have to worry about how to display certain information. An example of this will be a dialog box component, where the body of the dialog box can be sent as a parameter. This means that we can reuse our dialog box to place a form, some simple text, alerts, among others. We can also send methods as parameters. This provides the parent component with a way to react to an event that occurred in the child component. For example, in a component that it is a button, we can pass a method which will be executed when the button is clicked. With this knowledge, we can enhance the list of movies component that we did in the previous video. We are in Visual Studio in our movies list component, and as we can see, we have our list of movies here, and we can see that we are initializing them inside of the movies list component. But as we said, this makes our component inflexible. What we want to do is to configure this movies variable as a parameter for the component. In order to do that, we have to do three things. The first one is to use a parameter attribute. For that, we will say parameter here. The second thing that we have to do is to make this public. And the third thing we have to do is to make this a property instead of a field. This is a field now. We need to use get and set to transform this into a property. And we will make this uppercase here and here and here. And here, here, and here. Now we are going to pass this list of movies from the index component. So let's cut this and we will paste it here. We can create a field here, which is going to be a list of movies. And now let's go to our movies list and let's say movies. You can see that we have movies here, which means that this is a parameter that we can use. Let's pass our movies list, and that's it. We can press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and we will see that now we are passing our list of movies as a parameter to our movies list component. And you can see this here. This is really important because now that we have decoupled our movies list component from the movies list to display, then this means that we can reuse this component to display different kind of movies. For example, we could display a list of movies that are in theaters. We could also display a list of movies that the user may be interested in watching, etc. Now, if we go to our counter component, we are going to see that we have our loading GIF, but nothing is showing. And nothing is showing because if you go back to the counter component, you can see that we are not passing any list of movies here. And if you go to the movies list component, you can see that if movies is null, then we are going to display the loading GIF. If we want to fix this, what we can do is that we can pass another list of movies. I am going to copy this and I'll paste it here. But I want to change the movies that we're going to show. For example, I want to say Joker, Avengers, and I'm going to delete this one. So we're now passing only two movies from the counter component. And the idea here is to see that now our movies list component is more reusable, is more flexible. Let's compile our application by pressing Ctrl-Shift-V. Let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page. And as you can see, we have Joker and Avengers here, and in the home component, in the index component, we have Spider-Man, Moana, and Inception. Speaking about responsibilities, we could make our components even more focused. For example, let's go back to Visual Studio and let's see that our movies list component has the responsibility of iterating over the list of movies and displaying every single movie. We could encapsulate this in another component. And this is going to be somewhat important because in the future this is going to be a little bit more complicated. And just so that we don't have too much code inside of this component, I am going to encapsulate this in another component. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, and since this is not going to be a variable component, I will create this new component here in the share folder, new item, Razor component, individual movie, and for now I am just going to cut this and paste it here, and I will place this inside of a div. And of course, as we can see, we have an error because we need a parameter for the movie. For that, we're going to say parameter public movie get and set because it needs to be a property. And we're going to say movie here and movie here. Now let's use this component inside of our movies list component. Let's say individual movie, and we're going to pass the current movie. And as you can see, we can compile our application and do a final test before moving on. Let's go back here, let's refresh, and as you can see, our application is still working. In the previous video, we learned that we can declare parameters in components. For example, here we have this movies parameter in our movies list component, and the idea it is that we want to receive a list of movies through this parameter so that any other component that needs to display a list of movies can reuse this component that we have right here. And this is fine for simple components like this that do not have many parameters. In the future, we are going to create other components that will have more parameters, but nothing out of extraordinary. This is different, for example, from what we have with HTML tags. If we go here and let's just write an input here, let's say input, you can see that we have many parameters. We have accept, alt, autocomplete, we have check for input check, class, disable, draggable, and many parameters. Now, if we want to make a razor component that mimics an input text, this is going to be problematic because if we want to define a parameter for each of these types, then we will have to write a parameter like this one for every single HTML attribute that the input element can take, which will be tedious and problematic because we could forget some of the attributes. So what can we do in this case? Is there a better way? Yes. We can use what is called attribute splitting. With attribute splitting, we can use what is called arbitrary parameters. With arbitrary parameters, we can pass as many undeclared parameters to a component as we want. So, for example, here, instead of being limited to the movies parameter, we could send something like a placeholder parameter, a ID parameter, a name parameter, even though those parameters are not declared at this component. Here we only have the movies parameter. We don't have a placeholder parameter declared, but with arbitrary parameters, we can do that. Let's see an example. What we're going to do, just as an example, is that we're going to create a new component that is going to mimic a text box. There is no need for us to do this since Blazor already comes with a input text component that mimics a text box, but just for learning, we're going to do a version ourselves. So let's say dummy text box, and we're going to press enter. And here what this is going to do is that it is going to have an input type text, and we want to use this component as our input text component. So if I come to the index razor component, let me write a div here, and I will say, for example, that we want to create a create movie section, and we want to use our dummy text box. So we're going to say dummy text box here, and let's see if this works. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and here we have our text box. It works, but there are a few things that we want to do with it. One of them is to put a placeholder here. With a placeholder, we can have some text, some temporary text inside of the text box. For example, let's go here and let's edit this and let's say placeholder and movie name. Let's press enter, and now as you can see we have movie name here. Let me close this. We have movie name here. I can write something and then the placeholder disappears. And if I delete this text, then movie name or the placeholder appears again. We want to do the same. So I want to say placeholder here. Let's say movie name. But if I press Ctrl F5 to run our application, we're going to get an error. And the error is that our component does not have a property matching the name placeholder. We could certainly go here and make a placeholder parameter, but then we will have to do the same for every other HTML attribute that this input takes. So what we're going to do then is to use arbitrary parameters. In order to declare arbitrary parameters, we do the following. We're going to declare a parameter here. It will be kind of a normal parameter. It will be of type iDictionary. It will be a string object. The idea of the dictionary is that we're going to have a set of key value pairs where the key is going to be unique throughout the dictionary. And we're going to say something like additional parameters get set. But what makes this capable of taking any kind of parameter? The fact that we're going to say capture unmatched values. With capture unmatched values, we're going to say that this dictionary should capture any other parameter that does not exist, that it is not declared. So we're going to say capture equal to true, and we're going to put this in another line, and this is actually it. With this, we can come here and we can see that we still have this placeholder here, but if we press Ctrl F5 to run our application, we are going to see that we don't have any errors, but we don't have the placeholder, and we don't have the placeholder because now we need to apply it. And how do we apply this iDictionary into this input? For that, we use the special directive attributes. With attributes, we can pass a dictionary of parameters to any kind of component or HTML elements. With the special attributes directive, we can pass to a component a dictionary of attributes, and those attributes are going to be applied to either the component or in this case to the HTML element. So we can say here additional parameters, and that's it. With this, we are going to apply any attribute that we write here that does not match to any declared parameter on our dummy text box component. So let's just compile our application, and let's go back here and let's refresh the page. And now, as you can see, we have movie name here. Why? Because if we go here, we will see that we have placeholder movie name. Let's do another example. For a moment, let's say that this is going to be disabled. So what can I do? I can go back here and I can say disabled equal to true. And let me compile the application. And let me go back here and let's refresh the page. And now, as you can see, this is disabled. If I press here and go here, you can see that we have disabled equal to true. So with arbitrary parameters, we have this way to pass undeclared parameters to a component. Another way of using it is by using the attributes parameter. For example, here, instead of saying this, we can delete this from here, and I can say something like attributes, and I can pass directly a dictionary of a string object. For example, I could say, let me use an explicit expression, let's say new dictionary. You are probably never going to see this in real code, but you will see this dictionary in a variable, just like we will do in just a moment. But I wanted to teach you that this is also possible. I can say placeholder, and then let's just say new movie name, and let me put this in a different line, and I can copy this, and now let's say here disabled equal to true again. And now let's compile the application. And let's go here, let's refresh the page, and here we have new movie name. Let me close this. Here we have new movie name and it is disabled. Now let's go back to Visual Studio, and as I said, you may never see this dictionary right here. You may see it in a variable. For example, I will copy this from here to here, and let me create a variable here, private dictionary, string object. I'll name it dummy text box parameters, and this is going to be equal to this dictionary that we have here. And now I can delete this, which is not really readable, and then I can put here dummy text box parameter. Now let me put a 2 here just to see the difference, and I will compile the application, and then I will go to Google Chrome and I will refresh, and we can see the 2 here. So as you can see, we have 2 ways of using arbitrary parameters. You can either use an attributes directive like we are doing here, combined with a dictionary of a string object, or you can disregard completely the dictionary and just say something like placeholder here and write whatever you want, and disabled and whatever else you want, and whatever other parameter, and just pass the value of that whatever other parameter. In this way, you don't have to declare every single parameter that the input HTML element may use in this dummy text box component. And there is something else. You have to be careful with default values here. For example, let's say that I want to have a placeholder default value here, and I will just name it default placeholder. And the way that attributes are applied are from right to left. So the first one in the right wins. So for example, as you can see, we have attributes here at the right of this placeholder attribute that we have here. So this means that if I pass a placeholder inside of these additional parameters, then it means that that value is going to be at the right of this placeholder, and therefore that is the value that is going to be applied. For example, here we have, let me delete this, we don't need it. Here we have whatever, for example, and here we have default placeholder. What is going to happen if we compile the application and we go here and we refresh this page? We're going to see that we have whatever. Why we have whatever? Because these attributes that is at the right overrides this placeholder that we have here. And that is ideal because now if I do this, if I come here and I delete this placeholder from here, you are going to see that now the placeholder that is going to be used is the default placeholder. So if I come here and I refresh, now we have the default placeholder. And if I do the same, if by mistake I do this, placeholder whatever, but here I say, I copy this, I cut this from here and I paste it here. So now this means that the value that is always going to be used is a default value, which may not be what you want, because if in this component I specify that I want the placeholder to be whatever in this case, then I don't want the default placeholder to be used. And if I compile the application, you are going to see that if I go to Google Chrome and I refresh the page, we have the default placeholder because the correct order in this case is to have the attributes directive at the end of our component or HTML element. Events are actions that are executed in response to an interaction. For example, the click event fires when we click on an item. With Blazor, we can execute methods in response to events. Let's say that we have a button to delete a movie. We are here in our individual movie component and we wish to display a delete button for each movie. So we are going to create a div and we're going to create a button and it will say delete, and we wish to declare an event. In order to declare an event, we use add on and then the name of the event. As you can see, we have several events like on blur, on can play, on click, on copy, on cut, on double click, on drag, and so on. We are going to choose on click, so let's write click here, and now we will pass the name of the method that we wish to execute when the user clicks on this button. So let's create here a method that it is going to be called delete, and now let's say delete here. You can say delete or you can say add delete, it is the same. So we will choose not to use add delete, and here we will say console write line deleting, and we will use a string interpolation, movie title, and that's it. And we can test this. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and as you can see, every movie has a delete button, and if I press F12 to open the developer console, we can see that if I click delete, and you can see that if I click delete on Spider-Man, we have deleting Spider-Man. We can do the same for Inception or Moana, and it works. Now, not every user should be able to visualize these delete buttons. Only admins should be able to see them. Although we are going to do that in the future, for now, what we are going to do is that we are going to create a checkbox that will allow us to hide or display these delete buttons. So let's go back to Visual Studio and work on that. The first thing we need is a parameter that is going to say if we want to display or not the delete button. Let's say parameter public bool display buttons get and set, and we can put a default value into this property by saying equal to false in this case. And now I can use an if to say if display buttons is equal to true, then and only then we are going to display this delete button. Otherwise, we are not going to display it. If we compile our application and go back to Google Chrome, we will see that the buttons are not being displayed, and that is fine, but we need a mechanism to display them. For that, we are going to use a checkbox. The idea here is that we will have a checkbox that will say display buttons, and if the checkbox is checked, then the delete buttons are going to be displayed on the screen. If the checkbox is unchecked, then the buttons will be hidden. So let's go back to Visual Studio and let's see where should we put that checkbox. We will use the movies list component to have only one checkbox that will apply to every single movie. For that, we're going to come here and we will create a checkbox and we will say input type checkbox. And now we need to declare an event on this checkbox, and the event is going to be onChange. OnChange means when the values change, whether from checked to unchecked or from unchecked to checked. Now, what are we going to do here? When the user checks or unchecks the checkbox, we want to change the value of a variable that will indicate if we want to display the delete buttons or not. For that, we are going to say bool here. It is going to be a field, display buttons, and by default it is going to be equal to false, and we will say display buttons equal to the negation of display buttons. So what this will do is that if display buttons is false, then it is going to be true, and if it is true, then it is going to be equal to false. And finally, let's pass these display buttons as parameter to our individual movie component. Let's say display buttons, display buttons. And with this, we can compile our application. We can go back to Google Chrome. We can refresh the page. As you can see, we have a checkbox that is unchecked, and if I check it, then we will have the delete buttons being displayed. And if I click again, you can see that I can toggle between being displayed or being hidden. Now, there is a better way to synchronize the value of an HTML element and a variable, and that is with data binding. Data binding allows us to synchronize a variable and an HTML element or a component. So, for example, if we have a text box, we can synchronize it with a variable so that any changes we make in the text box are reflected in the variable, and any changes made in the variable are reflected in the text box. This is a two-way binding. Let's see an example of this. We will see two examples actually, the checkbox example and the text box example. We are going to start with the text box example. For that, let's go to the Solution Explorer. We will go to our counter component, and we will see that we have a counter functionality going on here. We have a button that we can click, and that it is going to increment by 1 the value of this field, and this is going to be displayed here in this paragraph. What we want is to have a text box that allows us to modify directly the value of this current count field. For that, we are going to use data binding and a text box. Let's say input type number. Since this current count is an integer, as you can see here, it is an integer. So we will use type number. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to use bind. For that, we say add bind to use our data binding. Now we will bind this text box to this current count field. And that's actually it. With this, we are modifying directly the value of this current count. Let's see this in action. We will press Ctrl F5 to run our application. And we are here in Google Chrome, and we will go to the counter component. And as you can see, I can click on this button, and according to what we just saw in the component, we see that when we click on the button, the increment method is fired, and this modifies the value of the current count field. Now, because we're modifying this value, because we have a bind here, then we are also modifying the value of the text box, because they are synchronized. The text box and the current count variable are synchronized. So this is why when we press here, we see that this value here is being updated. And also, because they are synchronized, if I make a change here, for example 52, and I leave this, you will see that we got this value updated here also. So we can press up or down, and this will make our value to be automatically changed. This is a little bit simpler than what we did in the previous video. If you remember, in the previous video, in the movies list component, what we had was an onChange event, and we manually set how to change the display buttons variable that we have here. It would be better if we use bind for this. Let's say bind here, and let's delete this, and let's just say display buttons, and we can delete it at sign, and that's it. We can compile the application and we will see that it still works. Let's go back to Google Chrome, let's go back to our index component, let's refresh the page, and we will see that this still works. And there is more. Now if I say that the default value of the display buttons variable is true, then because the variable and the checkbox are synchronized, then the checkbox is going to be checked by default. Let's see that. Let's see that if I come here and I refresh the page, we will have the checkbox checked, and of course the buttons will be displayed. Now that we know a little bit more about events, let's talk about passing methods as parameters to a component. This mechanism allows us to execute methods of the parent component from events that occurred in the child component. For example, we have a delete button here in the individual movie component, and when I click on the button, then we execute this delete method that we have here. But what happens if we want to delegate the execution of a functionality to the parent component, in this case to the movies list component? In that case, what we want to do is to pass a method as a parameter to this component. We can do that by using event callback. Event callback is a special type in Blazor which allows us to pass methods as parameters to components. Let's see an example. Let's say parameter public event callback, and as you can see, we have event callback and event callback generic. The generic type allows me to indicate that the method in the movies list component is going to have an argument. In this case, that argument is going to be a movie, because I want to pass to the movies list component what movie was clicked to be deleted. So I'm going to say here movie, and then I'll say delete movie, get and set. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to replace this with delete movie, invoke async, and I am going to pass the movie, and that's it. With this, we're executing the event callback when the user clicks on the delete button. So now we can delete this because we don't need it anymore. And now let's go to the movies list component and create the method that is going to be executed when the user clicks on the delete button on the individual movie component. Void delete movie, and of course, as we said, this delete movie method is going to receive a parameter which is going to be a movie, and here what we can do is to say movies remove, and here what we can say is movies.remove and remove the movie that we just received from the component. The final piece of the puzzle is to say here delete movie being this parameter that we have here, and the method that we're going to pass is this delete movie method that we have here. And that's it. With this, we're executing a method in the parent component from an event that occurred in the child component. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application and test this. As we can see, we have our 3 movies. We can delete this one, Moana. I'll click on delete, and as you can see, we only have Spider-Man and Inception because Moana was deleted. We can do the same for Spider-Man and for Inception. And as you can see now, there are no records to show because we deleted every movie. Using event callback allows us to add more flexibility to our components because now we can pass functionality as a parameter to a component. As we said, in addition to being able to pass data as parameters to a component, we can pass content that will be rendered. This is useful when we have one or more sections of a component which we want to have dynamic content. For example, we are in our movies list component, and if you remember, when the movies parameter is null, we are displaying a loading GIF. But what if we want to allow the user to define what it is going to appear on the screen when the movies parameter is null? Well, for that, we can allow the client of the component to pass razor code as a parameter. And in order to do that, we have to use a special type called render fragment. So let's see an example of this. Let's say that we're going to come here and let's put a parameter here, public, and it will be of type render fragment, and we will name it child content. This is not by accident. There is a reason why we are naming it child content, and it is because there is a convention that if you only have one render fragment parameter, then you can name it child content, and then you can just pass its content inside of the instance of the component. We will see an example of that in just a minute. So what we're going to do is that we're going to comment this out so that it doesn't appear, and I'm going to say child content here, and this means that if the movies parameter is null, then whatever the child content is what is going to be displayed to the user. For that, we're going to go to the index component. Let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's go to index, and here we have our movies list component. And as I was saying, in order to pass a render fragment, we're going to pass Blazor code, and for that we can expand the component tags like this, and here inside I can just put whatever I want to pass to the child content parameter. For example, I can say spam style color red, this is loading. And now what I'm going to do, just to see that message, I am going to comment this out so that the movies parameter is null. And now let's press Ctrl+Shift+V to compile our application. And I'll go to Google Chrome. I am going to refresh the page. And as you can see, we have this is loading in red, which means that we are actually passing Blazor code or content as a parameter. We are not limited to text like this. We can pass an image, for example. We can pass whatever we want. But let's make a test with an image. I am going to copy this and I will replace this with this. I will uncomment, then I will recompile the application. I'll go back here, refresh, and as you can see we have the loading GIF. Now the question is, what happens if we don't pass any value to the child content parameter? Well, in that case, then nothing is going to be displayed for the component. For example, if I remove this and I can collapse this way, then if I compile the application and go back here and refresh the page, you can see that nothing is being displayed, which may or may not be what you want. If this isn't what you want, if you want to have some sort of default content to display if the child content parameter is null, then you can do the following. Let's go back to Visual Studio. Let's go to the movies list component, and what we are going to do is that we're going to say if child content is different than null, then we're going to display the child content. Else, so if child content is null, then here we will display some default content. Like for example, I could take this and paste it here, and I will uncomment it. And now, as you can see, if we compile the application, and since we are not passing anything for the child content parameter, then that means that our default content is going to be used. Let's refresh the page, and as you can see, we have our loading GIF. And if I go back here and I press Ctrl+C and go back to the this is loading message and we compile the application again, you will see that since we are passing something here, then we are not going to use the default content, but we are going to use the one that we are passing through the component. And as you can see, we have this is loading here. Now the child content parameter is all good when you only have one render fragment, but what happens when you have more than one render fragment as a parameter to the component? For example, let's come here to the movies list component, and let's say that we want to replicate this, but for the case when the movies list is empty. In that case, what we are going to do is that we're going to change this name to something more meaningful, like null template. We are going to duplicate this line, and this second render fragment will be empty template. And now we're going to use these two variables. First, we will have to replace child content for null template, which is the new meaningful name. And here we are going to use the empty template. It will be more or less of the same, so I am going to copy this code Here I could say default content, same here, default content. Here we will say empty template and empty template. And of course we are going to replace this image with this content. And now how do we use this? Well, for that, let's go back to the index component. And what we have to do is to use tags here inside of the movies list component. For example, we can say null template, and inside of here I can pass something like this is loading, and I can also use empty template to pass something for the empty template. Let's just copy this and say no records to see, and I'll make it blue. Now we can compile the application, and let's go back here, refresh the page, and you can see that we have this is loading, and just so that we can see the empty template in action, we're going to initialize this movies list to an empty list. And let's go back here, refresh, and we have no records to see. And of course, if I remove this, then what is going to happen is that the movies list component is going to use the empty template that we have by default. Let's go back to Google Chrome and see that. And as you can see, we have the other message, there are no records to show, which is the one that we define here. There are no records to show. Something we notice is that if we go back here, we can see that these templates do not receive a parameter. What happens if we have a render fragment that we want to use in order to render a movie or whatever other data type? For that, we can use generic render fragments. In the previous video, we learned that we could parameterize user content by using the render fragment parameter. What we did was that in the movies list component, we said that if the movies list is null, then we want to display a loading GIF. And if the movies list count is equal to 0, then we wanted to display a message like there are no records to show. But if you think about it, this is something really common that we would like to reuse. In order to reuse that functionality, we can create a component that will display a generic list. The idea of our generic list component is not to have to repeat this code, this common code, every time we want to display a list of something. That list of something could be a list of movies, a list of strings, a list of movie genres, a list of users, or whatever. Now, there is a bit of a problem. And the problem is that if we create that component, then how are we going to handle the actual render of the elements that we want to display? How do we control inside of a generic list component how to display movies and how to display movie genres and how to display users? For that, we can use a special render fragment that receives a parameter. But first, let's start by creating our new component. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to Shared, and let's create a new component. New item, Razor component, generic list. And as we said, what we want is to encapsulate all of this functionality. So we cut this, and I will paste it here, although this is something that we want to keep here. Now let's take our render fragment parameters and paste them here, and as you can see, now we don't have any errors here. But the problem is that we need some kind of list in this generic list component, but that list cannot be a list of movies, nor can it be a list of a string. It has to be some sort of generic list which can handle any data type. And we can do that by making this component generic. By making a component generic, you can make it so it can handle several data types. To make this component generic, you use the type param directive. So let's say type param, and let's create a variable for the type. We can name it titem. It is customary that generic variables start with the letter T. So now we can define a parameter that it is a list of a type, in this case a t-item type. This will allow us then to have a list of strings or a list of movies or a list of users for this single component. So let's say parameter t-item list get set. And now we can change these movies for list and list here. And as you can see, the only problem that we have is this one, that for each bar movie in movies, instead of iterating movies, we want to iterate the list, and here we will put element just to be more generic. And now what we want to do here is that we want to use a render fragment that is the one that is going to define how to render the specific t-item that you are using, whether that t-item is a movie or a movie genre or an user or whatever. So for that we are going to define a new parameter, which is going to be a render fragment parameter, but it is going to be a generic render fragment, and it will accept as a parameter the data type t-item, of course. We will say element template get and set, and here we will say element template, and we will pass it a t-item, and that t-item is going to be the element. And we will take this out of here, and we will go back to the movies list component, and we're going to use our generic list component from here. We are going to say generic list, and we're going to say element template, and inside of the element template is that we're going to put our individual movie component. And as you can see, this is almost perfect, but we need to pass a list to this generic list component, and of course that list is going to be the movies list that we have here. And finally we have to deal with this movie that we have here. How can we make a reference to this element that we're passing to the element template render fragment? By default we can make a reference to that variable by using context. With a keyword context we are using whatever we pass to the render fragment element template in this case. If you don't like the name context, you can do the following. You can rename it. You can say context equal to movie, and then you can change this for movie, and that's it. Now as you can see, this movies list component has been greatly simplified, because now it doesn't have to have this information about what to display if the list is null, or what to display if the count of the list is 0, but now it can concentrate on only what to display if there are elements in the list of movies. And of course, through this generic list component, we can customize what to display if the list is empty or if the list is null, and etc. But we don't want to do that here. The only thing we want to do is to define what is going to happen when there are elements in the movies list. Now we can test this. Let's go back to the index razor component and let's delete this. And as you can see, now we don't even have to pass anything to the movies list component besides the list of movies, of course, because now the generic list component is going to handle what is going to be displayed if the movies list is empty or null, or if it has any values. Let's see an example of this. Let's make this async. Let's say async here, task, and let's say await, task delay, 2 seconds, and then let's uncomment this out. And of course, finally, let's remove this. Let's compile the application and let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page. We have our loading GIF, and then we have our 3 movies being displayed. Now let's go back to Visual Studio and let's comment this out and let's continue. There are some special methods that we can execute in the different stages of the life cycle of a component. Each of these stages serve a specific purpose according to our needs. The onInitialized and onInitialized async methods are used to initialize the component, At this stage, we could trigger an HTTP request to the server to obtain the data to be displayed in the component. The difference between these methods is that onInitialize is synchronous and onInitialize is asynchronous. The onParameterSet and onParameterSetAsync methods are executed when the component has received all parameters and their values has been assigned to their respective properties, although having the assigned parameters also occurs in the initialization stage. The onParameterSet methods are executed every time the parameters are updated, unlike the onInitialize methods that are executed only once. The onAfterRender and onAfterRenderAsync methods are executed when the component has finished rendering, that is, when the HTML is already displayed. This is the ideal stage to perform operations on these HTML elements, for example, using a JavaScript library to work on any of the HTML elements. These methods are executed each time the component is rendered. We can use the shouldRender method to indicate if we want a component to render after its initial rendering. Let's see an example of this. What we are going to do is that we are going to define every single lifecycle method inside of our movies list component. In order to define a lifecycle method, we have to use protected, override, and here you can see through the IntelliSense that we have onAfterRender, onAfterRenderAsync, onInitialize, onParameterSet, and shouldRender. We will say void onInitialized, and we're going to do a console write line, and it will say onInitialized. And in order to prove that in an onInitialize method we already have the parameters defined, we are going to say movies.count equal to, and we're going to concatenate that with movies.count to a string. Now let's repeat this for onParameterSet, onParameterSet, and let's change this also onAfterRender. As you can see, onAfterRender tells us if this is the first time that the component is being rendered. We need to put a void here, console write line, onAfterRender, first render to string. And finally, let's use shouldRender. As we said, from shouldRender we can define if we want our component to be re-rendered when there is a change. We can just say true, and now let's test this. Let's compile our application. Let's run our application, let's press Ctrl F5, and as you can see we have our component here, but what we want to see is the Chrome Developer Console, and here we have our three messages onInitialized, and we have movies count equal to 3, so we have access to parameters from inside of an onInitialize method. We have onParameterSet, and we have onAfterRender, and of course this is the first render. If I press this checkbox, you can see that onAfterRender was re-executed, and it was executed again because there were some changes in the component that required some re-rendering. As you can see, since I unchecked this checkbox, now we don't have the delete buttons inside of the component. Now let's say that I go back to Visual Studio and I'm going to change this from true to false, and now you will see what does this means. And this means that once the component is initialized, as you can see the component got initialized, but if I uncheck this, then it seems like nothing happened. And the problem is, of course, that since we are saying that it should not render the component again, then the changes are not being reflected in the UI. This can be useful if you are going to do extensive operations on the UI and you want to temporarily disable rendering. But for now, let's just put true here, and let's continue with our examples. The next example is that we want to prove that the onParameterSet method is executed every time we modify the parameter of the component. For that, let's go to the IndexedRazor component, and what we are going to do is that we are going to create a button, add new movie, and we're going to create a method. And what this method is going to do is to modify the movies variable. We will add a new movie. We will just name it movie sample, and release date, we're just going to say today. And the idea here is that when we press this button, we are going to execute the add new movie method, and this is going to modify this movie's parameter that we have here. So let's say on click, add new movie, and now let's test this. Let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page. We see that we have our button here, and we see that we have our 3 messages here. Let's say add new movie, and we have the new movie here, and also we have on parameter set movies count 4, and of course we have on after render. So with this we have verified the behavior of the lifecycle methods. On initialize, execute once when initializing the component. On parameter set, execute after on initialize and every time a parameter is updated. And on after render, executes after the component has been rendered, whether it is the first time that it has been rendered or if it has been re-rendered. And of course we can use should render to define if we want the component to be re-rendered or not. Dependency injection is a mechanism which allows us to supply the dependencies of one class from another. Typically, this dependency injection is done through the class constructor, although we can also do it through a property. In ASP.NET Core, we have a simple way to use dependency injection in components and classes. We make these configurations through the program class. Here we can configure our services. When we talk about services, we refer to the classes or interfaces which we can use by dependency injection. In the case of the components, we can use the inject directive to inject a dependency. The reason for using dependency injection is to be able to centralize the mechanism that configures our dependencies in one place. This allows us to have a flexible software architecture. By default, in Blazor, we are given 3 services that we can use through dependency injection. The first one is HTTP client, which is used to make HTTP requests to a web server, IIS runtime that allows us to perform operations with JavaScript, and navigation manager that allows us to work with the navigation system from our code. For example, with Navigation Manager, we can redirect the user to another part of the application. These 3 services do not have to be configured. They are services by default that the framework offers us to work. A concept that we must manage when we talk about dependency injection is the lifetime of our services. There are 3 lifetimes for a service. The first one is scope, which means that the service will live within a certain context. In web environments, this context is an HTTP request. However, in Blazor on the client side, we do not work in the context of an HTTP request, since the code is in the user's browser, so a scope behaves like a singleton in Blazor on the client side. However, in server-side Blazor, we do have a context, which is the connection of the user and the app in the server. The second one is singleton. In this case, a single instance of a service is created, and this same instance is used forever. Finally, we have transient, in which different instances of the service are created each time the service is requested. Let's first make an example of dependency injection where we see the difference between singleton and transient. I will create a new class, so right-click here in the client project, add new class, and I'll name it services, but actually in this file we're going to have 2 classes. The first one is going to be singleton service, and it will have a property which will be value, which will be an integer, and also I will create another class that will be called transient service, and now I will configure these classes as services in the dependency injection system of the client project. We do that by using the program class. If you have used ASP.NET Core in the past, you may know that the dependency injection system is configured through the startup class, but that is not the case in the client project of Blazor WebAssembly. Though in the server project, which is an ASP.NET Core Web API, we do have an startup class, but that is not the case again for the client project. So in the client project, we have to use the program class. So let's do that. Let's minimize this and let's go here. And as you can see here in Builder, we're making some basic configurations for running our application. And here we have build.services. This service, this iService collection, is the type that we will use in order to configure our services. I like to do it in a different method. I like to come here and say private static void, and I'll name it configure services, and I'll receive that iService collection, and I will say here services, and here I will run that method. I will say configure services, and I will pass the builder.services. Now what we're going to do is that we're going to configure our two classes as services. For that, we're going to say services at singleton. We remember that we will have a singleton and a transient service. So I will say here singleton service, and I will put some parentheses here, and then I will say services at transient, and I will say transient service. So as you can see, through the services variable, I can configure our dependency injection system. As you can see here, we have methods like add transient, add singleton, and also add scope. But in our case, we're only going to be using add singleton and add transient. Now, how can we use this? We can now go to a class or a component and request these services, and the dependency injection system is going to give us an instance of each of the classes that we ask for. So let's do that. Let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's go to Pages. I will go to Counter, and here I will do the following. I will say here inject. Inject is the directive that we use in order to inject a service. So I will say here singleton service, and what we're doing is that we're injecting this service. And as I just told you, this will give us an instance of this class. So we need a variable name that will hold that instance, and I will just call it singleton. Of course, I can choose whatever variable name I want, and I can say here inject because I also want to do the same for the transient service, and I will say transient here. Now, what are we going to do? What I'm going to do is that here we have this increment count method that is going to be executed every time the user clicks on the button. So what I will do is that I will increment the value of each service. So I will say singleton.value, and I will add 1, and I will do the same for transient. I will say value, and I will also add 1. Now I want to display these values here, so I will say singleton count and transient count, and here I will display singleton.value, and here I will display transient.value, and we will see what difference we get. So I will press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and now let's go to the counter page, and I will say click me, and as you can see, all of the 3 values are being increased. But if I navigate away from the component and then I navigate back, as you can see, current count didn't keep its value, and neither the transient count, but the singleton count did indeed keep the value. Why is that? Because as we said, singleton allows me to have a single instance of a service, and this is a single instance for the entire application, which means that even if I navigate away and then I come back, in this inject that I have here, I am receiving always the same object, and that means that this update that we do here of the value property is being kept in memory because we are always working with the same instance of the singleton service. This is not the case for the transient instance of the transient service. In this case, we are always being served a new instance of the object, which means that this value here is always 0 whenever we enter into this component. Now let's see something else. Let's see that we can take this, I will copy this from here, and I will go to the Solution Explorer to the index component, And I also want to inject my singleton service here because I want to see that indeed in different components we are getting the same instance of the singleton service. So I will copy this from here and I will paste that over here, and that should be it. I will save and I will go back here. Now of course if I refresh the page, that singleton instance that we had will be lost. So even though we are keeping the same instance, if the user navigates throughout the application, if the user leaves the application and then comes back, it is a new session for the application, which means that the singleton service or the singleton instance is lost. So as you can see, we have a 3 here. Now let's go to home and I have 3 here. And if I go back and say, let's say 5, I will go back here and we have the exact same value because we are always using with singleton the same instance of the service.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Now that we know a little bit about configuring services in ASP.NET Core, what we're going to do now is to configure a new service but using an interface. The idea is that instead of registering a class as a service, we will register an interface and then any class that implements that interface will be able to be served for that service in the dependency injection system. Let's see an example of that. Here, as you can see, we have these movies in here. These movies that are hard-coded in our index component. Now, of course, in the future, we're going to want this data to come from a database. But for now, what we're going to do is that we're going to hide this data. We're going to abstract this behind an interface so that we can decouple our index component from the obtain of the data. So what we're going to do is that we're going to go to Visual Studio, and what we're going to do is that we're going to go to the Solution Explorer, and in Helpers we're going to create that interface, new item, interface, and I will name it iRepository, and I'll press enter, and I'll make it public, and here I will put the following signature, list movie, and I will press Ctrl dot in order to bring this namespace, and I'll say get movies here. Let's remember that an interface is basically a list of signatures that any class that says that implements the interface must implement all of the signatures of the methods in the interface. So let's go here and let's create a new class that will implement this interface. I will call it repository in memory, and I will implement the interface iRepository, Ctrl dot, implement interface, and now we have the method signature here, and now we can implement this method. I will say return, and then I will come here and I will get the information of the movies. I will cut this from here and I will come back here and paste it, and now I will configure our services. I will configure the iRepository service. So let's go to the program class, and here I will say services add transient, and I will say iRepository, Ctrl dot in order to bring the corresponding namespace, and then comma, and the class that implements this interface. So I will say repository in memory, and in that way we are configuring the iRepository service, and when a component or a class requests an iRepository service, then it will be served an instance of the repository in memory class. Of course, this is important because we cannot instantiate interface in C#, so what we do is that we configure the class that will be served when the interface is requested through the dependency injection system. Let's see that. Let's go here, and now let's go up here, and I will inject my iRepository service. I will request the iRepository service, and I will name the variable repository, and now I can come back here and I can say repository dot get movies. Now, what are we doing here? And why is this a good practice in software engineering? Well, first, as we said, we're decoupling our component from the data that our component uses. This is important because in the future, we will have a service that will request the movie's data using an HTTP request that will be handled through our web API, through our server project. And now we will be able to do that change in one place, because now in the future we will be able to come back here and say we're not going to use the repository in memory anymore, but we will use the real repository. For example, let's say that we have a class that is named real repository, and this real repository will make an HTTP request to our web API. And this is important because now whenever I requested an instance of the service iRepository, I will be served the new implementation of that iRepository. With this, we are respecting the solid principle that says that we should not depend on concrete types, but we should depend on abstractions. That is the dependency inversion principle. And of course, if we have this iRepository being injected in multiple, maybe hundreds of classes and components, then in only one place, in this place, we will be able to make that change throughout our application. That is why using dependency injection is good software architecture. So let's go back here and let's say repository in memory. And now let's save everything, Ctrl+Shift+S, and let's go back here and I will refresh the page, and as you will be able to see, we're still going to get this data here. But now this data comes from a service, which means that in the future our application will be able to evolve, and I will not have to change the index repository, but I will only have to change whatever class will have the real implementation of our iRepository. Some people may not like having C# and HTML code together in the same file. It is possible to separate the HTML code and the C# code using partial classes. With partial classes, we can declare the same class in different files. In this way, they can share members. The reason why this works is because the components are compiled to partial classes. In this sense, if we want to place the code of the code directive in another file, we can do so by declaring a partial class with the same name as the component. Let's see an example. We are here in the counter component and we want to separate the HTML code from the C# code that we have in the code directive. For that, we are going to use a partial class. What we are going to do is that we are going to go to the Solution Explorer. Let's go to the client project, Pages, and here we have our counter component. We are going to create a class here, class, and we will name it counter.razor.cs. And when doing this, as you can see here, we have the counter class grouped inside of the counter.razor component. This way we can collapse it like this, and so they don't occupy two places in our Solution Explorer. Now if we want to see the class, we can expand this here, and we can double click here, and here we have our counter class. As we said, we have to declare this class as partial, so let's make it partial, and now as you can see, the error went away. Now what we're going to do is that we are going to cut all this code that we have here, all the C# code. Let's cut this from here, and let's paste it here. We need to bring a few namespaces. The reason why we have to bring this namespace, in spite of having the Blazor shared entities in our imports file, is because the imports file applies only to Razor component and not to C# classes, and this is a C# class. Therefore, we have to bring all the namespaces that we need. Now let's go back here, and we can delete this. Let's move up here, and as you can see, we don't have any errors. If I compile the application, you will see that it compiles. You may also want to take this out of here and put it in the partial class. You can do it, but you will have to make a small modification. We don't have the inject directive in C#. What we have is the parameter, what we have is the attribute inject. But we need to bring this namespace Microsoft ASP.NET Core Components, and of course we have to make this a property. And we can do the same with this one. We can say attribute inject, and we can make this a property. And as you can see, all errors have disappeared, and here we don't have any errors also. So we can recompile the application again, and we can see that compilation succeeded. So we are going to press Ctrl F5 to run our application. We are going to go to the counter component, and as we can see, our component still works. This means then that we can separate the HTML part of our component from the C# part of our component if we prefer so. This is great especially for components that are quite complex and that have a lot of code, so this way the code is more manageable. Sometimes we will want to have elements which we want to appear on all pages of our application. One way to do this is to use a layout. A layout is an ideal place to put items such as menus, headers, and footers, which must be present on all screens of our application. A layout is a special component which can render other components. In our application, we have the main layout located in the share folder. As we can see in our application, we have our index component here in the middle, but on the left we have a menu. And if you notice, it doesn't matter in which page we are in, that menu is always visible. Another thing that it is always visible is this about link that we have here. As you can see, if I go to the counter component, to the counter page, we can see that we have the about link here. And if I go to the index page, we can see that we have the about link here also. We do this by placing common UI code inside of the main layout. Let's see that. Let's go to Visual Studio, let's go to the client project, let's go to the share folder, and here we will have a main layout file. As you can see, this main layout is of extension Razor, which means that a layout is also a component, but it is an special component because it inherits from layout component base class. As you can see, we have a sidebar, which is the left menu bar that we had, and we have a nav menu, which is a component that contains all the links of the menu. Then here we have a main section in which we display the about link that we were seeing, and also we have this add body here. In this add body is that our corresponding routable component is going to be displayed. By this we mean that if we are in the counter URL, then we are going to display the counter component here. We can see that below this we can put whatever we want and it will be displayed on every single page of our application. For example, I can put the following: span, style, color, red. This is from the layout. And we can compile the application by pressing Ctrl+Shift+V. We can go back to Google Chrome. We can refresh the page. And we can see that we have the message, this is from the layout. And we have it on the counter component and on the fetch data component. So we have it on every part of our application. This is useful if you want to display common code in every page of your application. For example, if you wanted to display the counter component in every single place, then you can put the counter component here. And if we compile the application, then as you can see, we can refresh the page and we will have our counter component down here. And if we go to the home component, we will have our component here, our counter component, and notice that it still has the 3 on this text box. The reason for that is that we are still on the main layout. This component is not being re-rendered when we go to one page to the other. As you can see, it even keeps the selection that I just did. The reason for that is because when we navigate from one page to the other, what gets replaced is this add body that we have here, but everything else stays the same. One question you may be having is, where does this main layout get configured? That happens in the app Razor file. Let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's go to the app Razor file, and here we will see that we have found route view type of main layout. This is the default layout of our application. We will talk more about this file in the next module, but for now, what you need to know is that this app Razor allows you to configure routing in your application, and through routing you can define the layout to use in the application. So now let's close this and let's delete this because we are not going to need it in every single page. Sometimes we will want to use JavaScript functions from our Blazor application. To do this, Blazor offers us a service called IJS Runtime. For example, here we have our Blazor application and we see that we can delete a movie. For example, let's delete Moana. And as we can see, if I click on the delete button, then Moana gets deleted. But this may not be what we want. We may want to allow the user to confirm the operation, so that a dialog pops up. It asks the user if it wants to proceed, and if the user clicks OK, then the movie will get deleted. But if the user clicks on cancel, then nothing will happen. We can do this in JavaScript by using the confirm function. Let's see an example. Let's go to Visual Studio. We will go to our movies list component, and what we are going to do is that we are going to inject the IJS runtime service. So let's say directive inject IJS runtime, and we will put it in a variable called JS. And now we are going to go down below here to our delete movie method, which is here. And what we are going to do is that we are going to say var confirm, and then we will use await JS invoke async, and we need to tell to the invoke async method what data type are we expecting back from the JavaScript function. In our case, the confirm function returns a boolean, so we will say bool, and here we have to put the name of the function that we want to execute. In our case, it is confirm, and then after that we can pass as many parameters as we want. We could say, for example, parameter 1, and if the function has another parameter, we can say parameter 2, and so on. In our case, we only will use one parameter, so we will only use this argument here. So now let's say, are you sure you want to delete? And we will use a string interpolation to put the name of the movie. Let's say movie.title. And let's see that we have a semicolon here. And now because this method is async and we're using await, we have to make this delete movie method async. So let's say async here, and let's say task here. And then we will say if confirm is equal to true, then and only then we are going to delete the movie. So if the user press cancel, then the movie will not be removed from our list of movies. Let's see this. Let's compile the application by pressing Ctrl-Shift-B. Let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page. And now let's try to delete Moana again. And now as you can see, we have, are you sure you want to delete Moana? If I press cancel, then nothing happens. But if I go back and press OK, then Moana is deleted. Now you can use the IJS runtime this way, but sometimes you may not want to have to name the function that you want to use from the component, because if you do this in many places, then if at some point in the future you want to change the implementation of how you handle confirms, then you will have to update your entire application. But if you put this inside of a class and you reuse this class, then if you want to change the implementation details of the confirmation method, of the confirmation functionality, then you will only have to change it in one place. So let's do this. What we're going to do is that we're going to create a helper class here in our helpers folder. Let's create a class. We will name it IJS runtime extension methods, because it is going to be a set of extension methods. For that we have to declare this class as static. So we will say public static value task of boolean, and we will name it confirm this IJS runtime, and we need to bring this namespace. And of course this method has to be async, and we will also receive a message that it is the message that it is going to be displayed on the pop-up. And now we will say return, and we have to name this JS, and we're going to say return JS, invoke async. We're basically going to do the same thing that we did here. We will say confirm message, and of course we have to say await. And now we have encapsulated this functionality behind a C# method. Now I can replace this with, I can delete this here, and I can say, as you can see, we have confirm here, which is this confirm that we have here. If you are not getting this confirm here, make sure that in your imports file here, you have the namespace client.helpers, which is the namespace in which this class is located. Now let's go back here and let's finish this. And as you can see, we can recompile the application and we can test this again. Let's go back here. Let's refresh the page. Let's try to delete this one. And as you can see, everything is still working the same. Now, not every JavaScript function that you run is going to return a value. And for that, you can use invoke void async. Let's see an example. Let's go back here. Let's go to the IJS runtime extension methods, and let's say that we want to run a console log. As you know, console log writes in the log of the user's browser, but that function does not return anything. So we have to use, instead of invoke async, we have to say await JS invoke void async. That does not return anything. So we can say console log, and we can pass a message. For example, example message is fine. And now we can compile the application, and we can go back to Google Chrome. We can press F12. We can refresh the page. Let's remove these messages. Let's clear the console. Now let's click on delete. And as you can see, we have example message written in the console. And let's click on cancel. So far, we have been running standard JavaScript functions like confirm and console.log. But what happens if we want to run custom JavaScript functions? Well, for that you need a JavaScript file which will contain that function. Let's see an example. Let's go back to Visual Studio. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, and let's create in the www root a new folder. The www root is where our static files are served. Files like HTML files, CSS files, images, and JavaScript files should be contained in the www root directory. We will say JS, we'll press enter, and here we will create a new item, which is going to be, let's click here, it's going to be a JavaScript file, and we will name it utilities. You can name it whatever way you want, of course. And here we can write a custom function. We can just say function, my function, message, and we can say console log from utilities. And as you can see, what this function does is to write in the console from utilities concatenated to this message that we will receive from the C# code. Now, we need to serve this utilities.js file from our index.html file. So let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's go to the index.html file. As you can see, in this file is that we are serving Bootstrap and other style sheets, and also the Blazor WebAssembly.js. Here we can put other CSS files or other JavaScript files. So here we are going to say script, JS, utilities, and let's remove one of these. And now we can go back to our IJS runtime extension method, and we can say here public static async value task. We're going to say just value task and not value task of t, because our my function that we have here does not return anything. So we will say here my function this IJS runtime JS string message, and then we will say await JS invoke void async, and we will say my function. I will copy it from here, and then I will just pass the message. Now we can use this my function from our C# code. For example, let's go back to our movies list razor component, and we will just run it here. We will say await JS my function, and we will say custom message. And now let's compile the application, and let's go back to Google Chrome. We will press F12, we will refresh the page, we will clear the console, we will click on delete, and as you can see we have from utilities custom message, and as you can see this comes from utilities.js, which means that we are not limited to running default functions from JavaScript like confirm and console log, but we can also run custom JavaScript functions created by us. This is really important because if you have a JavaScript library that you want to use, a third-party JavaScript library, then you can certainly use it, as we will see later in the course. Now let's see how to invoke C# methods from JavaScript. We are not limited to execute JavaScript functions from C#. We can run C# methods from JavaScript. In this video, we will learn how to run C# static methods from JavaScript functions. We are here in our counter component, and we will delete this movies list from here that we don't need it anymore. And what we are going to do is that we are going to go to the partial class of the counter component, and we're going to put here an static method that we want to invoke from a JavaScript function. So we will say public static task int. What we want to do from this method is to return the value of the current count, but as we said, this method is static, therefore we cannot do the following: task from result current count. We cannot do this because this is an instance variable and this is an static method. Therefore, what we can do is to duplicate this variable and create an static alternative. We will say static here, and we will say static here also, and we will say current count static, and here we will say current count static plus plus, so we will add 1 every time the users click on the counter button of the counter component. Now from this method we're returning this current count static value. The first step to make this method invocable from JavaScript is to use the attribute JS invocable. We need to bring this namespace Microsoft.jsinterrupt. Now with this we can invoke this method from JavaScript. For that we are going to use our utilities.js JavaScript file. For that we will go to the Solution Explorer. Let's go to the utilities.js file that we created in the previous video, and we are going to create a new function which we will call .NET static invocation, and from here we will say .NET.invoke method async, and this will receive two parameters. The first parameter is going to be the name of the project that hosts the static method that we want to invoke. In this case it is blazormovies.client, so I am going to copy this and I'll paste it here, and then I have to put here the name of the static method that I want to invoke. For that I'm going to go back here and I'll copy this getCurrentCount method and I'll paste it here. Now invoke method async returns a promise, so we can say then result, and here we can use the result of the static method. That result is this value that we're returning from here. So now what we can do, for example, is to say console log count from JavaScript, and we're going to concatenate this with the result value that we get from the static method. And that's it. We have set up everything. The final piece of the puzzle that we need is to actually test this. So what we're going to do, just to keep it simple, is that we're going to go back here and we're going to inject an instance of the service IJS runtime JS, and it will be a property. And what we want to do is to say JS invoke void async, since it's not going to return anything, and we will invoke this method that we have here. And we need to say await here, And we need to make this async and task. And now we can test this. Let's compile the application by pressing Ctrl+Shift+V. Let's go back to Google Chrome. I will refresh the page. Let's go to the counter component. Let's press F12. Let's clear the console. And let's click here. And as you can see, we have count from JavaScript. And this number that we have here is the value that we have here. So as you can see, we can certainly invoke static C# methods from JavaScript. In the previous video, we learned how to invoke a C# static method from JavaScript. In this video, we are going to learn how to invoke a C# instance method from JavaScript. For example, let's say that we want to invoke this increment count method from JavaScript. This increment count method, what it does is that it adds 1 to the current count variable that we have here. This way we will be modifying this instance variable that we have here, but from JavaScript. The first step that we need to do is to mark this method as JS invocable. So let's say attribute JS invocable. Now we have to make this method public so it can be invoked from JavaScript. The next step is to create a JavaScript function that is going to invoke this increment count method. For that, we're going to go to our utilities JavaScript file, and we will create a new function that it is going to be called .NET Instance Invocation, and it is going to receive a .NET helper, and through that .NET helper, we are going to invoke the increment count method. So we're going to say .NET helper invoke method async, and here we will pass the name of the method that we want to invoke. And the name of that method is increment count. So let's copy this and let's paste it here. Now, since this method, the increment count method, does not return anything like a string, a date, a boolean, or whatever, we can leave this like this. But if the increment count method did actually return anything, then we could say, then, because invoke method async returns a promise, and here we will be able to use whatever value the instance method returns. But since this isn't the case, we don't need to use the then function, so we can just leave this like this. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to go to the counter component and we're going to clone this button. We're going to make a second version of this button, which will say click me JavaScript. And what this is going to do is it's going to invoke increment count JavaScript, which is a new method that we will create right now. And what this method will do is that it will invoke this .NET instance invocation function that we have in the utilities JavaScript file. So let's do that. Let's say private async task increment count JavaScript, and let's use our IJS runtime service. So let's say await invoke void async, and let's pass it the name of the function that we wish to invoke, which is .NET instance invocation. We will paste that here, and as a second parameter we have to pass a reference to the object that has the increment count method. The idea here is that, as you can see, we are receiving a .NET helper, but that .NET helper represents a reference to a C# object. That's why when we say invoke method async and we pass the increment count method, he is going to know what increment count method of which class to invoke. In this case, it is going to be of the class counter, which is the class that we have here. So for that, we have to do the following. We have to say .NET object reference create. Let's create a reference of the object in which we are in this case, the counter object. Now, what if we wanted to pass another object to this .NET object reference? For example, an instance of a movie. I could do that. I could just say movie equal to new movie, and I could say here movie, and it will be okay. But we don't want to pass a movie. We don't want to pass a reference of a movie. We want to pass a reference of the counter class, because it is the counter class the one that has the increment count method, which is the one that we want to invoke from here. So that is why we are using an instance of the counter class. And we use this to make a reference to the current object in which we are executing this method. So as a final review before running this code, what we're going to do is that we're going to click this click me JavaScript button, which is going to invoke this increment count JavaScript method, which is going to invoke this .NET instance invocation function, which is a JavaScript function. And this JavaScript function is going to invoke the increment count method from this counter class. And this increment count method is going to add 1 to the current count field that we have here. So with that clear, let's press Ctrl+Shift+V to compile our application. Now let's go to Google Chrome and let's refresh the page. And now as you can see, we have click me and click me JavaScript. We are going to click this one, and as you can see, we are getting that we are updating the current count value, which is an instance variable, and we are doing that from a JavaScript function because we are invoking an instance method from JavaScript. So as you can see, we can invoke JavaScript functions from C# and static and instance methods of C# from JavaScript. So when using Blazor, you can have C# and JavaScript interacting with each other. In this video, we are going to study JavaScript isolation. With JavaScript isolation, we can load certain JavaScript files depending on the component that we are in, which means that unlike before, where we had to download every single JavaScript file at the beginning of the loading of the application, now we can have JavaScript files that are only going to be loaded if the user goes into a certain component, which makes our application very efficient because now the user doesn't have to download unnecessary JavaScript files and can only download them if the user actually needs them. And the mechanism for achieving this is to create JavaScript modules. And then we're going to load those JavaScript modules in memory, and we're going to use them through a C# variable. Another good thing about this is that we can avoid to clutter the global state of the application because our JavaScript functions are only going to be available through certain modules and will not be accessible through the window object. Let's see this. First, what I want to do is to press F12 here and go to Network, and I will refresh the page. And as you can see, we are downloading the utilities.js JavaScript file. And this download occurs every time we enter the application. Now, if we don't want this, if we want to control when the JavaScript files are going to be downloaded, we can use JavaScript isolation. So let's do that. What I'm going to do is that I will go to Visual Studio and I will go to the Solution Explorer and I will create a new JavaScript file here. So I will add a new JavaScript file here. I will write JavaScript here, JavaScript, and I will just name it counter.js. And in here I will write a function and I will name it display alert, and I will say message here, and I will just say return alert message. The idea is that we're going to display an alert here, but as you can see from the name of this file, I only want this JavaScript file to be used in the counter component, so I only want to download this JavaScript file when the user actually needs it. So we will delay that by using JavaScript isolation. The first step is to make this a JavaScript module, so I will say export so that from this JavaScript module I am exporting this function. So now what I will do is that I will go to our counter component, but I will go to the backend of the counter component. Remember that we have a partial class here, and from here I will download the JavaScript module and save it into a variable. What data type is going to be that variable? It is going to be IJS object reference. So I will say IJS object reference. This is the data type of JavaScript modules in Blazor. And I will call this module, and I will come here and let's say that I only want to load the counter.js module when the user clicks on the increment count button. So here what I will do is that I will use the IJS runtime which I have here. So I will say module equal to u8eB8Jz invoke async, and I will return an IJS object reference type, and the name of the function that we're going to use is import. With import we're going to be able to download our counter.js file and import its module. Now here I have to write the address of the counter.js file, which is js counter.js, because as you can see from here it is in the JS folder and it is called counter.js. Now let's put semicolon here, and now I am going to be able to use my display alert function that I have here. For that I will say await module dot, and I will say invoke void async, because this function that I have here doesn't return anything meaningful to us. And here I will say display alert, and here I will pass the message, which in my case is going to be just hello world. Now see what we're doing here. I am invoking this display alert function through the IJS object reference instance that I have here, which represents this JavaScript module that I have here. This is very important because now we cannot use this display alert method through the IJS runtime. No, we cannot use directly the IJS runtime. We have to use the IJS object reference that imports that JavaScript module that I have here. And that is the way that I can use to encapsulate functions in JavaScript modules. And also, when I do this import is when the counter.js file is going to be downloaded. Let's see that. Let me save everything, Ctrl+Shift+S, and then I will go back to Google Chrome and I will refresh the page. And let me press F12 and I will refresh one more time. And you're going to see something. You are going to see that we don't have the counter.js file here. And I will clear everything and I will click on the click me button, and now is when we get the counter.js file downloaded. This means that indeed we are delaying the loading of this JavaScript file until the moment that I actually need it. Again, this is something that can make your application load faster on the first time, because this way you are only downloading the files that you need in order for your application to work. You can delay certain files to be downloaded in the future. We can do the same with DLLs or with components by using lazy loading. We're going to talk later about lazy loading, but the important thing here is that you can also delay the loading of JavaScript files. Sometimes we will want to have some styling rules that will only apply to a certain component and not to any other component. For example, here in our counter component we have this title, and in fetch data we have this other title. And so what if I want to color this in red, but I don't want to apply that styling to our title in the fetch data component? For that we can use CSS isolation. With CSS isolation we will have a CSS file that will only apply to the corresponding component that it is configured to apply to. Let's see that. Let's go to Visual Studio, and what we're going to do is that we're going to go to the Pages folder, and here I will create a new CSS file whose rules will only apply to the counter component. For that we're going to create a new item here, and I will select CSS or style sheet, and I will use the following naming. I will say counter.razor.css, and I will press enter, and now we will see that we have under the counter component we have the counter razor CSS file, And Blazor is configured to treat this CSS file in a special manner, because whatever styling rule that I use here will only apply to the counter component. For example, if we go to our counter component, we will see that we have an h1 as the title, so I can say h1 and I will say color red, and that's actually it. Now what I have to do is that I need to compile my application, and then I will go back to Google Chrome and I will go to counter and I will press Ctrl F5 to do a hard refresh, and as you can see we have this in red. And not only that, but if I go to fetch data, you are going to see that we have this in black, which means that indeed we are using CSS isolation, because the CSS file that we just created only applies to our counter component. Now, what happens if we have a CSS rule that applies to the whole application? Which one takes precedent, the global CSS rule or the CSS rule in CSS isolation? Well, for that we can make a test. Let's go back here and let's go to the www root directory and let's go to CSS, app CSS, and here I will say h1, I will say color blue, and I will save, and I will go back here and I will go to fetch data and I will press Ctrl F5, and as you can see we have this in blue because that app CSS file is a CSS file that applies to the whole application. But if I go to counter, you are going to see that we have this in red. What this means is that CSS isolation takes precedence over global styling, so that you can definitely have some global CSS rules in your application, and you can be sure that with CSS isolation you are going to have more specific rules that are going to have precedent over the global rules. So in our case we see that this rule that we have here in the counter Blazor file takes precedence over this CSS rule that we have in the app CSS file. We can make reference to components from our C# code, for example, to invoke its functions. Let's see an example of this. In this video, we are going to build a confirmation component which we will be able to use in different parts of our application. But now we will make a small example just to see how to grab a reference of a component from C# code. And we do that by using @ref. And then we must name where we are going to store the reference to this movies list component. In our case, we can create a field right here, which is going to be of type movies list, since this is the movies list component. I can just name it movies list, and here I can say movies list. And now from code, I can use this reference, for example, to read the values of some properties of the movies list component, or to invoke some of its methods. I could come here and say movies list dot, and as you can see, we can see the movies parameter, which is this parameter that we have here. If I were to create, just as an example, public void something, the something method, we could come here and we could invoke the something method. This is a great way to invoke methods from components from C# code. But now let's see a real example. Let's remove this, and this, and this. And as I said, what we are going to do is that we are going to create a confirmation component. And for that we will need to use component references, as we will see in just a minute. Let's first create a component. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to Shared, and let's create a new component, new item, Blazor component, and we will name it Confirmation. We will remove this, and here what we are going to do is that we are going to use Bootstrap style for our component. We will start with a backdrop, which is going to be an special effect that will make the background darker. I am going to copy and paste some code because it will be boring for you to see me typing all of this. Now we need a modal content, then a modal header. After the modal header, we have the modal body. So we are going to say here body. And finally, we have a modal footer. Now, what are we going to put inside of these sections? In the header, we will have a title and a link that will allow the user to close the model. In the body, we're going to have a render fragment to allow the user to define what content to put here. And in the footer, we are going to have two buttons, one for cancel and one for OK. So for all of these, we need a few parameters. Let's start with the parameter for the title. We're going to give it a default value, confirm. Then another parameter for the render fragment. Since we're only going to use one render fragment, we can name it child content. And another parameter for an event callback, because we want to let the parent component know that a button has been clicked, whether it is the onConfirm for the OK button or onCancel for the cancel button. Now let's go up here. Let's create a header 5, class model title, and let's create a link that will allow the user to close the model. We will use an X for that. And here on the button, we're going to execute onCancel, class close. Now in the body of the model, we're going to say simply child content. That one was easy. And here on the footer, we're going to put two buttons, one for the onCancel. We're going to make it a secondary button, and we're going to duplicate that button for the onConfirm, and we will make it a primary button. Now this should be enough, at least for startings. Let's go back to the movies list component, and let's just drop our confirmation component right here, and let's see what we got. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application. And here, as you can see, we have our model, we have the confirmed title, we have the body that is empty, and we have our two buttons, cancel and OK, and a close link right here. So this is fine, but as you can see, immediately after we open the application, the model is being displayed. This is not something that we want. So what we have to do is to allow the parent component to define when should we display the model. For that, we can make two methods in the confirm component to allow it to show itself or to hide itself. So let's do that. Let's go back to Visual Studio. Let's go to the confirmation component. And what we are going to do is that we're going to create a private variable here. And we will name it display confirmation. And by default, this is going to be false. Then we're going to come here and we're going to use an if display confirmation. And we will put everything inside of the if. And let's go back down here and we're going to create two methods. Public void show, which is going to say display confirmation equal to true. And we're going to do the same for hide. Let's say hide display confirmation equal to false. And now what we want is to be able to run these methods from our movies list component. So what we're going to do is that we're going to get a reference of the confirmation component. For that we will say ref, we will name it confirmation, and we will say here confirmation, and with that we have a reference of the confirmation component. And so when we run the delete movie method, we're going to run the show method, confirmation show. Finally, let's define a body for our confirmation component. Let's just say something like, do you wish to delete this movie? And now let's compile our application and let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page and let's click on delete. And as you can see now, we have, do you wish to delete this movie here? And now what we're going to do is that we need to work on these cancel and OK buttons. So let's go back here and let's create two methods down here, which are going to be onConfirm and onCancel. Here we're going to do movies remove movie, but we need a reference of the movie. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create a field movie to be deleted, And here we will say movie to be deleted equal to the movie that the user clicked to delete. And here we will say movie to be deleted. And then we will say confirmation height to hide the model. And we're going to say movie to be deleted equal to null. Let's do the same for cancel. Confirmation height movie to be deleted equal to null. And finally, let's put the name of the movie here. Instead of do you wish to delete this movie, we're going to say do you wish to delete movie to be deleted title. And let's delete this. And finally, let's pass these two methods to our confirmation component. So let's go here and let's say onCancel equal to onCancel and onConfirm equal to onConfirm. Now let's compile the application again and let's go back to Google Chrome and let's refresh the page and let's click on delete Moana. And as you can see, we have do you wish to delete Moana. If I click on cancel, then nothing happens. And if I click again and click on OK, then Moana has been deleted. So as you can see, we can use the reference directive to grab a reference of a component. We know that components can receive parameters. These parameters can come from different places, such as the parent component and even from the browser's URL. In addition to this, we can receive parameters from an ancestor component through the cascading parameters. By ancestor, I mean the parent of the parent, or even the parent of the parent of the parent component, and so on. With cascading parameters, an ancestor component can define a value, and that value can be accessed by any child component. This can be useful to define values that should be used throughout the application. Another use that we will explore later is to preserve data when the user browses our application. To use cascading parameters, we can use the cascading value components as follows. We are in the main layout, which means we are at the component that it is going to be the ancestor of every component of our application. Therefore, we can do the following. I will say cascading value, and I will nest this body inside of the cascading value, and I will define a value, which is going to be propagated throughout the whole application. For that, I am going to use a variable. Let's say color, private string color equal to red, for example. And now we will say here color. And then this color will be accessible throughout the application. For example, if we go to the counter class of the counter component, remember that we have a counter partial class that we can use with our counter component. We can retrieve that color variable using cascading parameter. Let's say cascading parameter. So instead of parameter, as we usually do, for cascading parameters, we use the cascading parameter attribute. And now let's say public string color, and with this we will be able to retrieve the color defined in the main layout. Let's use it. Let's go to the counter component, and I will use it here. I will say style color equal to add color. And now I can compile the application, and we can see we got an error. Let's go back here, and we forgot a semicolon. And now let's compile the application. Let's go to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page. Let's go to the counter component, and as we can see, we have red here. And now let's change it. Let's go back to the main layout and let's change it from red to blue. Let's compile the application again, and let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page, and we have blue here. So as you can see, we are retrieving the color value. Now, we are not only limited to using one single cascading value. We could use several cascading values. For example, let's say that I want to define another value, and we will call it size, and by default it's going to be 12 pixels. And now, how can I define this value here? Well, I can use another cascading value. I can say value size, and I can put the body inside of the two cascading values. And this will not be okay because we have several cascading values of the same data type. We now have to define a name for each cascading value. For that, we can say name, and we can put just color here for the color value, and name size here for the size value. And now I come back here to the cascading parameter, and I need to define the name. As you can see, we have name here, and I will just say color because this is the name that we placed here, and I will do the same for the size cascading parameter. I am going to duplicate this line, I am going to say size and size here, and now I am retrieving correctly the color value and the size value. Now let's use it. Let's go to the counter component, and let's go to this paragraph right here, and let's say style, color, font size, size. And now let's recompile the application again. Let's go back to Google Chrome, let's refresh the page, and as you can see, this paragraph appears in a smaller font size. Now, if you want to pass several values as cascading parameters, it is better to use a class. That way, you will not have to be defining several cascading values, but you will have to do it only once. So let's see that. Let's go back to the Visual Studio, let's go back to the main layout, and let's create a class here, app state. Of course, you could define this class in its own file. We will just keep it simple, and we will do it right here, though we have to define this as public, and this as public also, and these are going to be properties. So I'm going to say get and set here, and now of course I am going to define a new app state equal to new app state, and this object is what I'm going to pass as a cascading value. So I can delete one of these, and now I can even delete the name because it will suffice with the data type. I will say app state, and now I will go to the counter class. I will delete one of these, I will delete the name also, and I will say app state, and I will bring this namespace, and I will say here app state, and now I will go back to the counter component, and instead of colors I will say app state.color, app state.color, app state size. Now let's compile the application and let's confirm that this still works. Let's go back to Google Chrome, let's refresh the page, and as you can see, this still works. Now, this is okay, but we would like it to make it a little bit more dynamic. What we're going to do now is that we're going to build two drop-down lists so that we can change the value of our app state, and we're going to see how these values get propagated throughout the application. For that, let's go back to Visual Studio, and let's create two drop-down lists here. Let's create a div. We're going to use Flexbox. Let's say div with 150 pixels. Let's make a select, and let's say bind because we want to bind this select to a property of the app state. So let's say app state color, margin top, and now let's give it a few options, red and blue, and we will say value green, value red, and value blue. And we're going to do the same for the size drop-down list. Let's just change this, and we will say 12 pixels, 20 pixels, and 30 pixels. And that should be enough. Let's compile the application, and we're going to see that every time we update the drop-down lists, this change is reflected in our component. We can change the color, we can change the size of this paragraph, and also if we go back to Visual Studio and we go to the index component, let's go to the index razor component, we are going to use our cascading value, our cascading parameter, app state, app state. Let's bring this namespace. This is why it's better to have this in its own file. App state, get and set. And now let's say here, style, color equal to app state, color. And now let's compile the application again. Let's refresh the page. And let's go to home. And we will see that this is blue. And now if I make it green, for example, then as you can see, this is green also, which means that we can use cascading parameters to have values that will be propagated throughout the application. We can define them in the main layout and they will be accessible throughout the whole application. Or, of course, we can define it in a parent component and only the child components of that parent component are going to have access to the cascading parameter value. And as you can see, even if you navigate throughout the application, the values of the cascading parameters remain the same.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In this video, we are going to explore how to do debugging in a Blazor WebAssembly application. The idea is that when the application is running, you may want to stop the execution of the application and explore the values of variables and also execute the application step by step so that you can understand better what is going on. We can do that by setting a breakpoint. For example, here we are in our index.razor file and here we have this addNewMovie method. Let's say that I want to stop the execution of the application when we arrive at this line of code, when we execute this line of code. We can do that by placing a breakpoint here, so I will click on here, and with this I have set a breakpoint. Now, before we execute the application in debugging mode, we have to go to the launch settings JSON file of our server project. For that, we are going to go here to the Solution Explorer and let's expand our server project and let's go to Properties, and here we have the launch settings file, and here we should have a inspect URI property. I don't have it, so I need to put it here. Now, if you already have it, then you are good to go. But in my case, I need to paste the following code. This inspect URI with this value that we have here. If you don't have this value here, then you can find it on the resources of the video. Now let's go here and let's also paste the exact same code here. And with this, we are good to go. Let's go back here and make sure that we have our breakpoint here. And what is going to happen, it is that when I click this button, Add New Movie, the application is going to stop executing because this line of code will be executed. Let's test this. Let's press F5 to run the application in debugging mode. And here we are in Google Chrome and the application is loading. And now let me click on Add New Movie. And as you can see, we are here in Visual Studio and we have hit the breakpoint. And now we can, for example, explore the value of this movie's variable that we have here. I can see that the size of this movie's list is 3 because there are 3 elements in this movie's variable. Now I can press F10, for example, to execute the immediate next step of the application. I can also use this button that we have here, which is called Step Over, or press F10. Let me press F10, and now I can see that we are in this line of code, and I can see again the movie's variable, and because we just added a new movie, now we can see that the new value of the size property of the movie's variable is 4 because we just added a new movie. Now, if we want to continue with the execution of the application, we can press continue or press F5. I will press F5, and as we can see, we are here, and now we have a new movie here. Now let's go back to Visual Studio. I want to make another test. Let's go to the Fetch Data component, and let's go down here to the uninitialized async, and I want to place a breakpoint here, and I also want to place a breakpoint in the weather forecast controller. The idea of this method is that it is making an HTTP request to our ASP.NET Core web application, to the web API. And that HTTP request is being handled by a weather forecast controller. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, and let's go here to Controllers, and let's go to the weather forecast controller. And here we have this method get, that is the one that it is being executed when we do the HTTP request to our weather forecast controller. And here, as we can see, we are serving a few weather forecast data so that our front end will display it. So what we're going to do is that we're going to place this breakpoint here so that after we execute this line of code, we're going to see that effectively we will execute this line of code of our ASP.NET Core application. It is important to notice that this code that we have here, this C# code that we have here, will be executed in the user's browser. But this weather forecast controller that lives in the server project, we are in the server project, this code will be in our secure server, in our ASP.NET Core web application, which means that this code will not be in the user's browser, only this code that we have here. So let's go to Google Chrome and let's see this. Let's click on Fetch Data, and we immediately execute the uninitialized async method, and we are here in this line of code. This line of code has not executed, and it will be executed when I press F5. So let me press F5, and now we are here in our weather forecast controller, which is our server project. And here we can, for example, press F10 and execute line by line so that we can have a better understanding of the execution of our application. Now I can press F5 to run the rest of the application, and now we have a result here on the screen. As we can see, we can use debugging in Blazor WebAssembly by putting breakpoints in Visual Studio. In this video, we are going to explore the use of timers in Blazor WebAssembly. And also, we are going to use iDisposable to dispose the resources used by a component that we will create. For that, we are going to create a new project. We are going to select Blazor app. We will name it Rock, Paper, and Scissors, since what we are going to do is that we are going to create a Rock, Paper, and Scissors game. Let's click on Create, and we're going to select a Blazor WebAssembly application, and we are not going to click on ASP.NET Core Hosted since we do not need an ASP.NET Core server. Now let's click on Create, and this will create our project. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to open our index component, we will clean it, and we will start working. As we said, what we're going to do is that we're going to build a game of rock, paper, and scissors. The first thing that we need is 3 images, one for rock, another for paper, and the last one for scissors. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's open our project, open folder in File Explorer, and we will have this. Let's go to the www root and let's paste the following images: paper, rock, and scissors. We will use those images in our project. Now let's go back here and let's start creating our application. We will start with a header, rock, paper, and scissors, and we will have a play again button. And let's create the initial structure of our application. We're going to create a div. In this div, we're going to display the selection of the opponent. So let's say style, display flex, we will use flexbox, justify content center, we want it in the middle of the screen, and we will want some margin, 20 pixels, and for now we're just going to hardcode an image here. We'll say paper JPEG, and we will say class image. And now we're going to display the images of the user, the 3 options that our user have, which are rock, paper, and scissors, of course. Let's remove this margin, and now for now we're going to hardcode our 3 images, which are the options that the user has to use. It is going to have these 2 classes, And let's clone this, and let's say rock and scissors. Now let's create these CSS classes. For that, we're going to go to the www.root CSS. We can use the site CSS, or we can create our custom CSS if we want. But I'm going to use this one. I will say image. We'll give it a width of 1200 pixels. Same for the height. And we're going to make a small transition. And we need a selectable image class. Transform. We're going to make it so that when we hover over the image, it will grow a little bit. And cursor pointer. And we need a semicolon here. And we need hover here. And now let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application to see what we have. So as you can see, we have this, though these images are too close together. So we will separate them a little bit. This here should be a space around. Now let's compile the application again. Let's go back here, refresh. And this is better. As you can see, these are the images that represent the options of the user to play. And this is the image of the opponent. Now let's go back to Visual Studio and let's give this button some style. We'll make it button info. And now let's work on the functionality of our game. Let's think about what we need. Here what we want to have is the images rock, paper and scissors changing in a loop. So for that we need a functionality that runs at intervals. So for that we need a timer. With a timer we can execute a method at intervals. Let's use a timer here. Let's say timer, and we need a namespace. For that we're going to come here and we'll say using system timers. And so we have the timer type here. We're going to use a lifecycle method. For that we will say protected, override, void, uninitialized. So that here we can initialize the timer. So timer equal new timer. Timer interval, of course we can define an interval after which a method will be executed. So we want to execute a method every 500 milliseconds. What method do we want to execute? Well, let's create it. Say private void timer on elapsed, and we need the following signature. We need to have an object sender and elapsed event args e, and now we can say timer elapsed, and we can assign this method timer on elapsed, and we can start the timer start. So this means that after 500 milliseconds this method is going to be executed at intervals. So let's see an example. Let's say console write line, let's say executed, and let's compile the application and see this working. Let's go back here, let's refresh the page, let's press F12, and as you can see we have executed and it is executing every half a second. Now if we go to the counter component, you can see that our timer is still executing. This is a problem because it means that the resources of the timer has not been disposed. In order to handle that, we have to use the interface iDisposable. Our component must implement the iDisposable interface so that we can dispose the timer. So let's do that. Let's go back to Visual Studio. So to solve this problem, we are going to use the interface iDisposable. In order to define an interface for a component, we have to use the implements directive, and here we will put iDisposable. iDisposable tells us that we have to implement a dispose method, so let's do that. Let's come here and let's say void dispose, and we will say if the timer is not null, then we are going to dispose the timer. We can dispose the timer because if you take a look here and you see on component, you can see that it implements iDisposable. Therefore, we can say timer dispose so that the timer will get disposed. Now let's compile the application and see that this fixes our problem. We have a problem here because we need to make this public. Now let's compile the application again, and it works. So let's go back to Google Chrome and let's press F12. And as you can see, we have executed being printed in the console. And if we go to the counter component, as you can see, it stopped. And if we go back to the index component, it again restarts. If we go away, it stops. So we have fixed the issue. Now let's continue with our game. Let's go back here. And what we are going to do is that we are going to create a class and two enums. Let's start by creating the enums. Let's go to here. We can create a folder which we will call helpers. And we will create first an enum, new item, and we will name it option, rock, paper, scissors. It will be an enum, and it will have rock, paper, scissors as the three options of the game. Let's create another enum here, new class. We'll name it game status, and this will be victory, loss, and draw, and we have to make this an enum. And finally, let's create a new class which we will call game, or better, we will name it hand, because it will represent the hand of the user or the option selected. So for this we will say public option RPS. This represents what the user selected, whether rock, paper, or scissors. Now we need to know what does this option wins against to. So we will say wins against. So for example, if we have scissors here, then scissors wins against paper. And now let's say option RPS, the same but loses against. So if we have scissors, scissors loses against rock. And now let's create a method that is going to handle a game. So we're going to say game status, play against, and we will say hand, opponent hands. So we are going to play against an opponent. We're going to say if our option, whatever we choose, we can actually name this as selection, which I think is more clear. Selection equal to opponent hand, selection. If they are the same, then it is a draw. So we're going to say game status, draw. But if loses against is equal to the opponent's hand or the opponent's hand selection, then it means we lost. So we will say return game loss. And finally, if it is neither case, then it means we win. So if our opponent choose whatever we lose against, then it means we lost. And if it isn't a draw, and if it isn't a loss, then it is a victory for us. Now let's create a list of all the possible hands. We're going to do that in the index component. Let's go here, above timer, we're going to say list hand, and in order to have access to the hand class, we need a using statement. So we can say using rock, paper, and scissors helpers, and now let's say hands. This is really important because our opponent is going to iterate through these hands, so that way we can create the effect of the rock, paper, and scissors images changing in an infinite loop. So let's say hand, let's say selection, this can be paper, paper loses against scissors and wins against rock. We also need the image, so we're going to create here an image property, and now here we will say image equal to paper JPEG, and let's do the same for rock and scissors. We will say rock, let's put a semicolon here, and so as we said, what we want is the opponent to be iterating through these hands that we have here. So for that, what we're going to do is that in the onInitialize method, we are going to define that the hand of the opponent is going to be the first hand. So we're going to say hand here, opponent hand, and here we will say opponent hand equal to hands, the first hand, and then down here in timer on elapsed, we want the opponent iterating over the hands that we have here. So we're going to say int index opponent hand equal to 0, the first one. So we're going to say here index opponent hand equal to, we are going to add 1, and we're going to use the modulo operator hand count. So the opponent hand will be either 0, 1, or 2. Rock, paper, or scissors. We're going to say hands and index opponent hands. This value here is going to be 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. So effectively, we are going to be iterating over these 3 hands that we have here. And we need to invoke the state has changed method to let Blazor know that a change has occurred and it needs to update the component. We do this because we are on a timer on elapsed method, which is outside of the life cycle of Blazor. Blazor doesn't know what it is occurring here, so we need to use the state has changed to let Blazor know that something has changed. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to come up here, and instead of hard coding this image here, we're going to say opponent hand image, since this is going to be changing every 500 milliseconds, and here we don't need to hard code the 3 images, but we can iterate over the hands. Let's put this one here, and let's say hand image, and we can delete this too. And now we can compile the application to at least see what we're getting. Let's go to Google Chrome, let's close this, let's refresh the page, and let's go to the index component. And as you can see, we have that this image is changing continuously between rock, paper, and scissors, though it is a little bit slow. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go here and I'm going to reduce the interval to 100 milliseconds. Then I'm going to recompile the application. Let's go back here, let's refresh the page, and as you can see, this is better. And now let's finish our game. What we need now is to execute a function when we click on one of these images, and then that function is going to play the game against the opponent's hand. So let's go back here and let's create a new onClick handle here. Let's say onClick, and let's use a lambda expression. Let's say select hand, and we're going to pass the current hand in which we are at. And now let's create this method, select hand. Let's come here and let's say private void select hand, hand, hand. So we're going to say timer stop, and let's say result equal to hand play against the opponent hand, and let's say if result is equal to victory, then we will do something, else if result equal to loss, then we will do something else. So in each of these cases we want to display a message in the screen. So let's create a variable that it is going to contain that message. Let's come up here and let's say a string result message, a string empty, and let's say here if a string is not empty, result message, we will say something like result message, and we also want some styling, so we are going to say color result message color, and we're going to create that variable right now, a string result message color, a string empty also. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to say if it is a victory, we're going to display the message you won, and for the color we're going to use green, and let's repeat this here and here. Here we will say you lost, and we will use red, and then here we will say draw, and we will use the color black. Finally, we need to implement the play again button, so we're going to say on click play again, and let's create that method. Let's say private void play again, and we will say timer start, and the result message should be equal to a string empty, and that should be it. Now let's press Ctrl Shift B and let's see our game. Let's refresh the page, and we can play. We can select rock, and it was a draw, so let's play again. I'm going to select paper, and I lost. And as you can see, we have then, oh, I won. So as you can see, we can use timers to execute methods at intervals, and we can use a disposable to dispose the resources of our classes and components. Components help us separate our applications into reusable parts. A component has a visual part and a logical part. Parameters allows us to pass information to a component. Events helps us execute functionality in response to user action. Data binding will help us synchronize the value of a component or HTML element with a C# variable. Event callback type parameters allow us to pass events as a parameter to a component. Render fragment allows us to parameterize sections of content of a component. The life cycle of a component allows us to perform actions during key moments of the life cycle of a component. We have the onInitialize, onParameterSet, and onAfterRender options. Dependency injection allows us to supply a class with its dependencies. We can also do this with components, which means that the dependencies of our components can be injected by a dependency injection system. We can execute JavaScript code from a Blazor application. Also, we can execute C# code from a JavaScript function. We can use the ref attribute to save a reference of an HTML element or a component to manipulate it from C# code. Finally, we saw that cascading parameters allow us to pass parameters to a component from any ancestral component. We also learned that with JavaScript isolation, we can download JavaScript files at the moment that we need to by making them JavaScript modules and then downloading those modules from our C# code and storing that module inside of a variable. We also saw the technique of CSS isolation, which allows us to have CSS styling rules that only apply to a specific component. It is important to give our users the option to navigate within our application. We can achieve this with routable components. Hello, my name is Felipe Gavilan, and in this module, we are going to talk about routing. We will start this module talking about the page directive. Later, we will see the app Razor file, through which we can configure the router of our application. Then, we will talk about Navigation Manager, route parameters, and route restrictions. We will see what navlinks are. Finally, we will learn about lazy loading so that we can delay the download of DLLs. We will start this module talking about the page directive. Before we dive into this routing module, we are going to clean up our application. We are going to remove code that is not relevant to our Blazor Movies application. For example, we are here in the main layout, and I will delete this. And I will delete this code section from here. And let me close this, and I will go to services, and we are going to delete this because this was just an example. Delete, OK. And we're here in the program class. We are also going to remove these services from here, and we're also going to close this. And let's go here, and I will remove our confirmation component since we're not going to use it, which means that I can delete all of this and this confirmation. I will uncomment this out. I will remove these two methods. I will remove our lifecycle examples. This should be fine this way. Also, we are going to delete this and this, since we don't really want the delete buttons to be displayed just because of a checkbox, but we want them to be displayed if the user is an administrator. We're going to do that later. And let's remove this from here. Let's also go to the counter razor component. Let's remove this. We're going to remove all of this. We will remove this also. This and this and this. Now let's go to our counter partial class. and let's remove this. We're going to remove a lot of code from here. Let's remove this, and all of this, and all of this also. And we will make this not async, and this should be fine. Now let's go to the index razor component, and same way, we're going to remove this, and all of this. Let's remove this, and this. As you can see, our code has been greatly simplified. Let's compile the application and see that everything works. It does compile, so we are great. Something that I want to do is to move forward a little bit with the design of our application. So I am going to go to the movie class, and I am going to add a new property which is going to be called poster, which will have the poster image of the movies. That way, our list of movies is not just going to be a simple list, but it will have the poster of each movie. Now let's go to our individual movie component. Let's say individual movie, and I am going to delete all of this, and I am also going to delete this, and let's start with this. I'm going to create a div which is going to have a class which is going to be called individual movie container. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to place that class not into the site CSS that we have here in the www root CSS, but we're going to create our own CSS file. So we're going to come here and let's say CSS style sheet. We can call it custom. Let's delete this, and let's say individual movie container. We will say margin 2%. Margin bottom, and text align center. So we have this. Now what we need is first the image, which is going to be a link. We'll say image search movie poster. Let's put an at here, so it is a C# expression, alt poster, class movie poster, and let's create a class right now. Let's go here, and we will give it a width of 300 pixels. Now let's use a paragraph here for the movie title, and let's put a div here, class button info. This will allow the user to edit the movie, and button, and we will say here delete, onclick, delete movie, invoke async, and we will pass it the movie. Again, this is something that will not be displayed to every user. This will only be displayed to users that are administrator, but for now we're just going to leave it like this. Now let's style this paragraph. So we're going to use this, and let's say max width 225, bold. Now let's go back here, and we need to think about something. We want our movies to be displayed in a horizontal manner, so I don't want a title that it is too long to occupy too much space. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create a new property here that will be in a string, and it will be called title brief, which basically will say if the title is null, then return null. And if the title length is more than 60, then let's do a substring. Return title substring 60 plus ellipsis. Else, just return the title. Now we're going to use this property title brief. We have to say return here. Now we're going to use this title brief property, and we will put it here. Now, as we said, we want to have the movies in a horizontal manner, so we're going to use Flexbox for that. Let's go to the movies list component, and let's do the following. Movies container, and let's create this class. We will use Flexbox, flex wrap, align items, center. Now let's go back here, and let's put this over here. Now what we want to do is to go to our repository Remember that we have a repository in memory class from which we are serving our movies, and what we want to do is to fill some information for the poster. So we're going to say poster, and there are several ways in which we can get this image. We can go to IMDb, so for that we can go to Google Chrome, and we can look for the movie that we want to find its poster. In this case, for example, Spider-Man. We can click on here. Let's get this one, which is bigger. Copy image address. And I can go back to Visual Studio and paste that here. Of course, we are going to get this image from our database soon, when we build our movies form. But for now, we just want to test that the UI looks correctly. So this is why we're using IMDb images. Now, we can do the same for Moana and Inception. And so we have the images for Moana and Inception. And now we can test our application. Let's press Ctrl F5. And as you can see, we have the images, but pretty big, which means that we forgot to add our custom CSS file to our index.html. So we can go to the index.html. Let's copy this and let's say custom. And now let's press Ctrl F5. And as you can see, we have our three movies side by side: Spider-Man, Moana, and Inception. In an application, it is normal that we want our users to navigate between screens. The first thing we need to do for that is to configure routing rules in our application. The routing rule helps us define which component will appear on the screen according to the URL in which the user is located. In Blazor, these routing rules are configured using the page directive. The page directive works in a quite similar way to the route attribute we use in ASP.NET Core applications. In them, we can define the route through which we want to render a specific component, in addition to which we can indicate route parameters, as we will see in a future video. An example of the use of the page directive can be seen in the index component. Let's go to Visual Studio to see this. We are here in Visual Studio, and as we can see, we are in the index component, and here we have an example of a page directive. The idea here is, with the page directive, we can define through which URL we can access our component. In this case, what we have is that this component is located at the root of our application, which means that if we go to Visual Studio, you can see that we are at the root of our application, which means that we are getting the index component here. If we go back here and we change this to, for example, index, we can compile the application, and now this component will be accessible through the index route. So if we go back to Google Chrome and we write here /index and we press enter, you will see that we have again the index component. Please notice that when defining a route, that route has to start with a slash. If I remove the slash, you will see that we get an error. As you can see, we're getting an error because the first character of a route has to be an slash. So let's put the slash back here. We're not limited to only having one page attribute per component. We can have several page directives. For example, we can say page slash. In this way, we can access this component through the root of our application or through the index route. Let's see that. Let's compile the application and let's go back to Google Chrome. We can refresh the page, and as you can see, we get the index component, and if I remove index from here and I press enter, we are at the root of our application and we again arrive to the index component, which means then that any component can have many routes. If we go here to counter, you will see that we have counter written here, and here we have the counter component, which means that if we go to the counter component, we can press Ctrl comma and write here counter, and as you can see, we have page directive counter slash counter. So this is the route of this counter component. Now, what happens if we get it wrong? By that I mean what happens if we come here and instead of writing counter, we write counter2. After pressing enter, we are met with this page that says, sorry, there is nothing at this address. Where does this message come from? And can we customize it? The answer is yes, we can customize it, and this message comes from the app.razor file. We will see that next. In the previous video, we saw that if we navigate to the counter2 page, which is not a route of our application, we are met with the message, sorry, there is nothing at this address. We were wondering, where does this message come from? This message comes from the app.razor file. Let's go to Visual Studio and see this. Let's go here, let's go to the Solution Explorer, and let's go to the root of our application. And here, as you can see, we have the app.razor file. At the configuration level, the routing of our application is configured in this file that we have here. As you can see, here we have the router component that handles everything related to the routing logic of our application. For example, here we control what layout to use, as you can see here. So as you can see here, we have the not found component, which is the one that is shown in case the route in which the user is located is not a route of our application. Thus, within this component, we can customize a 404 not found message. And here we have, sorry, there is nothing at this address. So we have answered our question, which was, where does the sorry, there is nothing at this address message come from? We can modify this message if we want. For example, we could make it red. We can say style, color red. We can compile the application, and we can come back here, we can refresh the page, and as you can see, we have the message in red. Let's go back here, and of course, we are not limited to only displaying messages here. We could create a component that will allow us to run JavaScript code when no component is found for the current route. Let's see an example of this. We can go to the Solution Explorer. We can create a new component, which we will call custom not found. Let's say custom not found. And here what we're going to do is that we're going to copy this message that we have here, and we will paste it here. And we can use the onInitialize lifecycle method to run C# code when the user arrives to this component. So let's say protected, override, void, onInitialize, and we can just do a console write line, just as a test, 404 not found, let's say. This could be important because here you can do whatever you want. For example, you could redirect the user to a special page, you could log what URL did the user try to access, and this could be important because with this, you could detect broken links in your website. So let's run this example. Let's go here and let's say custom not found. We can actually make this smaller like this. And now let's compile the application. Let's actually make a change here. Let's change this to blue. Now let's compile again. And let's go here. Let's refresh the page. Let's press F12. And as you can see, we have this in blue. And here we have 404 not found. The important thing is that if you come here to the index page and you refresh the page, you can see that we're not getting the 404 not found message in the console, which means that this functionality that we have here is only running if no routable component is found. We remember that a routable component is a component that has a page directive. Let's go back here and keep studying what we have. Here we have a layout view. With a layout view, you can define a layout to use in which you will render some content. In this case, we are saying that we want to use the main layout. If you remember from the previous module, the main layout is the one that we have here in share, which has a body in which this content that we have here is going to be rendered. Besides the not found component, we have the found component, which defines what we are going to display to the user if a routable component is found. And in this case, as you can see, we're using a route view and defining the default layout as, again, the main layout. So as you can see, you could define different layouts for the not found case and the found case. Now that we know a little bit more about the page directive and the appraiser file, we are ready to start building some components that are going to be important in our application. For example, let's create a component which will allow us to create movies through the application. For that, let's go to the Solution Explorer, and what we are going to do is that we're going to come here to Pages and we're going to create a new folder just for organization purposes. We're going to say Movies. Here we will have components related to movies, and let's create a new component which we will call Create Movie. And we will give it a route because this is going to be a routable component. Here we will say movies/create. And now we can compile the application. We can go back to Google Chrome. We can minimize this. We can close this. And let's say movies, create. And as you can see, we are here in the create movie component. Let's also create a component for editing a movie. Let's go here. And let's give it a route. Now we have to do the same for other entities of our application. For example, we will have a person entity which will represent actors. So let's go here, let's create a new folder, and it will be called people. Now let's do the same. Let's create two new components, create person, and the same for edit person. And let's give them routes, person create, and let's do the same here, person edit. And let's do the same for the genre entity. Let's go here, let's say genres, new folder, genres, and let's also create two components, one for creating genres, create genre, let's say page / genre create, and let's do the same for editing genres. We are going to implement all of these components in the next module when we talk about forms. We will also create a new component for the movies folder, which is going to be related to visualizing a single movie. So let's go here. When I say visualizing a single movie, I don't mean like in the sense of this movie that we have here. I mean when you click on the movie here, for example, you are going to be taken to a new page which will have the trailer of the movie, the actors of the movie, the plot of the movie, etc. So let's create that component. Let's go here. We will call it details movie. Let's click on add. And we're going to say here page / movie / and here we will put the ID of the movie, but we will do that later. For now, let's go to the individual movie component, which is this component that we have here. And what we're going to do is that we're going to allow the user to navigate to the details movie component from here. For that, what we are going to do is that we're going to create a new variable here, movie URL. And on the initialize method, we are going to assign a value to the movie URL variable, which for now is just going to be movie URL movie, which is this route that we have here. And now let's come up here and let's say href movie URL, and let's do the same with this. Let's use an anchor here and let's say href movie URL. Now if we compile the application, you will see that now we can come here, we can refresh the page, and we go to the details movie here, and I can do the same by clicking on the name of the movie. It is clear that we can use links to navigate from one route to another. However, sometimes we will want to use code to send the user to another part of our application. For that, we can use the Navigation Manager service. Let's see an example of this. If you remember from the previous video, we created a new component which is located in the route movies create. Let's go there. Here we will have a form through which we will be able to create a movie, and that movie will be saved in a database. Now we will have a save button that will allow us to save that movie. Let's create that button, and what we are going to do is that after pressing that button, and let's say after processing the creation of our movie, we want to redirect the user to the details page of that movie. So let's do that. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, and let's go to the Create Movie component. And what we are going to do is that we're going to create a new button, which is going to say Save Movie, and we will give it some styling, class button primary, and we will execute a method which will be called Save Movie. Now, if you wanted to create a Create Movie method like this, you will have to create a method called Create Movie, of course. Create Movie, but there will be a problem here because you cannot have a member of a component with the same name of the component. That means that we cannot have a variable with the name Create Movie or a method with that name. As you can see, we're getting an error here, which says that member's name cannot be the same as their enclosing type. So you cannot create a field with the Create Movie name nor a method, so we have to name it another way. For example, Save Movie. That will be fine for us. So let's say Save Movie here, and let's move on with our example. We want to redirect the user through the details component of the movie. For that, we need first the Navigation Manager service. So let's inject it. Let's come here and let's say inject Navigation Manager, and we can name it whatever we want. Navigation Manager is fine. And in order to help the user to navigate to another page, we have to say Navigation Manager, navigate to, and we will send the user to the movie route. The movie route is the one that points to the details movie components. If we go to the details movie, we will see that we have the movie route here. We can do more with the Navigation Manager than just redirecting the user to a specific page. For example, we can read the URL where the user is in. For example, we can say URI, and we can write that in the console. Let's say console write line. And with this, we're going to write the URL in which the user is at in the Google Chrome's console. So let's compile the application and see this. Let's go to Google Chrome, let's refresh the page, let's open the console by pressing F12, let's click Save Movie, and here we have that we have been redirected to the Details Movie component, and here in the console we have the URL movies create, which was the URL where the user was in. Now we have a problem here because we have movie here, but we would like to have the ID of the movie that we just created here. For example, let's say it is the first movie, so movie/1. So that way we can load the specific movie that we created. But if we press enter here, you will see that we have sorry, there is nothing at this address, which is a problem. How can we do this? How can we have a route that receives parameters? We will see that next. We know that our components can receive parameters. These parameters can come not only from a parent component, but through the browser's URL. We call these route parameters. To define a route parameter, we use the page directive as follows. We come here and let's say that we want to have the ID of the movie here after the slash. What we do is that we use keys for that. Then we say the name of the parameter. In our case, this is going to be movie ID, and we have to specify the data type of this parameter. In our case, it is int. We don't always have to do this, as we will see in just a second. For now, let's define the parameter here. Let's say parameter movie ID. The name of this parameter has to be the same of the route parameter that we have here. And now let's put the get and set. Now let's make a test. Let's use the onInitialize lifecycle method, protected, on initialized, and let's say console write line, the ID of the movie is, and here we will put the value of the movie ID parameter. With this we can compile the application. Let's go back to Google Chrome. Here you can see that we have movie/1. If we press enter, you are going to see that now we are at the details movie component, and if we press F12, we will see that we have the ID of the movie is 1, and this works for whatever number. For example, we can do a 7 here, and you can see that we have the ID of the movie is 7. So this works for any numeric parameter here. But what if we want to have the name of the movie also in the URL? For example, let's say that after the 7 we want to put the name of the movie. Let's say that it is Spider-Man. Let's press enter, and again you are going to see that we have 404 not found. What we can do, as we learned earlier in this module, is that we can define several routes. For example, let's come here and let's duplicate this code so that we have two routing rules for this component, and here we will put the name of the movie. Let's say movie name. It is going to be a string, and in that case we don't have to use a string. We do not use the parameter restrictions for strings. This will not work like this, so don't do it. Let's remove this and let's just leave it like that. And now let's create the parameter here. Parameter get and set, and we can do the same here. We can say the name of the movie is movie name, and let's compile the application again, and let's go to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page, and as you can see we have the ID of the movie 7 and the name of the movie is Spider-Man. Now what we are going to do is that now that we know how to use route parameters, we are going to define the route parameters for the edit components that we created. For example, let's go here and let's go to edit genre, and let's say /genre ID, which is going to be an integer, and let's define this parameter here, parameter get and set. And finally, let's go to our individual movie component, because now we want to redirect the user not only to the movie route, but we want it to include the ID of the movie. Now let's go here to the movie class and let's create an ID entity, ID, which for now, until we create our database, is just going to be 1 by default. But later we will fix this, of course. Now let's go back here and let's say movie ID / the name of the movie. Let's say movie title. But we are going to make a replacement, and we are going to replace spaces with dash. And now let's compile the application and see if this works. Let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's go here. Let's refresh the page so that we get the last changes. Let's close this. And if you look down on the screen, we will have /1 /Spider-Man Far From Home, /1 /Moana, and /1 /Inception. If we go to Inception, now we are at the details movie for Inception. Let's go back here. Let's go for Moana. Moana is here, and it works for every single movie. When we are at the root of our application, we can see that this element in the menu is highlighted. If we go to the counter component, then we have that this element is also highlighted. If we go to the fetch data component, then the fetch data menu option is also highlighted. And if we go through the URL to counter component, for example, then we get that the counter menu item is also highlighted. How can this be accomplished? This can be accomplished by using the navlink component. The navlink component allows you to add a styling to a navigation link or a menu option depending on where you are on the application. For example, if we are in counter, then the counter menu option gets highlighted. If you are in the index, then the index menu option gets highlighted, and so on. What the navlink component does is to add an active CSS class to the corresponding navigation menu option. For example, if we right-click here and click on Inspect, you can see that we have counter navlink active. This active is being added by the navlink component. If we go, for example, to the home menu item, we can see that we don't have an active here. We have it here on counter, but we don't have it here on the home menu option. So let's go to Visual Studio and see how this works. We are in Visual Studio and let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to Shared and let's go to the nav menu component. And here, as you can see, we have the navlink component being used for the home link, the counter link, and the face data link. And here we have an attribute that says match, and its value is navlinkmatch.all. What does this mean? With this, we can customize the algorithm that determines if the active class should be added to the specific navlink, if the user is on a specific route. We can pass two values to this match attribute, which are all and prefix. With all, we have that navlinks will be active when the href, this value that we have here, matches completely the URL. The prefix options means that the navlink will be active when the href matches the URL prefix. This is the default value, by the way. So here we have all, but here we don't have anything. We don't have a match attribute, which means then that the default value prefix is used. So for example, in the case of the counter, it will be active with URLs such as mypage.com/counter and mypage.com/counter/whatever, because the important thing is that the URL segment begins with a counter. That's why it is called prefix, because what is important is the first part of the segment. It is important to note that we use navlink only for menu items. We should not use it when we are working with any link on our page which is not part of the menu of our application. For example, if we go to the individual movie component, here you can see that we have an anchor, and that is completely fine because this is not part of the menu. So we should not use navlink here. We should only use navlink here for nav menu items. Now that we know more about the navlink component, we are going to create a few menu options. For example, one of them is going to be to visualize the genres list. Let's say genres here, and let's write genres here. And now let's create a component that is going to have the route genres, and that will allow us to display the list of genres. For that, we're going to come here and we're going to create a new component. We will call it index genres, and we will put a page directive, and we will write genres here. And now let's compile the application, and let's go to Google Chrome, let's refresh the page, and here we have genres, and as you can see we have genres here. Now let's do the same for people and for creating a movie. Let's go here, let's copy this, I will duplicate twice, and here we will put people, let's say people here. Remember that people are going to be our actors. I named them people because we could also expand or repurpose the people entity to include not only actors but directors, writers, and other people related to the movie industry. And here we're going to say movies create a movie, and here we have people, and let's create the index people component. Let's go here, people, new item, index people component, and let's just say page people. Now let's compile the application, and let's go back to Google Chrome, let's refresh the page, and we have people, create a movie, genres, page data, and other menu items. Now that we know how to navigate throughout our application, it's time for us to start working on the forms that will allow us to create movies, genres, and actors. We will see that in the next module.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In this video, we are going to talk about lazy loading. With lazy loading, we can delay the loading of assemblies of DLLs. As you know, we are using a Blazor WebAssembly application in which we are downloading DLLs into the user's browser. Here we have this client project, and this is the project that contains the code that will be downloaded to the user's browser. And what Blazor does is that, by default, it downloads every single DLL of our client project, and that includes NuGet packages. But what if we want to only download certain DLLs when we need them? For example, maybe we have a NuGet package that we only use in a component, so we only want to download that NuGet package when the user browses to that location, to the location of the component. Let's do that. First, we're going to come here to manage NuGet packages on the client project, and let me go to browse, and I will look for a package that is called MathNet Numerics. I will install this package on my client project. This project is for mathematics. We can use it for statistics, calculus, and things like that. In our case, what we're going to do is that we're going to go to the counter component. Let's go to pages. Let's go to counter, and here we have the counter razor file, the partial class, and here we're going to use that package. I am going to say here using MathNet Numerics Statistics, and we're going to do something really simple. Here in increment count, I am going to say var array equal to new double array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I want to extract the maximum and minimum value of this array. This is a really simple operation which we can do with LinQ, but this is certainly a fine example. Here we have maximum, and here I can press F12, and as you can see, this comes from our MathNet library, and I can come here and say min array minimum, and as we said, we have several more options like the mean variance, standard deviation, geometric mean, and so on. But in our case, we're going to keep it simple, and we're only going to use these two values. Now here, I want to say something like string interpolation. Let me put this here. Max is, and I will put max here, and min is, and I will put min here. And that's it. Really simple example. I will press Ctrl F5 to run my application, and let's go to counter, and let's see that I can click on here, and it is working, and everything is fine. But let's do something. Let me go here to home. I'll press F12. I'll go to application. I want to delete the cache storage for my MathNet library, so I will delete this from here. Now let me go to network, and I will refresh the page. And as you can see here, we have MathNet Numerics being loaded. But that is a problem for us because we only want to load this library when we are in the counter component, because that is the only place in which we use it. So what we're going to do is that we're going to use lazy loading. The first step for lazy loading is to block by default the loading of this DLL. For that, we can go back to Visual Studio, and let's go to the CSproj file of the client project, and I will create a new item group here, and I will say here Blazor WebAssembly lazy load, and with this what we are doing is that we can say include, and here I will put the name of the DLL that I want to not download. So I will copy this and I will paste it here, and I will say .dll, and with this I have blocked the DLL from being loaded. Let's compile the application, Ctrl-Shift-B, and let's see that. Let's see that I can come here and I can refresh, and we don't have the DLL here. And not only that, if I go to counter and I click here, you are going to see that we have an error. Let's go to console to see the error, and as you can see, the error says could not load file or assembly MathNet Numerics. Of course, we are blocking the loading of the DLL, but now, since we need to use it in the event handler of this button, then we're getting an error because the DLL hasn't been loaded. So what can we do about it? Well, what we can do is that when the user navigates to this URL that we have here, we want to load dynamically the assembly. We can do that. For that, we have to go to the AppRazor file. So let's go here and let's go to the AppRazor file. And what we're going to do is that we're going to use an event of router that fires every time the user navigates throughout the application. So let me come here and say code, and I will say private async task on navigate async, and I will say navigation context args, and this is the method that will execute every time the user navigates. For that, we have to register the handler here on navigate async, and now I can say something like if args path ends with counter. So here what I'm saying is that if the URL ends with counter, I want you to do something. And what is that something? I want to load dynamically the DLL. For that, we need to use a lazy loader. So let me come up here because I need to use dependency injection. I will inject lazy assembly loader, and we will call it lazy loader, and I need to import an using statement. So I can say here using, and I can put this here, Microsoft SPNet Core Components WebAssembly Services, which is where this class lives. And also I want to use another using because we need system reflection. And now what I'm going to do is that I will say here private list assembly, and I will call it lazy loaded assemblies. The idea is that we're going to have this list here of assemblies that will contain the assemblies that are lazy loaded. We're going to load them dynamically and we're going to pass them to the router component. So here I will say additional assemblies and I will pass the lazy loaded assemblies. So whenever I add an assembly into this list, it will be automatically available for our Blazor application. So let's do that. Let's come here and I will say assemblies. I want to load some assemblies. I will say await lazy loader dot load assemblies async, and I will say new list string, and here I will put the name of my assembly. So let's come here and let me copy this and I'll paste it here and semicolon here, and now I will say lazy loaded assemblies at range, and I will pass the assemblies, and that's actually it. With this we're using lazy loading. So let's go to Google Chrome and now let's see something. I'll press F12 and let's go to network, and we're going to see that when I go to counter, then the MathNet DLL will be downloaded. Let's go here, and as you can see we have MathNet numerics being downloaded. Now if I click on here, then you have the functionality working. Therefore, as you can see, we can use lazy loading to delay the loading of DLLs. This is important because that way you can make your application initially load faster because it won't have to download unnecessary DLLs. With the page directive, we can configure our components as routable, which means that we can access them through a URL. In the AppRazor file, we place the configuration of the Blazor router. Here, we can configure what we want the user to get if it goes to a route without components, which layout to use, among other things. With Navigation Manager, we can redirect the users of our application to different places. Route parameters are used to read the values defined in the URL from a component. Navlink is a useful component to define menu links, which are activated when the user is in the URL to which they point. We also saw that we can use lazy loading to delay the downloading of DLLs. This makes our application load faster because in this way we're avoiding to load unnecessary DLLs and we download them only at the moment they are necessary. In this video, we are going to create our first form. A form allows us to capture information entered by the user. This form will allow us to create or edit movie genres. First, what we need is to create an entity that represents a movie genre. This is important because we are going to use a special component from Blazor that makes it easy to create forms based in an entity. So let's do that. Let's go to the shared project, entities, and let's create a new class. We will call it genre, and I'll make it public, and it will have two properties, one ID property and the name of the genre. Now what we are going to do is that we're going to come here and let's go to the client project, let's go to pages, and remember that in the previous module we created the components that are going to host these forms. I have here the create genre component, so let's come here and let's start building our form. This form will only have one field, which is going to be the name field that we have here. We don't have to make a field for the ID because this ID will be automatically populated from the database. So let's go back here. As I said before, we're going to work with a special component called edit form. The edit form component makes it easy to work with forms that are based on a model. So let's say edit form, and now we need to pass it a model. This model is going to be an object that is an instance of the entity, in this case genre. So let's create a field here, genre, and let's put genre here. Now, as you know, a form can have fields and a button to submit the form, so we need to indicate what method are we going to execute when the form is submitted. So let's create that method here, private void create, and now I can say something like onSubmit. Take a look that we have onInvalidSubmit, onSubmit, and onValidSubmit. For now we're going to use onSubmit, and we will explain onValid and onInvalidSubmit in the next video. So let's say onSubmit, and let's just pass it create. Now we can create our form, we can make a div. Remember that we're just going to put one field for the name property, so we're going to say form group here. Let's create a label, name, and we're going to use a special component from Blazor that renders an input type text. If you notice, we also have components for input text area, input date, input number, input select, input checkbox, and so on. So let's say input text bind value. Now here we will say genre and the name of the field, which is name in this case. The reason why we use input text is because it has some functionality that we can take advantage of. For example, if the field is invalid, then the input type text is going to have a red border, for example. Now let's go down here and let's say button save changes. Now here I want to test that this variable that we have here will grab the value for the name property that we enter in this input type text. So for that I'm going to say console write line. Now what we need is a way to access this component. For that I am going to copy this and I'm going to go to the Solution Explorer to the index genres. I'll separate this and I will create a button here. Actually, it is an anchor, what I'm going to create, but it will have the classes button and button info, our route for the component, and let's write here new genre. Finally, we need to be careful because here, the edit form component will complain if you pass it a null value. So for now, what we're going to do is that we're going to instantiate this to an empty object. And now we're ready to test our first form. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and let's go to genres, new genre, and let's put a name here. Let's say action. Let's press F12, save changes, and as you can see, we have action here, which means that effectively our genre field that we have here, it is grabbing the value that we're putting in this input type text. But let's make another test. Let's see that if I change this to comedy, save changes, it works. But what happens if I make this empty? Then if I press save changes, as you can see, the method still runs, which is not okay because we don't want to create a genre without a name. For that, we can use validations. We have a genre form through which we can create movie genres. However, it is important to apply validation rules. Validation rules allow us to define rules which our application will verify that they are complied before taking actions. These validation rules can be defined at the level of a model. We can also define it at the database level and even at the level of our application in the business layer. For now, let's focus on validations at the model level. We can use attribute validations to define validation rules related to our entity or model. For example, regarding the genre entity, let's say we want the name field to be required. That is, we don't want the form to be posted if the user has not filled in that field. Let's see how to do this. We are here in our application and we have our form here. And if you remember, if we press the Save Changes without filling any information in the name field, then our create method gets executed, which is something that we do not want. So for that, we are going to go back to Visual Studio and we are going to use attribute validation on the genre entity. So let's come here and let's say that this field, the name field, is required. For that, we are going to use an attribute called required. Let's press Ctrl dot and let's say install package. We can find and install the latest version, or you can use install with package manager, which will allow you to choose the specific version of the package that you want to use. As you can see, I have the package here. This is the latest stable version, or you can choose another one. I'll just choose this one. And now let's go back to our genre class. Let's press Ctrl dot again, and let's bring this namespace. System component model data annotations, and now we don't have any errors here. Now let's go back here, and we need to change this onSubmit to onValidSubmit. If you remember from the previous video, we said that we have three options for submit. We have onSubmit that just runs this method create whenever the user submits the form. We have onValidSubmit that will only run the create method if every single validation rule is fulfilled. And we have onValidSubmit that allows you to execute custom functionality if the user tries to post an invalid form. So let's choose onValidSubmit. Now, in order to tell the edit form component that we want to use attribute validations, we need to use the following component, data annotations validator. And with this simple line of code, now this form is going to respect this required attribute that we have here. Let's test this. Let's press Ctrl+Shift+V to compile the application. And let's go to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page. And now if we press Save Changes, you are going to see that nothing gets written here, but our text box has now its border colored as red. This is something that happens because we are using the input text that it is aware of the validation rules enforced by the required attribute. That's why Blazor is telling us that this field has a validation issue. Now, this is not very informative because the user may not know what is the problem with the field. So it would be better if we write some kind of error message in the screen for the user. So let's do that. Let's come here and down below the input text, we're going to use the following component. Validation message for, and we need to use a lambda expression, and we will say genre name. This is, of course, this field that we have here, the one that we're using. And now with this line of code, we are going to get the validation error message that will tell the user exactly what is going on. So let's go back here, let's save changes, and now we have the name field is required. And of course, if we enter something like action, you can see that the error disappears, and we can press save changes, and we have action here. As you can see, there are many things that are working, especially because we are using Blazor components like edit form, data annotations validator, and validation message. Otherwise, we will have to do this ourselves. And of course, it is better to just use what the framework offers us. Now let's go back here and let's say that we want to customize the validation error message that we're getting. For that, we can go to the required attribute. We can open parentheses here. And as you can see, we have a property called error message. And I can say something like, this field is required. Let's say that this is the message that I want to show to the user. Now with this, I can compile the application again. Let's go back here. Let's refresh the page. And if I press Save Changes, then the new error message is, this field is required. In this video, we are going to create a form for editing genres. Let's see what we need. We need to have a form just like this one that handles genres, but instead of creating them, the form should execute an action that is going to edit the genre at the database level. Nevertheless, both forms, the create form and the edit form, have a lot of UI in common. So what we're going to do is that we're going to encapsulate the genre form inside of a component so that the create genre component and the edit genre component can reuse that form component. So let's do that. Let's go to Visual Studio and let's create a new component. Let's go here. Since it is going to be a shared component, we can create it here or we can create it here in genres. If we create it in genres, then although it is not going to be a routable component, it will be close to the create and edit genre components. Because of that, I am going to create it here just to keep it simple. Let's go here, create new item, razor component, genre form component. And what we are going to do is that we're going to take this edit form from here and we're going to cut it and we will paste it here. We're going to substitute this. And this component is going to have a few parameters. The first one is going to be the genre. So let's say genre get set, and we're going to substitute this genre here and here and here. The second parameter is of course going to be an event callback for the onValid submit. So that way, the create component can handle the creation of the genre and the edit component can handle the edition of the genre. So let's say parameter public onValid submit. And let's put onValid submit here. So now we want to reuse this genre form from our create genre component. So let's say genre form, and we need to pass it the genre and the onValid submit. The onValid submit here is going to be the create method. So when the onValid submit gets fired, the create method is going to get fired here. Now what we're going to do is that we're going to add a new console write line here. And now let's compile the application because we want to test that what we did still works. Let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page. Let's press F12. And if I write something like comedy, save changes, you can see that we have create method comedy. And if we don't write anything and we press save changes, then we get the error, this field is required, and I can certainly not run the create method. So this is working. Now let's work with the edit genre form component. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's open the edit genre component, and what we're going to do is that we're going to again reuse the genre form component. Let's say genre form, we need to pass it a model. So for that what we're going to use is the lifecycle event on initialize. Let's say protected, override, void, on initialize, because we're going to construct in memory the genre that we're going to pass to the genre form component. So let's say public genre, and let's say genre equal to new genre. Of course, this genre in the future is going to come from the database because I am going to take this ID. Then I will go to the database and fetch the data of the genre, but for now we're just going to pretend that this comes from the database. So let's say ID equal to genre ID, and name is going to be equal to, let's just say comedy for example. Now here we need to do the following. We need to say if genre is different than null, if genre is not null, then, and only then, we're going to display the genre form. Now what we want to do is to say genre equal to genre, this genre that we have here, and now let's create the method that we want to be run if the user press save changes on the form. Let's say private void edit console write line edit method id equal to, we want to make sure that the form does not edit the ID of the genre. So let's say ID here. And let's do the same for the name. Though in this case we want to make sure that the name does get updated. We need to say genre ID and genre name. We can test this. So let's compile the application to test this. Now let's go to Google Chrome. And we need to manually edit the URL because we don't have a link that points to the edit genre component. So let's say edit 7. And here we have edit genre. And as you can see, we get comedy written here by default. That is because we are hard coding comedy here. And now let's change this to, for example, action, save changes. And I think we forgot to pass on valid submit here, edit. Now let's recompile the application. Let's go back here, let's refresh. We got comedy. Now let's say action, save changes. Okay, edit method, ID 7, and name action. So as you can see, we're editing a genre. And if we delete this, we have this field is required. And if I press here, then as you can see, nothing happens here, which means that we are not only reusing the UI of the form, but we are also reusing the functionality of the form. So this way, we are using components at our advantage because we are reusing parts of the application so that we don't have to be repeating code in several places. This is a pattern that we're going to use a lot in this course when creating forms for creating and updating records. In this video, we are going to work on a component that will allow the user to filter movies. The idea here is that the user will be able to filter the movies by their title, their movie genre, if they are in theaters, or if they are upcoming movies. So let's see that. Let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's go to Client, Pages, Movies, and here we will create our component. New item, raise our component, movie filter. First, we are going to declare the page directive so that we make this component routable. And let's say movies filter, although search sounds better. And let's say here, and here we will create our form, but just to see that we can build a form without the edit form component, we're not going to use it. So let's say that we want to create a horizontal form or an inline form. So let's say form inline. This means that the controls are going to be stacked in a horizontal manner. Title. And now let's create an input type text here. The user will be able to filter by the title of the movie. So we're going to use an input type text, ID title. Now we want to synchronize the value of this input type text to a variable. So for that we're going to create a variable here, title, and we're going to use not bind but bind value. So let's say bind value. The reason why we're doing this is because we want to use a different event than the default event that is used when you use bind. The default event is called onChange, which is triggered when the user unfocus the current control. For example, in the case of the text box, this could be when the user clicks outside of the text box. But in this case, I want the value of the title variable to be updated as the user types on the input type text or the text box. So let's say bind value event. And this effect we achieve it with the onInput event. Now finally, I want that if the user press enter, I want to execute the filter function. So for that I am going to do the following. I am going to create a new method here which will be called title key press, and it will receive a keyboard events args, and here I will say on key press, and I'm going to use a lambda expression, and I will pass to the title key press this events arg. With the events arg, I can access what key did the user press. In this case, I want to say e key is equal to enter. It means that if the user press enter, then I want to execute the following action. We are going to implement this later, but for now, let's focus on our form. Let's go here and let's create yet another control. This one is going to be a select or drop-down list. So let's say form group and let's say select, and we're going to bind this to a variable that we will create right now. Let's say selected genre, and by default this is going to be an empty string, and here I will say selected genre. Actually this should be 0, because here I will say value equal to 0 select a genre, and here I will say for each genre in genres, and we're going to create a variable that is going to contain a list of genres. So let's say private list genre, and here we will say for each genre create an option value genre ID, and here I will put the genre name. Let's take a look at how this looks. Let's go to the nav menu component just to add this route as an item in the menu. I will paste it here and I will say search movies. And now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application. And here, as you can see, we have searched movies, and we see that nothing happens, and we get an error. Object reference not set as an instance of the object in line 18. So if we go back to movie filter, in line 18 we have these genres, and we have this null reference here, so we can do the following. And this should be it for now. We just want to see how it looks. So let's go back here, let's refresh the page, and now we have our form. Here we will be able to filter by the title of the movie, Spider-Man for example, and here we will be able to select a movie genre. Now that we know how to work with an input type text, let's work with a checkbox. The checkbox will be used to make a selection of yes or no for something. In our case, we want to be able to filter by movies that are upcoming releases or that are in theaters. So let's do that. Let's say, and I will copy this line of code, upcoming releases, bind upcoming releases. And now let's put a label and let's say upcoming releases here. And I will copy this code and I will paste it here. This will be the same for our in theaters filter, in theaters and in theaters. And of course we have to create these two variables, upcoming releases and in theaters. They should be booleans, so let's say bool upcoming releases, and by default this is going to be false, and bool, and by default this is also going to be false. And finally let's create two buttons here. Search for movies. This is going to fire a search for movies method, filter, and I will clone this, just that this one is going to be danger. I don't need this right margin. This is going to be clear and clear. And let's create these two methods. Let's say, let's copy this one, and let's come here, and let's copy the clear method name. Now here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write on the console these four values. So we have title, selected genre, upcoming releases, and in theaters. And for the clear method, we're going to clear all these values. And finally, something I want to do is to provide some default genres, comedy. And this should be enough. With this, we can compile our application and we can test it. Now let's go back here. Let's refresh the page. And as you can see, we have our form. We can say Spider-Man, select genre, let's say action, and let's say upcoming releases. We can press F12. Let's click on filter. And here we have Spider-Man, selected genre 1, which is the ID of the action genre. Upcoming releases equal to true because we selected this checkbox, and in theaters is not selected, therefore here it is false. And now let's click on clear, and as you can see, Spider-Man was deleted from here, this was set back to select genre, and this was unchecked. Now something we're not testing is that if I write something here and I press enter, I want to run the search movie method, so let's go back to Visual Studio and fix that. Let's go here, let's remove this, and let's say search for movies, and now let's compile and check that. Press enter, and as you can see we have a Spider-Man here, so this is working. Now obviously something we need is to show a list of movies because we are filtering for movies. So what we're going to do is that we're going to use our movies list component, which is our specialized component to display lists. So let's create a private list movie variable here, movies, and let's say movies equal to movies. And of course, if we run this and go back here, we're only going to see the message loading, or in this case, the loading GIF. We could make a small test of this just to see if it works in memory. So let's come here and let's use our repository. Let's come here, let's inject the iRepository because we need to fetch our movies. So let's go here, let's use the onInitialize lifecycle method. Let's say protected override void onInitialized, and let's say movies equal to repository get movies. And now what I want to do is that here in search for movies, I am going to say movies equal to movies. I am just going to filter by the title of the movie just to keep it simple. And let's say where. In reality, this has to occur in the database, but for now, we're going to settle for this. Let's say title contains. We just want any movie that contains the title that the user wrote in the form. And now let's say to list. And of course here in clear, we want to reset our movies variable. Let's say repository get movies. Actually, this should be repository get movies, and in this way we are always making a clean filter. Now let's compile the application and let's go to Google Chrome, and as you can see we have our movies. If I say Moana and I filter, I'm filtering by Moana. If I clear and I search for Spider-Man and I press enter, as you can see we only have a Spider-Man here. And sure enough, if we write something that is not here, like Lord of the Rings, and we press enter, we have there are no records to show. So our movies filter is working. In the next module, we are going to implement this with a real database. In this video, we are going to create a form for our person entity. The first thing that we're going to do then is to create our person entity. If you remember, as we mentioned before, the person entity is going to represent actors, and if we want to repurpose it, it can also represent directors, writers, and other people that are involved in the elaboration of a movie. So let's say person, and let's make this class public. This should be enough for a person. So now we're going to create our form, and we're going to use the same pattern that we use with the movie genres. Namely, we're going to create a form component, and we're going to reuse that form component from a component for creating a person and another component for updating a person. So let's do that. Let's go to the people's folder and let's create a new component that it is going to contain the form for working with a person. Let's say person form, and here let's use our built-in component edit form. As you know, for edit form we are going to use a model, which is going to be a person. This is going to be a parameter, so let's say parameter public person onValid submit, onValid submit, onValid submit. And now let's create the form. We're going to use the data annotations validator. Let's say for group, let's say input and bind value equal to person.name, person name also. And we're going to do the same for the person's date of birth, and we need to close this. And let's close it here too. Let's say date of birth and date of birth, though we are not going to use input text, but we're going to use input date. And here, of course, we're going to say date of birth. And we're going to create two new divs, but they are going to be placeholders for now, because we will implement them in the next following two videos. For now, let's test this. So let's go to our create person component, and let's use this person form component. Person form, let's say person new person, and for the onValid submit, we are going to create a new method here, create here, and we will just write creating person. And we have to go back here and remember to use a button here, submit, button primary. Now let's do the same for, and let's put a semicolon here. Let's do the same for the edit person component. Let's go here, person form, person equal to something, onValid submit equal to another thing, person is distinct than null. Then we're going to show our form, and let's say person, we're going to hardcode a person. Of course, when we get to have our database, this is going to come from our ASP.NET Core application. Let's say daytime today, biography something, and we're going to work on the picture later. Now let's pass the person here, and let's create a method for the onValid submit, private void edit the person, semicolon here, edit here, and finally we should go to the index people component, and we're going to do the same that we did on the index genres component here. We're just going to copy and paste this. Let's go back here, let's paste this, new person, and let's say person create, which is this route that we have here. Let's compile the application by pressing Ctrl+Shift+V. Let's go to Google Chrome, let's refresh the page, let's go to people, let's go to new person, and here we can write, for example, Felipe Gavilan, and I can put a date of birth. And if you notice, this is starting from January year 1, and this is not really good actually, so let's fix this. Let's go to Visual Studio, and one way to fix this is to go to the entity person, and instead of saying datetime, we're going to make this nullable by using this question mark, and if we want, because we're making this nullable, this means that this now can have the null value. But if we want to make this required, we can say just required. And let's bring this namespace. And with this, we have fixed the issue. Let's compile the application. Let's go back here, refresh. And as you can see, now we have month, day, and year. I can write Felipe here. And if I click on here, now we have today's date, which is somewhat better. And of course, I can do this. I can go to whatever year I want, and I will put this date. I can press submit, and if we press F12, we have creating person. Therefore, this is working. Now let's go with the edit version. Let's go with 15, and we get an error. And we see that we have this error. This error says that the specified cast is not valid. That's an error here, because we forgot to say int. Now let's compile the application again. The error was that it has to be int since this parameter is int. Now let's go back here, let's refresh the page, and as you can see we have Felipe and today's date. And if we press submit, we have editing the person. Now, as we said, we need to work with the image of the person and the biography of the person. Let's start with the image. In this video, we're going to create a control to allow the user to insert images in our form. The idea is that we want to be able to select a picture of the person we're working on the form. So for that, we're going to create a new component. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to Shared, and let's create a new Razor component, and I will call it Input IMG, and let me delete this and let's get to work. First, I'll write a div here and a label here, and I will say label, and here I will say parameter public string label get and set. This is a label which will have the name of the field. Just like here we have name or date of birth, we will have a name for our control which will be in this label, and here we're going to put another div, and we're going to use a component called input file, which allows us to select a file from our computer. We're going to use accept because we want to only allow certain files with extensions to be selected, like JPEG, JPEG, and .png. And finally, we need an onChange event handler here, which is going to be fired when the user selects a file from his computer. Now let me copy this and let me come here, and I will say async task onChange input file change events args e, and here I will say var image files, and I will say e get multiple files, even though we are talking about images files and get multiple files, since we're configuring this component so that the user can only select one file, then this is always going to yield one single file. If you want to allow the user to select multiple files, you can say here multiple, and that's it. Now let me delete this because we don't want that. We only want the user to select one image. So let me say here for each image file, images files, and here I will say buffer because we need to create a new byte array which will contain the file selected by the user. So I will initialize a new byte array, and the size is going to be image file.size. Now let me open a stream here, so I will say image file, open read stream, and we're going to transfer the data into the buffer, into our byte array. And finally, what we're going to do in order to display the image to the user is that we're going to take the base64 representation of the image, and we're going to work with that. So I will create a field here in which we're going to store that base64 representation of the image. Here I will say image base64 equal to convert to base64 string, and we're going to pass our byte array. Now what I'm going to do is that here, below here, I will say div, and I want to say if image base64 is different than null, then we want to display it. So we want to display the image, so I will say style, margin 10 pixels, and I will say img source, and I will say data image JPEG base64, comma, and here I will put the representation in base64, and I will say style with 400 pixels because we don't want the image to take too much space. And that's it here. And something else that I want to do is that I want to create a callback so that I can inform the parent component that a new file has been selected. For that I will say parameter public event callback, and I will pass an string because I want to pass back the representation of the image in base64. So I will say on selected image, and let me make this a property. And now let me come down here before I forget, because I want to say a state has changed so that we can see reflected in the browser the changes that were made. And by that I mean this image being presented to the user. And of course we need to fire this unselected image, so let me come here and say await unselected image, invoke async, and let me pass the image base64. Now with that, we're ready to make our first test. So let's go here to our person form and let me say input image, and I will pass a label which will be picture, and I will also pass onSelected image, which will be also onSelected image. Now let me come down here and let me create that method. I will say private void onSelected image string image base 64, and I will say person picture equal to image base 64, which will be base and base here. And that's it. We're ready for our first test. So I can compile my application, I can come back here and I can refresh this page. And here we have picture, and let me click on here, choose file, and I will select this actor, for example him, and as you can see we have him here. And if I click back here again and now I select Sebastian, you can see that we are indeed being able to select a different image. Now what happens if we are in updating mode? And by that I mean that we're updating an existing person. So if we enter in here and we are editing an existing person, we want this to already be filled out, and this, but also the picture. So we need to find a way to pass the current picture of the person into our component. So for that, we're going to create a new parameter. Let's go back here and let's work on that. Let's come here and let's come here and let's create a new parameter. We're going to say parameter public string image URL get set. And now what I'm going to do is that I'll come here and I will do exactly what I did here, but I will use image URL, because if it is null, then I don't want to display the image because there is nothing to display. But if it is not null, then I want to display the image. So I need to delete this because this is not a base 64 representation of the image, but an URL. So I will say image URL here, and let me use caps here to be consistent with our convention, and let me put this here, and this is fine. Now this compiles. Now something that I want to do is that I don't want ever to show both images at the same time. Remember that this image is going to be the existing image of the user. So I want to hide this one if the user selects a new image for the user. So for that, I can come here and I can say here image URL equal to null. Now something else that I want to do is that I don't want that whenever we edit a person, we have to send back the image of the person to our web API. That is not good because that wastes resources and make our application slower. What we can do is to only send the image back to the server when the image is updated. So what we're going to do is that we're going to come here and we're going to make this picture equal to null by default and only populate it if the user updates the image. So let's do that. I will use the onInitialize lifecycle method, protected, override, void, onInitialized, and here I will say that I need to store the current image in a field. So I will say image URL, and here I will say if a string is not null or empty, then I will say person.picture. So if there is no picture, then there is nothing to do. Now if there is a picture, then I will say image URL equal to person.picture, and here I can say person.picture.null. And in this way, we're making person.picture null, which means that if the person does not edit the picture, then we're not going to send the picture again into the web API. We're only going to send the picture if the user selects a new picture. Now I need to come here and say image URL equal to null in case of the user changes the picture. Now let me come here and let me send image URL, and I will say image URL, and that should be it. So how can we make this test? An easy way will be to have a value here in picture. Just as an example, I will put the URL of an image here. So let me go to Chrome I'll go to IMDb and I will look for some actor like Tom Holland. Here, right click, copy image address, and I will come back here and paste it here, and I will save. And now I will come back here and I will refresh the page, and we want to see that image being displayed here. And as you can see, we have the image here, which means that when we get to be in edition mode, when we try to edit a person, we will have that person's image. And of course I can come here and, for example, change the image to this one, and as you can see, the image has been updated. Now let me clean up a little bit. Let me come back here and remove this. This was just a test. I will delete this, and that's it. Let's now work with the biography field. In the biography field, we are going to want to be able to insert a styling to the text. For that, we are going to use Markdown. With Markdown, we can make not only plain text, but also text that have bold, italics, and styling like that. So let's do that. The first thing that we need is that, just like we did with the input image component, we are going to create an input markdown component. So let's do that. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to Shared, and let's create our input markdown component. And this component is going to be a clone of the input text area, just that it will allow us to display the markdown at the right of the input text area. So let's do that. Let's say inherits from input text area. Input text area, just like input text or input date or input checkbox, is a component that Blazor gives us to work with a text area control. Now let's create the UI of this component. We're going to say input text area, and to this input text area we're going to pass the current value. Current value. This current value comes from the input text area class. Now let's say validation message, because we want to have all the standard functionality of an input Blazor component. Now what do we have to pass to this for? If you remember, from here, for example, it is an expression. So that's what we're going to put as a parameter for this component. We're going to say expression, and for this we need to bring the following namespace, expressions, and now we need a func, because we want to have a lambda expression that returns something. And what is that something? Well, it depends on the field, and because it is a variable data type, what do we need? We need a generic component, because generic components allow us to handle different data types. So let's say type param, here t-value, which is the name of the param, and let's say t-value here, and let's put a for here. This is going to be the name of the parameter, and we can just say for here, and that's it. Now if you remember, I told you that we want to present at the right of the input text area the renderization of the markdown. So let's do that. Let's say label, and now just so that we don't have this error, let's say parameter public string label get and set, and these errors will go away. And now we will put a container, and here we will have a component which its sole purpose is to take markdown text and render it for the user. So let's create that component. Let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's go to Shared and let's say new item. Now in order to take markdown content and render it as HTML, we need a library for that. So let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's go to our client project, manage NuGet packages. The library name is markdig, markdig install, and this is installed. Now let's go to the render markdown component. Let's delete this. Let's bring this namespace using markdig. We need a parameter in which we are going to receive the markdown content. So let's say parameter public string markdown content, and let's say if, and then we want to run a method every time the markdown content is updated. For that we need the lifecycle on parameter set, which is going to run every time a parameter is updated on parameter set, and we need a variable in which we are going to store the HTML representation of the markdown content. So let's say HTML content, and we will say if markdown content, let's say a string, is null or empty. If it is not null or empty, then we want to say HTML content equal to markdown dot to HTML, and we will pass it the markdown content. And now we can say here if HTML content is different than null, and let's say here also HTML content equal to null. The HTML content will be equal to null if the markdown content is null or empty. So now we want to render this HTML content, and for that, as we learned before, we use markup string. So let's say markup string, and we will cast HTML content to markup string. And now let's go to the input markdown component, and let's use our render markdown component. And we will say markdown content equal to current value. And now let's use our input markdown component in the person form component. Let's go here and let's say input markdown, and we will say bind value is going to be person dot biography, the label biography, and finally the for is going to be, just like we do in the validation message, we are going to say person biography, and we're going to use a CSS class form markdown. And now we have to create this CSS class and this markdown container class. So let's go to the Solution Explorer. Let's go to the www root CSS custom, where we have our custom CSS, and we're going to paste the following styling. We're using Flexbox, we're defining some size, some margin, and a border for the preview, and also the same size, of course. With this, we are ready to test our implementation. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application, and let's go to People, New Person, and we have here our text area, and you can see that at the right we have a preview, and we can say something like, and if I click outside of it, you can see that we have this text style. And if we put it like this, we have biography of the person with this big font, and then this text will be in a normal font, etc. So as you can see, we can use Markdown to display text with a style.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In this video, we are going to create the form for creating a movie. So let's add some properties in the movie class. We need to add a summary property, which is going to be represented as a markdown content. We need a boolean that will tell if a movie is in theaters, and we need a string, which will be the trailer of the movie. This trailer is just going to be the YouTube ID of the video of the trailer of the movie. Let's remember to remove this since we won't need it anymore. Now let's apply our pattern for form that we have been using. We are going to create a component that is going to contain a form for entering the info of a movie. So let's say new item, razor component, movie form, and let's create our form here using the edit form component. Edit form. We need a parameter, which is going to be a movie. We also need a parameter for the onValidSubmit event. And now let's pass that model to the edit form component and the onValidSubmit. Now let's create the fields for our form. Let's start with the data annotations validator component, just so we are going to be able to do data annotations validation. Let's create a code for the input type text of the title of the movie. Let's create an input checkbox for the in theaters field, and that's it. And now let's work with the trailer. So for that we can copy this and we can paste it here. And as I told you before, this is just going to be the ID of the movie in YouTube. Now let's work with the release date. Here we need a input date. And now we need to work on the summary of the movie and the poster of the movie. They are going to be a markdown and an image respectively. So for that we can go to the form person component, person form component, and we can just copy this code for the input image and the input markdown, and we can reuse it here on our movie form. We just have to use the right variables. For example, we will start with the image. This is going to be poster selected, and we need to initialize the image URL field. So let's go here and let's use the onInitialize event callback, just like we did here. Let's go here and let's re-implement this logic, and let's say movie poster here. This is going to be a private field, image URL, and poster here. And it should be movie and movie. And so these errors will go away. And we need this method, poster selected. So we're going to come here and we are going to copy this and let's put this back here. And we're going to paste this. Again, movie, poster. And that's it for the image of the movie. Now let's work with the summary. Let's say summary, and summary here. And that's it. See how easy it is to use components, because now we can just reuse the input image if we want to insert the poster of the movie into our movie class. And the same for the summary of the movie. Now let's use this movie form component in our create movie and edit movie components. Let's start with the create movie component. We don't need this anymore, so let's delete it. And we're going to say here movie form, and we need to pass it an instance of a movie. So let's say, and on the onValidSubmit, we are going to say save movie. And we can delete this code since we don't need it. And I'll just comment this out too. Now let's do the same for the edit movie component. Let's go here, edit movie, and let's say movie, private movie, onInitialize. And we're going to hardcode a movie for now. Movie ID, title my movie. And let's create an edit method. And finally, let's use our movie form component. And onValidSubmit is going to be the edit method. Let's come here, separate this, and finally we need to come to the movie component, and we want to make the title required, and we want the release date to be required and nullable. And that should be it. Now let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application. Let's go to create a movie, and here we have our form. Let's say title, my movie, in theaters, picture. Let's look for a movie poster, Avengers for example, summary, and that's it. And we forgot to add a submit button, so let's fix that. Let's go to the movie form, class button, submit, save changes. Now let's compile the application. Let's go back here. Let's refresh the page. And as you can see, we have the save changes button here, though it is too close to the bottom of the screen. So what we're going to do is to come here, main layout, and we're going to add a margin button here of 20 pixels. Let's compile, refresh, and that's somewhat better. Now if we press F12 and we come here, save changes, of course, this is required, and this is required too. Save changes, and nothing happens because we don't have anything here. Let's just make sure that this works. This works. Let's go back here, fill some info, and this works. And now let's go to edit, edit 15, my movie, release date, save changes, editing the movie. So as you can see, we have started the form to create and edit a movie, though we are not finished with this form because we need two more controls. We need a control that will allow us to indicate what movie genres the movie will have, and another control that will allow us to indicate the actors that participate in this movie. Let's do that next. In this video, we are going to create a component that will allow us to indicate the movie genres of a movie. The first thing that we need is an entity that allows us to link a movie with the movie genres that the movie has. Because one movie can have multiple movie genres, and a single movie genre can be the genre of multiple movies, what we have is what is called a many-to-many relationships between the entities movie and movie genre. For that, in Entity Framework Core, what we do is to create a class that will represent this many-to-many relationship. So for that, we need to create a new class. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to the Share Project, let's go to Entities, and let's create a new class. This class will be called Movies Genres, and here we will have the ID of the movie and the ID of the movie genre. So what this class does is to link a movie ID and a genre ID. Of course, we can have many records for a single movie. Therefore, if for example we have that the movie Spider-Man has the genres action and comedy, we will have two records of the movie genres table that will indicate that Spider-Man has the action genre and the comedy genre, which are going to be then two records in that table. So now let's go to the movie entity and let's create a list of movies genres. Let's say public list movies genres equal to new movies genres, list of movies genres. This is the way to configure the many-to-many relationship in Entity Framework Core, although we are missing a step that we will do in the next module. For now, we will only be working in memory, so this will be enough for us. Though of course, I can take this and I can come here to the genre class and paste that here. Because of course, as we said, a genre can have multiple movies, and if someday we want to query, for example, all the movies that have the action genre, we will use this field here. But we will do that in the next module. And although we make a mistake here, let's say get and set because this needs to be a property, and let's do the same here. And now let's build our component. Our component is going to be basically two columns. At the left, we are going to have the available movie genres, and at the right, we will have the selected movie genres. We will be able to select as many movie genres for a movie as we want. So let's build that component. Let's go to the Solution Explorer. Let's go to Shared, and let's create a new item. We will call it Multiple Selector Component, Multiple Selector. And the first thing that we need is a model that will represent an item in the list of choices of the user. So let's create that model. Let's go to the Solution Explorer. Let's go to Helpers, add new class, and we will call it Multiple Selector Model, though this is going to be a struct, not a class. And let's create two properties. So as you may guess, this structure is going to represent a key value pair. The reason why I'm doing this way is because we may want in the future, for example, to extend this type. For example, what if we have some choices that the user should not be able to select? In that case, we could make a property like bool selectable. And then with a component, we could make it so that a choice is not selectable. But for now, we're going to skip this and we will keep it simple. Now we're going to use this model from our multiple selector component. We are going to have two lists. We are going to have the not selected choices and the selected choices or selected options. So let's say parameter not selected get and set, and we will initialize as an empty list. And let's do the same for the selected options. So in the case of the genres, no selected is going to be the list of available genres that has not been selected for a particular movie, and the selected list is going to be the current genres of the movie. Now let's work with the UI. Let's come here, let's create a div, multiple selector. Now we are going to make a for each, and we're going to iterate the non-selected list, and we're going to display a list item for each non-selected choice. If the user clicks on a not selected option, it means that the user wants to select that option. Therefore, we are going to invoke a method called select, and we're going to select the item, the current item. In order to select a choice, what we do is to pass that item from the no selected list to the selected list. So let's say private, and we're going to say the following: no selected, remove item, and selected add item. It is that simple. With this, we are passing the item from the no selected list to the selected list. Let's keep working on the UI. We're going to have a pair of buttons here, which will allow us to select all of the options with one click. And also another button to deselect all the options. So let's say on click, select all, and this is just going to be these two symbols here, and we're going to clone this button, and we will say deselect, and we cannot write it like this because Razor gets confused, so we're going to create a variable, remove all text, which will be this, remove all text. And now let's come here and let's create another list. This one is going to be the one with the choices that the user has selected. And let's do this here. Let's copy and paste this line. Just that here we're going to say deselect. Deselect the item. And now let's implement these three methods: select all, and deselect. Let's come here and let's copy this and let's paste it here. We will call this deselect, and we're going to change this so that this is select, because if we want to deselect a choice, that means that we want to remove it from the selected list. Selected, remove, and no selected, add. And now let's do the same for select all and deselect all. Let's start with select all. We want to clear this list and add every element in the selected list. So let's say the following. We're going to say selected, add range, and we're going to add everything that it is in the no selected list. And we're going to clear the no selected list, of course. And finally, let's implement deselect all, and we're going to do the same. We're going to say no selected, add range, everything that has been selected at that point, and we're going to clear the selected list. And that's it. With this, we have implemented our component. And now we need to work with the CSS classes. So we are going to go to the www root, CSS, custom CSS, and we will add the following CSS code. So I'll paste this code. As you can see, we have the word using flexbox, the selectable UL is going to define, and some padding and font size, and of course some hovering. And for the buttons, we're going to have again flexbox, but as a column, so we have the buttons stacked in a vertical manner and some margin between them. And now let's go back here, and it seems that we're ready with this. Now we need to use it. So let's go to the movie form component, and let's create a new div here, and we're going to say for group multiple selector. Now as you can see, this multiple selector is going to work with any multiple selection that we want to configure. This is not directly coupled to genres. This can work with anything. Now if you remember, this multiple selector component have two parameters, which are the no selected list and the selected list. So we need to pass that from our movie form component. So let's go down here, and we need to pass two parameters down here, which are going to be the selected genres and the non-selected genres. This is important because if you remember, we are going to use this form not only for creating a movie, but also for editing a movie, which means that if we're going to edit a movie, we need to know what genres are already marked as the genres of this movie. So because of that, we need to say public list get and set not selected genres. And we need some private fields, which are going to be our multiple selector model, which are the ones that we're going to pass to the multiple selector component. So let's say selected and not selected. And what we are going to do is that here on the onInitialize method, we are going to convert the selected and not selected genres to selected and not selected. We're going to do a mapping. So let's say selected equal to selected genres, select, and we're going to do a mapping, and we're going to have the ID of the genre, which is going to be the key, and the name of the genre is going to be the value, and to list. And we're going to do the same for not selected. We're going to map the not selected genres to the not selected list. And we need to pass this to list to the multiple selector. Let's say selected equal to selected and not selected equal to not selected. And that's it here. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to go to the create movie component and we're going to put this at test. Let's go to create movie component. We need to have a list of genres to pass to the movie form component. So for now, what we're going to do is that we're going to hardcode a few movie genres. So let's use for that a variable list genre not selected genres new list, and we're going to initialize this here. Let's say ID equal to 1, name equal to action, and let's create a few more, comedy and drama. And let's pass these to not selected genres. Not selected genres. And now we need to go back to here to movie form and let's make this have a default value of an empty list. Now let's compile the application and let's test our component. Let's go here, let's refresh the page, and here we have our form, and as you can see here we have action, comedy and drama. If I click on comedy, as you can see, comedy gets selected. If I click on drama, drama gets selected, and the same for action. And if I click on drama here, we're going to have that drama is unselected. The same for comedy, and I can say unselect all or deselect all, select all, deselect all, as many times as I want. Now, let's do the same for the edit movie component. Let's go back to Visual Studio, and in that case what we want is that when we initialize the movie form component, there may be some genres already selected. For example, if we are editing the movie Spider-Man, maybe it was already marked as being an action movie, so action should already be selected at the time we load the movie form component. So let's go to the edit movie component and let's make a configuration here. We are going to copy this. Let's go back here, create movie. We will reuse this. Let's go here, not selected genres, and let's create also a selected genres field, selected genres, and as I said, Spider-Man, for example, is going to have action already marked as a genre of the movie. And let's pass to the movie form component our not selected genres, not selected, and our selected genres. Now let's compile the application and see if this works. Let's go here. Let's edit this. Let's say edit 15 again or 14. And let's go here, and as you can see we have action already selected and comedy and drama, and I can say comedy and that's it. We have that now this movie have action and comedy as its genres. In this video we are going to implement a type ahead component in which we are going to be able to write the name of an actor, and we are going to get suggestions on who the actor that we're looking for is, and we're going to select that actor, and he's going to get added into a list, and we will be able to reorder that list so that we can choose the order in which actors appear on the screen. Because, for example, you may want to have the protagonist of a movie as the first actor so that you can order them by relevance. If you don't know what a type ahead is, let me show you an example. This is a type ahead. Here you can see that if I click on here, I get some suggestions, and you can see that we have an image here and the name of the person here. We're going to build the same. At the left, we're going to have the picture of the actor, and at its right, we're going to have the name of the actor. So if I write something like Tom, we should be getting actors like Tom Holland and Tom Hanks and things like that, and we will be able to select them and reorder them as we want. So let's do that. Let's go to Visual Studio and let's create a component. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to Shared, New Item, Razor Component. Now there is a great component that is a type ahead made by Chris Sainty. So what we're going to do is that we're going to take inspiration in his code and we're going to build a component based on that. So let me write a note here just to make it clear that this is a modification from Chris Sainty's type ahead component. We're going to make some small modification and simplification to his component, but 80% of this is his code. With that said, let's start building this component. The first thing we need is a text box in which we are going to write the name of an actor. So let's say div class Blazor type ahead. That is the name of the component of Chris. We're going to get the CSS later, and we need an input type text. We are going to have a few standard properties. We don't want autocomplete and a placeholder, which is going to be a parameter, and we are going to need some events. We have here that we will bind this text box to a variable called search text. We are going to use on input because we want that as the user is typing, we want the value of this variable to change. And if you click on the checkbox, I want to show the suggestions. By suggestion, I mean these options that we have here. And as you can see, if I click outside of the text box, the suggestions disappear. And if I click on the text box, then the suggestions appear again. That is why I have on click, show suggestions, and on focus out. On focus out means when, for example, we click outside of the text box, we're going to fire this on focus out method. Now if we go back here and I write something like S, you can see that we have a loading if here. What we are going to do is that we are going to define a variable that is going to be called isSearching, so that if our component is searching for some actors, then we want to display a message that says loading. So we're going to say here is searching. Then what I'm going to do is that I am just going to write loading. Then I will say else if. I'm going to have a function called should show suggestions. And let me write this here. And finally, we need to have something to show if nothing is found. Show not found, in which we are going to say the following. We are going to have a render fragment that it is going to be called not found template, so that the parent component that uses the custom type ahead can define what to display in the case that there is nothing found. Otherwise, we are going to use a default message, no results found. Now let's work with the C# code. The placeholder parameter. We also need some variables that are going to tell us if we are in a searching state or if we are showing the suggestions. We are also going to have a search text variable that is going to hold whatever the user writes in the input type text. Though we are going to use a property because we want to have some custom functionality for every time this value gets changed. So we are going to say private. Now if value length equal to 0, so if the user empty the text box, then we want to say is showing suggestions false. Else if. Now we want to define a minimum length so that we only fire the query when the user has written enough letters in the text box. For that, we're going to say value dot length minimum length, which is going to be a parameter, and we can make it to have a default value of 3. Now let's go back here, and here we want to fire the search method so that we look in the database for an actor that has the name that contains the string in the text box. Though we want to use a timer because we want to fire the search after the user has stopped writing. So let's do that. The first thing that we need to do is to put a timer here. So we're going to say private timer, and we're going to bring the namespace system timers, and we're going to use the life cycle on initialize, and we will give this timer a more meaningful name like debounce timer. So we're going to say we will give it an interval, and that interval is also going to be a parameter. Let's put it here, which by default is going to be 300 milliseconds. We need to say auto reset equal to false because we don't want to fire the search method several times after 300 milliseconds. We only want to fire it once. So let's say search. Here we will say is searching equal to true. We're going to say is showing suggestions equal to false. We're going to say await, a state has changed. And now we need to invoke the actual method that is going to do the search, but this method is going to come from the parent component. Of course, because only the parent component knows how to look for the specific suggestions based on the search text. So what we are going to do is that we're going to define a new parameter, which is not going to be actually an event callback because we need a return type. So what we're going to do is that we're going to define a func, which will allow us to send a parameter, which is going to be a string, and allows us to define a return type, which is going to be a task enumerable of something. What is that something? Well, it could be a list of people, it could be a list of movies, or whatever. Since we want to handle several data types, we want to have a generic component. For that, we're going to come here, t-item, and let's go back here, and let's say t-item. And then through this search method, the parent component is going to give us back an enumerable, maybe a list of the items. And now let's use this search method in our search method that we have here. We're going to say suggestions. We need a list of suggestions. So we're going to come here and let's say array of suggestions. So suggestions is going to be equal to search method, invoke, and we're going to pass the search text, and we're going to say to array. And now after the method finished running, we're going to say is searching false and is showing suggestions equal to true. And again, we're going to invoke a state has changed. Now let's go up here and see what we are missing. Let's start with show suggestions. Here we're going to say if there are any suggestions to show, we're going to say is show suggestions equal to true. That is when we click on the text box, and we have to define the onFocusOut method too, which will allow us to collapse the suggestions if the user clicks outside of the text box, equal to false. Now let's go up here, should show suggestions, and let's actually spell that correctly. And let's create a method for that. This one is going to say if is showing suggestions is true and suggestions has anything to show, and this should be bool. And let's work on this section of the code. We want to iterate the suggestions item. We use the key so that the diffing algorithm of Blazor has some help in differentiating one item from the other. We're going to explore this later when we discover a bug that will be fixed by using the key attribute. For now, we're just going to put it here, and we're going to say item. And here we're going to say result template item. We need a render fragment that is going to be called result template because we want to allow the parent component to define how the suggestion is going to look. In our case, we want to have the picture of the actor at the left and then its name. So we need to allow that configuration through a render fragment, and it's going to be a render fragment of the item because you need to receive a suggestion. And now that we are here, let's also define the notFoundTemplate render fragment. Now let's define the select suggestion method, and let's say search text equal to an empty string, And we are going to have a value change event callback, which is going to notify the parent component that a suggestion was selected. So let's define that parameter. We're going to call it value change, and it is going to allow us to send a T item, which is the suggestion that was selected, and we need to make this method asynchronous. And now let's say await value changed, invoke async item. We are almost done with this. Now let's define the showNotFound method. So showNotFound, return if there are no suggestions, and we are supposed to be showing suggestions. Now let's go back here and let's finish this. Start the timer here, so let's say timer start. We also need to stop it just in case it was already running. And here we want to also say debounce timer, stop, suggestions, new the item 0. And this should be it. Now let's test this. Let's go to the index component, and here we are going to use our custom typeahead component. We need a few parameters, and the most important is the search method. Just for testing, we're going to define a dummy search method, search text equal to test. If we write test like this, we're going to return an empty enumerable. Otherwise, we are just going to return, which is just going to be Felipe and Gavilange 2. And we're going to have an await task delay just to simulate some delay. Now let's put this method here. Let's say search method, and we need a result template. So let's say here result template, and we just want to display the item. And we have finished with this part, and now we need to bring the CSS to our project. So for that, we are going to use our custom CSS file. Let's come here, and we are going to paste the CSS code from the Blazor Red typeahead project, which is all this code that we have here. Of course, you can find this on the custom CSS on the GitHub of this course. Now we are ready to test this. So let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application. And here, as you can see, we have our text box. Notice that if I write T, nothing happens because we said that the minimum length in which we are going to fire the search method is going to be 3. So I have to write, for example, Tom. Now we have a loading here. And then we have Felipe and Gavilange 2. Now if I write test, then we get no result found, which is what we expected. Now of course, if I write Felipe, we have this. I can choose Felipe, and then I have selected Felipe, but as we can see, Felipe is still written here, so we need to fix that. Let's go to here, and the problem is that onFocusOut fires first than this onClick that we have here. So what we can do is that we can use a variable that is going to track if we have the mouse over a suggestion or not over a suggestion, so that we know how to handle the onFocusOut. So let's do that. Let's use two events here, onMouse over, and we are going to fire a onMouse over suggestion method, onMouse out suggestion method. Now let's go down here and let's implement these methods. These are just going to be one-liners because what we want is to have a variable like is mouse in suggestion. And we're going to do the following. We're going to say if the mouse is over suggestion, then this variable is going to be equal to true. And if we leave the suggestion, then this is going to be equal to false. Now, if we go to the onFocusOut, we are going to say if we are not over a suggestion, then we want to hide the suggestion. But if we are over a suggestion, then we only want to fire this select suggestion, which is going to hide the suggestions because we have this as an empty string, and here we have is showing suggestions as false. Now let's compile the application and see this. Let's go here, let's refresh the page, and now let's see that if I write fail, I can click outside of it and everything is working. I can do it several times. Now if I click on Felipe, then you will see that Felipe gets deleted from here because we are actually firing this select suggestion method. Now, as you can see, when we select something, nothing happens. That is because now our next task is to have a draggable list that is going to display every selection that we make from the custom type ahead. Let's create a component that is going to use our custom type ahead to display the selection of the values of this type ahead. So let's go here, let's go to our share folder, and let's create a new component, multiple selector type ahead. And as we said in the previous video, here we are going to display the selection of the actors that we make through the type ahead. But not only that, we are also going to be able to drag those actors so that we can reorder them as we please. So let's delete this and let's use our custom type ahead. We need to pass a result template, and this result template is going to come as a parameter. So let's paste a few parameters here. These are the parameters. We have the list of selected elements, we have a search method, we have my result template and my list template. My result template is going to be the template that we're going to use to display a suggestion, and let's pass a context here, a context being an actor in our case. As you can see, we have T here, which means that this component is also going to be a generic component, so let's use type param. And I have also my list template, which will allow us to define how the actors are going to be displayed on the draggable list. But before that, let's continue working on the custom type ahead. Let's pass the search method value. This value is the search text. Just to be clear, let's change it to search text. We're going to say value changed, selected element, and we're going to create this method right now. And we're going to say if selected elements any equals to item. If the item that we're selecting is not already in the selected elements list, then we're going to add it to the selected elements list. Now, for this to work, we need to override the equals method in the person class. So let's go to the person class and let's paste this here. As you can see, what we're saying is that two persons are equal if and only if they share the same ID. If they do not share the same ID, then they are not equal. Also, it is recommended to override getHashCode when you override equals, so we are just using the base implementation of the getHashCode. And that's it. Now let's close this. And now let's create our list. Let's say on our list, for each var item in selected elements, we're going to make a draggable list item. So we're going to say draggable equal to true. And we're going to say on drag start. And here we're going to use my list template. And by default, we're going to have a mechanism that will allow the user to delete the element from the list. So I'm going to say here on click, selected elements, remove this item that we have here. Now let's implement on drag start and on drag end. Let's go here, the item, and here what we're going to do is that we're going to create a variable with which we're going to identify the drag item. So I'm going to come here and say drag item equal to item, and then we need to define the handle drag over, again the item. And the idea here is that if I go over another element on the list, we want to exchange the position of those elements. So let's say if the item is not equal to the drag item, then we are going to say drag element index, selected elements, index of drag item, index of item, and now we want to exchange the positions of the drag item and the element item. So let's say selected elements, drag item, drag element index, item. And now let's use these methods here, handle drag start, and here we should have set on drag over, handle drag over, and we're going to pass the item. So as you can see here, what we have is that when we select a value, let's say an actor from the custom type ahead, we are going to invoke the selected element, and in that selected element we are going to pass that item to the selected elements, which is going to display that actor here in this draggable list, and in this draggable list we are going to be able to reorder our actors. This is important because we want to define in which order our actors are going to appear on the page of the movie. Now let's use our multiple selector type ahead component in our movies form component. So let's say div multiple selector type ahead. We need a search method and the selected elements. We are going to create again a dummy search method just like we did here. In fact, I am going to copy this and I'll paste it here. Only that instead of returning a string, we're going to return a person. We're going to remove this. ID equal to 1, Tom Holland, picture equal to, and we're going to look the picture of Tom Holland in just a minute. Let's say Tom Hanks. Now I have our two persons here. Let's look for their pictures from IMDb. Again, these pictures, although now are coming from IMDb, we are going to learn how to upload them to our own server, and we are going to fetch them from there. But for now, we're just going to work with this. Tom Hanks and Tom Hanks. Now what we're going to do is that we're going to define the template of the suggestion. So let's say my result template. We're going to say image, style, width. Let's use context, person, just so to be clear. Search method here. And now here I can say person, picture. After the picture of the person, we want to put the person's name. Now let's also work with the my list template. Here we are only going to put the person's name. And finally, in selected elements, we need to have a list of actors. Let's come here and let's say selected actors. Get and set list of person. And let's pass these selected actors to this selected elements parameter. We should be good to go. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application. And let's go to create a movie. Let's go down below here. And here we have actors. If I write Tom, then we have Tom Holland and Tom Hanks. And if I select Tom Holland, as we can see, we have an error here because we're not passing the instance of the person to the MyList template. Let's go here. And as you can see, we're missing this. We need to pass the item here. Let's compile the application. Let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page. And if I go back here, I write Tom Holland, and we have Tom Holland here. Though we're missing some design here, but let's just say Tom Hanks. And let's try to see that if I drag Tom Holland, you can see that we have now Tom Hanks at the top. If I drag Tom Holland again, we have Tom Holland on top, now Hanks, and etc. And if I click on this X, you can see that we are indeed deleting the items. Now we are missing some styling. So let's go back here. And yes, we forgot to add some styling to this batch primary, and batch peel, and cursor pointer. Let's compile again. Let's go back here, refresh, select, and as you can see now we have this that looks better. So as you can see, we have a working form in which we can add data. We can have movie genres, we can have actors, we have a type ahead, we can reorder elements, but this is all imaginary data. This is all fake data. We're not fetching anything from our ASP.NET Core application. So what we're going to do in the next module is to start working with ASP.NET Core and Entity Framework Core to have our database. Forms help us capture information given by the users. The edit form component is useful to make a form that it is based on a model. We can make validations with data annotations in the models, which the edit form component enforces. With data binding, we can work with forms with text boxes, checkboxes, selects without any issue. We also can create components that will act as control for our form, just like we did with the input image, input markdown, multiple selector, and the type ahead component. We will make great progress in the development of our application in this module, as we will talk about forms, which will help us create records in a database. Hello, my name is Felipe Gavilan, and in this module, we will talk about how to create forms to capture information. We will start this module by making our first form. We will talk about the edit form component and how to use it. Then we will use attribute validations and we will create a form for editing records. After that, we will learn how to use drop-down and checkbox controls to make a movie filter. Then we will learn how to work with dates, images, markdowns, and two types of multiple selectors. We will start this module by creating a simple form that will be the basis for more complex forms. Until now, everything we have done in our application has remained on the client side. However, it is very important that we can send all the client information to the server for processing. Hello, my name is Felipe Gavilan, and in this module, we are going to talk about communication with the backend and entity framework core. We will start this module talking about the HTTP client class, which will help us to make HTTP requests to our web API. Then, we will learn how to configure Entity Framework Core in our web API. This will help us to create our database from C# code. Later, we will learn how to create, read, update, and delete records from the database. In addition, we will see how to save images in Azure Storage. Finally, we will talk about pagination, filters, and sorting. We will start this module talking about HTTP client. Normally, a client-side web application will want to communicate with a web API or web service. This is because in the web API we can place data processing and storage logic that we do not want to reside in the client of our application. To communicate with a web API, we use the HTTP protocol. There is a service in Blazor that helps us with this task, and it is HTTP client. The HTTP client is one of the default services that the framework offers us to work. The lifetime of this is singleton, which means that with it, we can make configurations that will be reflected throughout our application. We will use this to send an authentication token to the server when we create our authentication system later. With HTTP client, we can make all kinds of HTTP requests, including the use of methods such as get, post, put, and delete. We will use these methods throughout this module. In the fetch data component, we can see an example of basic use of HTTP client. We are here in Visual Studio in our Blazor Movies application, and we are going to go to the Pages folder to the fetch data component. And as you can see, we have HTTP client here being injected in our component, and we can see its use here on the code section. Here we have onInitialize async, and we have http.getJSONasync. What getJSONasync does is that it sends an HTTP GET request to the server, specifically to the weather forecast endpoint. This will go to a controller in our ASP.NET Core application. If we go to the Solution Explorer and we go to the server project, to the controllers folder, we will have weather forecast controller. And here we have controller here, which is weather forecast. So this means that this weather forecast controller resides in the weather forecast endpoint of our ASP.NET Core application. And what we are invoking with the HTTP GET request is this method that we have here. This GET method that is decorated with the HTTP GET attribute. So what we are doing is that we are invoking this method and we are receiving an enumerable of weather forecast. And that we are deserializing with the getJSONasync method, and we're placing this value into the private field forecast. So the getJSONasync makes an HTTP GET request and deserialize the response into whatever type that we put here. In this case, an array of weather forecast. Now, in this course, we are not going to use the getJSONasync. What we are going to use is the getAsync method. So we're going to say something like HTTP get async, and again, just like we did here, we can say something like weather forecast, and we will be making the same HTTP GET request to the weather forecast endpoint. The difference is that GET async allows us to have more information from the HTTP response. For example, we are not only limited to the body of the response of the HTTP request, but we also get access to the header of the HTTP response, which is going to be really important when we want to access extra information from our server when we do our pagination. Besides that, there is a problem with getJSON async, and that is that if the server responds with anything that it is not an array of weather forecast, we are going to get an exception. And this is not ideal because sometimes the server is going to return an error, a 400 bad request error with a description, but this description is not going to be able to be deserialized to an array of weather forecast, which means that we are losing the ability to read any error that the web server sends to us. That is why we are not going to use methods like getJSONAsync, but we are going to prefer methods like getAsync that will allow us to read the HTTP headers of the response and handle errors more gracefully. Though, as you can see here, again, as we have been doing throughout the course, we're using fake data, and we don't want that anymore. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to create a database using Entity Framework Core. In this video, we are going to create a database using Entity Framework Core. The idea is that with Entity Framework Core, we can take our models, our entities, and make a database based on them. So for each model, we are going to have a table in the database. For example, for the movie genre model, we are going to have a movie genre table, and for the person model, we are going to have a person table in the database. This is going to happen automatically, and every property in the class is going to map a column in the table in SQL Server. Though I say SQL Server, Entity Framework Core is capable of working with different kinds of database like Oracle, MariaDB, PostgreSQL, etc. We are going to use SQL Server in our case. And besides that, with Entity Framework Core, we will be capable of reading, updating, creating, and deleting data from the database. So let's configure Entity Framework Core in our project. For that, first we need a connection string. So let's go to the server project, and here let's go to the app settings development JSON file. And in here we're going to create a section for connection strings, and let me put a comma here, and the name of the connection string is going to be default connection, and this is going to be our connection string. We're going to say server equal to, I'll put here local db /MSSQL local db. Of course, here you can put whatever instance of either localDB, SQL Server, or whatever other database server you want to use. Also, let's say database, which is going to be the name of the database. We will say Blazor movies, and finally, we're going to say trusted connection, and we're going to say true because I want to log in into my server using my Windows credentials. Now, how are we going to read this information in this app settings.development.json? And let me change this to capital C. How are we going to read this? By default, our Web API project is configured for this. If we go here into the program class, we're going to see that we have this create default builder in which some configuration providers are configured. The configuration providers allows us to read configuration information from outside of our source code, and one of those providers is this app settings.development.json file, and also of course the app settings.json, which we could use in production, but here we're working in development. Now, As I said before, our database is going to be built from our entities. So let's make sure that every entity is correctly configured. For example, every entity, we want it to have an ID property, which in our case is going to be an integer, though it doesn't have to be that way, but I am fine with this. Notice that this class is going to have 2 columns in the corresponding table in SQL Server, which are going to be the ID and the name of the genre. Here we have what is called a navigational property that allows us to link different entities. In the case of genres and movies, we have what is called a many-to-many relationship, because a genre can be the genre of several movies, and a movie can have several genres. In Entity Framework Core, in order to configure a many-to-many relationship, we need an in-between class, like movies genres, which is going to list the ID of the movie and the genre ID. Besides this, we need to have navigational properties that goes to genre and movie. So let's do that. Let's say what this does is that it allows us to navigate easily from here to the corresponding movie or the corresponding genre. For example, if I want to have a list of every movie that has the action genre as one of its genres, then I can start with the action genre and go to this navigational property and get hold of every movie ID that has the action movie genre. And from here I can go to the movie entity, and from here I can read the title of the movie, the summary, and whatever data we have on the movie table. And of course, as you can see here, I also have a navigational property to the movie's genres entity. Another relationship between our entities are between the movie and the person entity, because every movie can have different actors and every actor can participate in different movies, which means that this is a many-to-many relationship, which again means that we need to have an in-between class. So let's say movies actors, the person ID, and the movie ID. And we need to have our navigational properties, which are going to be person. And now we want some extra columns in this movies actors table. We want the name of the character that the actor plays in the movie. So we're going to say character. And we also want a order property, which is going to allow us to indicate in which order is the actor going to appear in the component that will allow us to visualize the details of a movie. Because as we said, we want the main character to be the first actor to appear, and so we want to order the actors in a relevant manner. With this, we have every single entity that we're going to need for now. Now, what we need to do is to configure Entity Framework Core in our server project. The first step for doing that is going to be to add a reference to the Entity Framework Core package. For that, let's go here, right-click, Manage NuGet Packages, and now let's go to Browse, and in here we can write Microsoft Entity Framework Core.SQL Server, which is a package that already contained all the dependencies that we need to work with SQL Server and Entity Framework Core. In case you are not going to use SQL Server, you can come here and put the name of whatever technology you want to use. For example, if you wanted to use SQLite, you can use the Microsoft Entity Framework Core SQLite package. There are other providers for other technologies like MySQL and Oracle, but we're going to focus on SQL Server in this course. So let's click on here and let me click on Install, and I will click on Accept. Another package that I want to install is the Microsoft Entity Framework Core.Tools package. This package allows me to write Entity Framework Core commands from our Package Manager console here in Visual Studio. This package is for those who are using Visual Studio. If you are using Visual Studio Code and the .NET CLI, you do not have to use this package. So let me install it since I am using Visual Studio. Accept. If you are not using Visual Studio, you don't need to install this, but you need to install the Entity Framework Core CLI tool. The Entity Framework Core CLI tool allows you to make the same things that we do with this package, the same commands, but for the .NET CLI. In order to install that, you have to go to Google Chrome and you have to search for this Entity Framework Core Tools Reference .NET Core CLI, and in here you can see that you can install the .NET EF CLI as a tool. So you write this command and you will be installing the tool on your machine. If you already have it and you want to update it, you can use this command here. This is mandatory if you want to add migrations and create a database from Entity Framework Core. So now let's go back here and let me create a new class, which is going to be our DB context. So let's come here, right click here, add new class, and I will call it application DB context. This class must inherit from DB context. Control dot, and we bring this namespace Microsoft Entity Framework Core, and we want to do the following. We want to put here a constructor, and we want this constructor to receive DB context option of application DB context options, and we want to pass these to the base class. So let's pass these options. With this, we're starting to configure Entity Framework Core. This is important because we're going to do the configuration from our startup class, and we're going to pass this configuration through the constructor of this class. Also here we can define exactly what entities are going to be used to model tables in our database. For that we can use dbset, and we can use genre, which is one of our entities, and this is going to be the name of the table. In our case it's going to be genres. And now with this, we're going to have a genre table in our database. Of course, we need more tables, like movies, it's going to be called movies actors, and movies genres, dbset, which means that we're going to have 5 tables in our database. Actually, we're going to have 6, but the 6th table is used by Entity Framework for keeping track of the migrations already applied to the database, but that is something that you can safely ignore. Now, we need to configure the primary keys of movies actors and movies genres, because if you go here, you will see that we have this ID property here, which by default, because of its name, is going to be marked as a primary key of this genre class. But here, what we have is movie ID and genres ID. Which one is the primary key? Both are the primary key, because this is going to be a composite primary key. But this is something that we have to configure here. For that we use what is called the Fluent API. Now we will say override on model creating, and please do not delete this line of code, because it is going to be important in the future. Here what we are going to do is that we are going to configure the composite primary key of movies actors and movies genres. For that we use the model builder. So we're going to say model builder entity. When I say entity, I can access the configuration of an entity, in this case movies actors, and now I can say has key, and here I can use a lambda expression to say new, this is an anonymous type, and with this anonymous type I can say movie ID, person ID. And with this I'm saying that this entity has a primary key that is composed by the movie ID field and the person ID field. Now we're going to do the same for the movies genres entity. And now, as we said before, we need to use the startup class to configure our DB context. There is where we are going to say that we want to use the connection string that we put in the app settings JSON file, and of course we are also going to say that we want to use SQL Server. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, and here again in the server project, go to the startup class, and let's go to the configure services method so that we can configure the application DB context. Let's say services add DB context, and we're going to pass as a generic parameter the application DB context that we just created, and we're going to say options here, and here we're going to say options.use SQL Server control dot to bring this namespace, and we have to pass the connection string. So for that, we're going to use this iConfiguration service. The iConfiguration service allows us to retrieve values from those configuration providers that I mentioned at the beginning of this video. So let me say configuration.getConnectionString, and here we're going to put the name of our connection string, which, if you remember, is default connection. We can go here and take this from here and back here and paste this here. Now we're ready to go. What we're going to do now is that we're going to use commands first to create a migration and then to update the database, which in our case is going to create a database from our C# code. So if you are in Visual Studio, you have to come here to Package Manager Console. If you don't have it here, you can always find it on Tools, NuGet Package Manager Console, and of course if you are using the .NET CLI, you can use whatever terminal you want to use. Here in Visual Studio, I have to do the following command: add migration initial, which is a command for adding a migration, and initial is the name of the migration. If you are using the .NET CLI, you can use the command that you can see on a screen. Now let me press enter, and this will create the migration. What is a migration? A migration allows you to see the changes that are going to occur in the database before they occur. So this is like an intermediate step. So here, for example, in this class initial, you can see that we're going to create a table called genres and another table called movies, and of course we can see the columns of those tables, and the same for movies and the same for people table, and so on. So in the migration you can evaluate what is going to happen, and also we can make changes here, but we are not going to do that in this course. And now we are going to use update database. Update database takes whatever pending migration there is in your project and applies it to the database. Now let's say update database, enter, and as you can see this is done, and now you can go to your instance of SQL Server or whatever database system that you are using and see for yourself that you actually now have your database with all the tables that you need. In our case, we can go to the SQL Server Object Explorer. If you cannot find it here, you can go to View, SQL Server Object Explorer. I can go to SQL Server, MSQL Local DB, and I can look for Blazor Movies, Tables, and here we have genres, movies, movies actors, movies genres, and people, and the EF Migration History table, which is a special table from Entity Framework Core, but again you can safely ignore it. Here you can see genres have the columns ID and name, movies have the columns IDs, title, summary in theaters, trailer, release date, and poster. So as you can see, we just use Entity Framework Core to create a database from the entities of our project.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Now that we have our database, let's start working with the CRUD of our application. In this video, we are going to work with the creation of genres in our database. Now, as you know, our architecture is the following. We have a client project which is going to be run in the user's browser, and we have a server, which is a web server, that is going to be away from our client project, which means that we're going to use communication through HTTP to communicate our client and our server. For that, we are going to use the HTTP client here on the client project. But first, we want to have some helpers that will make it easy for us to do all of this in a centralized manner so that we can reuse code. So the first thing that we want to do is to create a class that is going to represent a response from the server. For that, we're going to say HTTP response wrapper. Remember that we're not going to use methods like getJSONAsync, but that we want to use getAsync because we want to have access to all the information of the HTTP response. So let's do the following. We're going to make this generic, and we're going to have three fields. which are going to be bool success. We're going to have a deserialized response, which is going to be called response. And of course, we will give access to the client of the service to the HTTP response message. And we need to bring this namespace, and this will be named HTTP response message. And now, just to make things a little bit easier, I'm going to have a constructor here, and that's it. Now, what we are going to do is that we are going to create a service that will allow us to centralize the operations of get, post, put, and delete to our ASP.NET Core application. So for that, let's go to, again, the Solution Explorer, and in Helpers, we're going to create an interface, which is going to be called u8eB8Jz0E6Z service, and it's going to be an interface. And let's also create a class that is going to implement this interface, which is going to be called HTTP service. And this class is going to implement the u8eB8Jz0E6Z service. As we said, this class is going to allow us to centralize operations like post, put, delete, and get. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create a method that will be called post, that will return an HTTP response wrapper of object post generic string URL and t data. This t data is the object that we want to send to our ASP.NET Core application. For example, here we can send a movie genre. Now let's say data JSON. We're going to use the JSON serializer, and we're going to say serialize string content, new string content. We're going to use encoding UTF-8, and we will use the content type application JSON. And then let's say response, and we need the HTTP client, so let's inject it and let's initialize as a field. And now let's go here and say HTTP client post async URL and string content. And let's say return new response wrapper. We don't want to receive, in this case, anything from the server, so we're going to say null on the response. Success is going to be response is success, and the response is this one, response. So as you can see, this is a generic method that we can reuse throughout our application. Now what we're going to do is that we're going to create a repository for genres, and this repository is going to use this HTTP service. But we are going to use this service through the interface. So a trick that we can do to pass this method to the interface is to say right click, quick actions, pull post data up to the u8eB8 service. And as you can see here, we have now the corresponding signature of this method. And now we can create a repository which we are going to use for working with genres. So now let's go here and let's create a new folder. This is going to be the structure of our application. We're going to have a repository folder in which we are going to have our repositories. Let's create a new class, which is going to be iGenre repository. You don't have to use interface if you don't want. You can just use the classes directly, like HTTP service and a general repository. So now let's create our repository, genre repository. I'm doing it like this because I want to keep my application flexible enough to handle some scenarios that we will face in the future. But for now, let's just say here, we're going to say public task, and we're going to say genre. This int is going to be the ID of the genre that we just created. So here we are going to use our u8eB8 service, u8eB8 service, HTTP service. We are going to initialize as a field, and here what we have to do is to say var response HTTP service URL, and we can have this URL here, API genres, which is going to be the endpoint in which our genres controller is going to be located. And here I can say post URL, and data, I can just pass the genre. And with this we are using our HTTP service to send a post to our ASP.NET Core application. Though we need to say await here, and we need to make this async, and we actually don't want to use the ID of the genres. We are actually going to use the ID of the entity when we work with the movies. So I can remove int from here, and if the response is not successful, success is not, then there are several things that we can do. We could return a type, or just to keep it simple, we can throw an exception. Let's say throw new application exception, and here we are going to put the body of the response of the HTTP request. For that, we are going to go back to the response wrapper, and we are going to create a method that is going to be called public async task string. And in this method, what we are going to do is that we are going to read the body of the response, get body, return await HTTP response read as string async. This is important because sometimes in the body of the response of the HTTP request, we get a message that indicates the error that occurred. So let's say here, response get body. Now we can use this general repository from our application, but first we need to go to our ASP.NET Core project and create a controller that is going to be located in API genres. And in this controller, we are going to be able to work with genres. So let's say genres controller, and we need to inherit from controller base, and we need to bring this namespace. We are going to use API controller, and for route, we are going to say API / the name of the controller, which in our case is genres. Now we need to use dependency injection in order to get a reference of the application DB context, and we are going to initialize as a field, and we need to create an endpoint that is going to respond to an HTTP post. And here what we're going to do is that we're going to say public async, and here we will say post genre, and we're going to say context at genre await context save changes async, and we can return several things. For example, I can just say OK, just to signify that something was created, and if I want to return the ID of the created genre, I can say return genre.id. We're not going to use the ID of the genre, but you can return it if you want. Now let's configure our client project so that we can use our genres controller in there. For that, we're going to configure the dependency injection system of the client project. So for that, let's go to the client project here into our program class, and in here we have our configure services method, and below here we're going to say services at scope, and we're going to say HTTP service, and now let's do the same for the genre repository. Let's say at scope genre repository, and let's bring the namespace client repository, and let's say genre repository. Now we're ready to use our services. For that, let's go here, and let me go to genres, create genre, and we're going to inject here an instance of our service genre repository, and because we don't want to have all of this here, we can use our imports razor, and we can say using Blazor client repository, and now I have access to the iGenera repository, and from here I can say try, and let me put a name on this, Genera repository. So we can say Genera repository, and we forgot to add this method create Genera into the Genera repository. Now if I go here, you can see that we have task create Genera, and now I can use that here, create Genera, and I can pass the Genera, and I can say catch exception X, and I can handle the exception. This is supposed to be a task, so I will say await, and I have to say here async task. And finally, we are going to use the navigation manager in order to redirect the user to the index genres component. So let's say navigation manager, and if the result was successful, we're going to say navigation manager, navigate to genres, which is this index genres component that we have here. And let's put a semicolon here, and here we will say console write line x.message for now. And that should be it. Now let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application. We are in the application. Let's go to genres, new genre, and here we can write something like comedy, save changes, and as you can see, we were redirected back to the genres component. We don't have any error here, and we have comedy here. But now how can we know that what we did worked? For that, we can go to the database, to the genres table, view data, and as you can see, we have ID 1 and name comedy, which means that we actually created our first record in our database. Now that we work with the creation of genres, let's work with the creation of people in our database. For that, we are going to come here to the server project, and we're going to create a new controller, which is going to be called people controller, and we're basically going to do the same thing that we did with the genre controller. We're going to say controller, we're going to inject an instance of our application DB context, and we're going to create an action that is going to be decorated with the HTTP post attribute, and we're going to say public async. And for now, we're going to use this code. We're going to say add save changes async, and we're going to return the ID of the person, person.id. Now, this is not enough because we also want to save the picture of the person, but we're going to do that in the next video. For now, let's just wire up our application. Let's go here. Now we need to create a repository for people. So let's say class iPerson repository, and let's create a repository, person repository, and we're going to do the same that we did with the genre repository. So I'll copy most of this code and I'll put it here, but here we're going to say people. I'll bring this, I'll change this for person repository, create person. I'm going to change this for person, and I'll change this for person also, and I will bring this namespace. So as you can see, this is basically the same code. The only thing that changed was the URL here. Now let's say that our person repository is going to implement the iPerson repository, and we have to go back here and make this an interface. And let's go here, right click, quick actions, pull to iRepository, and now we have the signature here, which means that now I can go to pages, people, create person, and we can inject our iPerson repository. And of course, I need to configure this service. So let's go here, and let's go to the program class here in the client project, and let's go down here, and let's say here services, add a scope, iPerson repository, person repository. And now I can use this service from here. And I can do the following. I can say try, and let's make this async task, create person, and we're going to pass it the person, catch exception, and we're going to say console write line x message. And we can delete this. And then we're going to say inject navigation manager, and we're going to help the user to navigate to the person route. And now we are ready to test this. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application. Let's go to people, new person. Let's say Tom Holland. I'll just put whatever date of birth. Let's go to picture, and I'll choose Tom Holland, and this is a biography, and I'll click on submit. And it appears that I made a mistake when redirecting to person, but that doesn't really matter because what we want to see is that we can go to the people table, view data, and as you can see we have Tom Holland, this is a biography, and its date of birth. Now we need to work with a picture of the person, and we're going to do that in the next video. But for now, let's correct our mistake. Create person, we're redirecting to person, and let's see what's the route of the index people is people actually. So create person, people, and that should take care of that mistake. In this video, we're going to work on our Azure Storage account. With Azure Storage, we'll be able to save files from our application. The idea is that our users will be able to upload an image of either a movie or a person, and so that image we want to save it in the cloud, and we have chosen Azure Storage as the service for that. So here we are in portal.azure.com, and from here we can create our Azure Storage account. And by the way, if you don't want to use Azure Storage for storing your images, that is fine. In the next video, I will save the images in www.root as an alternative to this process. But anyway, you need to at least write the code of this video. So let's go to a storage account. If you don't find it here, you can always come here and write a storage accounts and click here. And I will add here, in order to create a new storage account, I will use my subscription and I will select a new resource group. A resource group is a set of solutions in Azure. The idea is that our Blazor Movies application, our Blazor Movies solution, I should say, will have several components like an Azure App Service, a database, and of course Azure Storage. And therefore, in order to have all of that in one place, we can use a resource group. So let me say here Blazor Movies, okay, and let me come down here and let me choose a name, something like Blazor Movies 1, 2, 3 should be fine. Nope, it's not fine, 4, and this is fine. Now let me choose a location like East US or whatever is close to you can choose. I will leave this as it is, and now let me go to Advanced, and here for development you can disable this if you want, in case you don't have a secure connection. And in Blob Storage, please make sure you have Allow Blob Public Access enabled. And after that we can click on Review and Create, and with that our Azure Storage account is being created. Now the process has been completed, so let me go to the resource and let's go to Access Keys, and here I can click on Show Keys, and we have this connection string, which is the one that we have to use in order to be able to upload files from our application into our storage account. So let me copy this, and now let me go back to Visual Studio, and let me go to the Solution Explorer. I want to go to the appsettings.json file. I'll go to the development version of this file, and here I will put a comma, and I will say Azure Storage Connection, and I will paste my connection string, and I will save, and I will close this. And now let's prepare our application to work with Azure Storage. The first step, of course, is to install a NuGet package that will make life easy for us to establish a communication channel to Azure Storage. So let's go here, right click here, Manage NuGet Packages, and here in Browse I can write Azure Storage Blobs, and let me click on here. I will remove this include pre-release so that we use an stable version. Let me install this, and let me click on Accept, and this has been installed. So now we're ready to work with the code. Let's create a new folder first. Let's come here at New Folder. I'll call it Helpers, and I will create a new interface here. So let's say New Item, Interface, and I will say iFile Storage Service, and let me make it public, and I will write 3 signatures. I will say task string, save file, byte array content, string extension, string container name. Now I need another method for deleting a file, so I will say delete file, string file route, string container name. And finally, we have to say task string. I want one more method for editing files. So I will say byte array content string extension string container name string file route. So this method that we have here, we're going to use it when we're creating a new record like a person, and we're going to save the image of the person. If we want to delete the person, we will also delete the image of that person. And if we update a person, we want to delete the previous image and save the new image. So this is a helper method that will encapsulate these two operations. Now let me create a class that will implement this interface. Let me come here, helpers, add new class, and I'll call it Azure Storage Service, and I will implement our interface, file storage service, control dot implement interface, and let's get to work. Let's come here. Now the first thing that I need is the connection string of Azure Storage. So for that I need to inject an instance of the service iConfiguration. So let me say constructor here. I will say iConfiguration, and I will control dot to bring this namespace configuration, and I will put private string connection string here, and I will say connection string equal to configuration get connection string, and here I will put the name of my connection string. So let me go to my development file, let me copy this just so we don't make any mistakes, and let me paste it here. And now I have the connection string, so I can instantiate a new connection with my Azure Storage account. So let's go down here and let me make this method async because we will use asynchronous programming. So let me say here var client equal to new blob container client control dot, and let me bring this namespace, and I will pass the connection string and the container name. What is a container? Just like in your computer, you can have folders so that you can have related files grouped together. These folders are called containers in Azure Storage. So you can see a container like a folder. In our case, we're going to have two containers, one for the pictures of the people and one for the posters of the movies. So let's say await client create if not exists async. This is going to check if the container exists. If it doesn't, it will create it. Then we will say client set access policy, and we're going to say blob var file name equal to, and I will create a new file name using a git so that we can almost guarantee that it is going to be unique. And I will say here extension, I'm going to concatenate it, and now here I will say blob equal to client get blob client, and I will pass the file name. Now I need a memory stream, so I will say var ms new memory stream control dot this, and I will pass our var array. I will say content, I will open this, and I will say await blob upload async, and here I will upload our image into Azure Storage. And the final thing that I have to do is to return a string. What is this string that we have here? This string is going to be the URL of the image, which is what we are going to store in our database. So let's say here blob URI dot to string, and that's actually it. With this code, we are saving an image or any kind of files that we want into Azure Storage, and we're returning the URL. Now let's go here to the delete file method and let's work on that. I will say here if a string is null or empty, if the file route is empty, then we don't want to do anything. And let me make this method async because we're going to use asynchronous programming right now. Let me copy these two lines of code from here and let me paste it here. And now I will say var file name, but I will get the file name using the path class. I will say get file name, and I will get the file name from the route. I'll say blob equal to client get blob client file name, and finally I will say await blob delete if exists async. And finally, let's work on this edit file method, and let me put this in another line so you can see all of the code. Let me make also this method asynchronous, because we're going to use await here. We're going to say await delete file, and I will pass the file route and the container name, and I will say return await save file, and I will pass the content, the extension, and the container name. And that's it. We have implemented our service. Now I need to configure dependency injection so that we can use this service. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to the startup class of the server project, and down here I will say services, add scope, and I will say I file storage service control dot, and let me bring this namespace, and I will say here Azure storage service, and that's it. Whenever we request an instance of the service I file storage service, we're going to get an instance of the object Azure storage service. Now we're ready to go. Let's go to the people controller class, and here I will inject my I file storage service control dot, and I will say file storage control dot, and I will create this as a field, and now we can use it here. Let's go here. I will say if a string is null or white space, I will say person picture, because if the front end does not send us a picture, then we don't want to do anything. But if they do, then we're going to say person picture convert. We need to convert the base64 representation of the image that we have to a byte array. So let me say from base64 string person picture, and now let me say person.picture await file storage service save file, and I will pass the byte array. I will also pass an extension which is going to be jpeg.jpg, and the container name, which is going to be people in our case. That's actually it. With this, we're ready to make a test. Let's press Ctrl F5 to compile and run our application. And let me go to people, new person. I will create a new person. I will say Samuel L. Jackson, and let's write whatever date of birth. Let me choose his picture. Here is Samuel. I will put whatever here, and let me click on submit. And as you can see, we have been redirected back to the index. Now let me go to our database here. Let's go to the SQL Server Object Explorer. Here we have Blazor movies, people, view data, and here we have Samuel L. Jackson, and here we have in picture we have a URL. Let me copy it, and let me go to Chrome, and I will paste it here, enter, and as you can see we have an image. I will click on it, and as you can see we have the picture of Samuel L. Jackson. Now let me close this. Let's go back to Azure Storage. I have that here. I just want you to see that you can see the image from here. Let's go to the Storage Explorer. Let's go to Blob Containers, and here we have the container people, and here we have our image. You can click on here, click on download, and you can click on here to download it if you wanted to see the file. In this video, I am going to offer an alternative to Azure Storage. This is for people that do not want to use Azure Storage but that want to follow with the tutorials. What we are going to do in this video is that we are going to save the images of the people and the movies into the www root directory in your computer. This is an optional tutorial. If you don't want to use your own computer to save the images, you can safely skip this video. But for those who want to use their computer and not Azure Storage, please follow the next steps. The first thing that we're going to do is that here in the server project, we're going to create a new directory, the www root directory. So let's say www root, let's press enter, and as you can see we have the www root directory here. This is where we're going to store the images. Now we're going to create a new service that is going to implement the iFile storage service interface that we have created in the past. So let's create a new class here. let's call it in-app storage service, and let's press enter, and let's implement the iFile storage service, and let's implement the interface. And now let's collapse this and let's start working. The first thing that we're going to do is to save the file. In order to save the file, we need two informations. The first one is the directory in the hard drive of the www root folder. And second, we need the URL in which we are in. We need the URL because that URL is the one that we're going to store in the database. So what we're going to do is that we're going to use dependency injection to inject the following two services: iWebHost environment, which comes from Microsoft ASP.NET Core hosting, and we're going to name it env, and let's initialize it as a field, and let's do the same for iHTTP context accessor, which will allow us to read the requested URL. So let's say HTTP context accessor and initialize it as a field. And now let's go here to the save file method. Let's make it async and let's start working. The first thing that we're going to do is to create the file name. So let's say file name. We are going to create a random file name and we're going to use this extension. Now let's create a folder variable which is going to contain the folder in which we are going to store the image in, depending if it is a photo of a person or a movie poster. So let's say env web root path and container name. If web root path in your case is null, it means that you forgot to add the www root directory into the server project. Now what we're going to do is that we're going to say if the directory does not exist, then we're going to create it. If it does not exist, then we're going to say directory, create directory, folder. And now let's say saving path, and we're going to combine our folder with our file name, and we're going to say await file, write all bytes, async, saving path, content. And with this we're writing the file into our hard drive. Now finally we need to generate the URL that we're going to store into the database. We cannot use this one because this is a URL into a hard drive. But in the case of the web, we need a URL like mydomain.com/people/the name of the image, which is what we are going to generate now. So let's say current URL, and let's use string interpolation because we will use the HTTP context accessor, HTTP context, request scheme, and now we are going to say again HTTP context accessor, HTTP request host, and with this we have generated our URL. Now let's say path for database, and once again we are going to use path combine, and we need to combine the current URL, the container name, which is going to be the folder in which we store the image, and the file name of the image, and finally we return the path for database. And that's it. With this we are saving the file into our hard drive and returning a URL for the database. Now let's go to the delete file method and let's implement that one. Let's extract the file name from the route and also a file directory which will combine the web root path, the container name, and the file name. And we're going to say if the file exists, then we're going to delete it. File delete, file directory. And because we didn't do anything asynchronous here, we can return task from result. And finally, for the edit file, we are going to do exactly what we did in the previous video when we made sure that the file route existed before trying to delete the file, and then we save the file. And we need to make this asynchronous, so let's make this async, and that's it. With this we already have a service that is going to store the images into the www root. Finally, what we need to do is to configure this class that we have here and this service HTTP context accessor. So for that, let's go to the startup class of the server project. Let's go to configure services and let's clone this line. Let's comment this out and let's exchange Azure Storage Service for in-app storage service, and let's say services add HTTP context accessor. And that's it. We can now make a test. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application. And let's go to people. I am going to create a new person. I will call it Felipe local. I will put whatever date of birth. I'm going to choose a file. I will say Tom Hanks, for example. and then I will press submit. And as you can see, we have successfully saved the image. Now let's check that up. Let's go to Visual Studio, Solution Explorer, and we can see in the www root of the server project that we have a people folder, and here we have the image of Tom Hanks, which means that if you don't want to use Azure Storage to store your images, you can safely use your own hard drive to do that. Let's now work with the creation of our movies. First, what we're going to do is that we're going to substitute this onValiSubmit for onDataAnnotations validated. The reason why we're doing this is because we want to do some pre-processing before communicating to the parent component that we want to submit our form. For that, we're going to say private void onDataAnnotations validated, and we're going to say movie genres, and selected, which if you remember, selected is a list of multiple selector model that we are using for having the selection of movie genres. So we're going to map it to movie genres, and we will say genre ID equal to int.parse x.key. Now we want to do the same for the actors of our movie, but if you remember, we want to store the name of the character that the actor played in the movie. But right now we don't have a place in which to store this, because if you remember, here we are saying list template and we're only showing the name of the person, but we are not allowing the user to enter the character of the actor. So what we are going to do is that we are going to create a new property in the person class. Let's go to person, let's go here, and we are going to create a new property, character, and what we are going to do is that we're going to say not map, because we don't want this to be mapped into the person table in the database. We're just having this property here to temporarily store the character that the actor plays. So now we can come back here and we can say input type text, placeholder character, and we can do a bind. We can bind to the person character property. And with this, we're ready to go. Now I can do the following. I can come back down here and I can say movie. We are missing the movies actor navigational property from here. So let's say movies actors, and let's put the same on the person class. Let's put it here. And now let's continue. Let's go back here. Now we have movies genres equal to selected actors, and we're going to say select, and we're going to map this list of people to our, not movies genres, but to our movies actors property. So we're going to say movies actor, and we want to say person ID equal to the ID of the person, character equal to the character, to list. And now we're going to say if a string is null or white space movie poster, then we're going to say image URL. Remember that this image URL is the one that contains the URL of the poster. And now we're going to say await, and we need of course to make this async, onValiSubmit, invoke async, null. And now we need to work with the movies controller. So let's go here, let's go to controllers, and let's create a new class, movies controller, and it is going to have basically the same code of the people controller. So we're going to copy all of this and we're going to paste it here. Now we need to change this to movies controller and this also to movies controller. Let's bring this namespace and let's change this for movie and also this for movie. And here we have to say instead of picture, poster, here poster, and poster here, poster. And instead of people, we're going to say movies for the container. Now that we have our movies controller, we need to work on the front end with our movies repository. So let's come here. And now in this case, we are going to use the ID of the movie. So we're going to do the following. First, we're going to create our repository, iMovies repository. This is going to be an interface, and we're going to create a class that will implement this interface, movies repository, which will implement iMovies repository. And this class is going to have the same code like person repository, so we are going to copy this also, and we're going to paste it here, but there will be a difference. API movies create movie, and as I said, we are going to use the ID of the created entity, so we are going to return an ID from here, and we're going to say movie here and movie here. And here we are going to say, instead of post, we are going to use a new method post that will allow us to return some information from the database. So let's do that. Let's go to our HTTP service. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, Helpers, HTTP service, and we're basically going to copy this code. It's just that here we're going to use tResponse, because we want this method to be generic enough to handle any kind of data type that comes from the database. It doesn't have to be an integer. It could be anything else. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to have the response here, and I will say if response is success, and if it is successful, then we want to deserialize the response that comes from the server, and we will deserialize it to this tResponse type. So we're going to create a private async method, and it's going to receive an HTTP response message, HTTP response, and a JSON serializer options. And we're going to say response string await. We're going to read the response from the HTTP response message, and we're going to say return JSON serializer deserialize to the type T response string and JSON serializer options or options. Now this JSON serializer options is going to have some default configuration that we need. So we are going to do the following. We are going to create here a private field, JSON serializer options, default JSON serializer. It's going to be new JSON serializer options, property name case insensitive equal to true. We need this to be able to map whatever we get from the ASP.NET Core application into our types. And now here we're going to say the following. We're going to say if the result is successful, then we're going to say var response deserialized equal to await deserialize to the type tResponse, which is this type that we have here. And then we're going to say response and the default JSON serializer options. And now we will say return new response wrapper, and we're going to say response deserialized, it is successful, and the response message just in case the client wants to read it. Else, we're going to do basically the following. We're going to copy this, just that if there was an error, I will just say default here, false here, because it was not successful, and the response. And that's it. Now I can pull this into the interface, HTTP service, and now I can come here, actually here, to the movies repository, and we're going to use int. But actually what we need is to say movie int, because if we go here, you will see that we have the type T, which is the movie, and the response type. And now here I need to say movie, which is what we want to send, and int, which is what we are going to have return. And now I can say the following. Return response, response, which is the integer that came from the web API. And now with this, I can use our movies repository. But first, as always, we need to configure the dependency injection system in order to serve the iMovies repository service. So let's go to the Solution Explorer. Let me go to the program class of the client project, and in here we're going to say services, add scope, iMovies repository, movies repository. And that's it. Now I can go to the create movie component because I want to inject our iMovies repository. Inject iMovies repository, movies repository, and I can come here and I can use it. I can say the following. I will delete this line and this, and I will say try movies repository, and we forgot to right click here, quick actions, and pull create movie to the iRepository, so that now the repository has this signature here. Now let's go back to create movie, and let's say again create movie, and we're going to pass the movie. For now, what we're going to do is that we're going to redirect the user to a page that will allow the user to visualize the movie. So we are going to say var movie ID, and we need to say await, and of course we need to make this method async task, and we are going to say navigation manager, navigate to movie, and if you remember, this is the details movie component, which we have to pass movie/movie ID and the movie name. So let's go back to create movie, and we're going to say we're going to use a string interpolation. So let's say movie ID, and here we will say movie title replace spaces by dash, and that's it. Now I can press Ctrl F5 to run our application. Now let's go to create a movie, and we're going to say Spider-Man Far From Home. We're going to say that it is in theaters. I will put the ID of the trailer in YouTube, which you can get from here in YouTube. This is the ID of the trailer. Now release date, we're just going to put whatever date, and let's use a picture, and I will choose this one. Summary. With the genres and actors, we cannot do anything right now because remember that these genres are hard-coded. We are going to fix this later, but for now, we are just going to create a movie, save changes, and as you can see, I have been redirected to movie/1/Spider-Man Far From Home. Now, let's go to our database and let's make sure that our movie is there. So let's go to the movies table, view data, and as you can see, we have a Spider-Man, and in the poster, we can see that we can go here, and if you notice, we have it on the movies container, and here we have our Spider-Man Far From Home poster. Now that we know how to create records in our database, we are going to learn how to read those records. What we are going to do first is that we are going to read the genres of our database. So for that, we are going to go to Visual Studio, and we need to go to our HTTP service, which is in the helpers folder, and we are going to create a new method here, which is going to be public async task HTTP response wrapper, and it's going to return a type T, get type T, and a string URL. And we're going to say response HTTP await HTTP client get async URL. If it is successful, then we're going to say response await deserialize, and we're going to deserialize to the T type response HTTP and the default JSON serializer options, and we're going to return a new HTTP response wrapper. Response successful and the response HTTP. Else, we're going to say return new default false and the response. Now we can use this method to get any kind of data type from our web API. For example, we are going to come here to repository, we are going to come to the general repository, to the class specifically, and we're going to say public async task list of genre, get genres, and here we will say var response await HTTP service get, and we need to put this method into the interface, which I just did. And now let's come here and say get list of genres, and the URL is going to be our URL. And if it is not successful, then we are going to throw an exception. Otherwise, we will say response. We are going to return the list of genres that we received from the web API. And now we want to use this repository from our index genres component. So we are going to inject it genre repository, and now we're going to use the onInitialize lifecycle method, and we will say try, and we need a list of genres, genres equal to await genre repository, and as always we need to put this into the interface get genres, and if we get an error then we will handle the error here. But for now what I want to do is to display this list of genres here, and for that we're going to use our generic list component, and we will pass it our list of genres. Now there is a modification that I want to do to the generic list component so that it allows me to handle a list of things as a whole. For that we're going to go to the generic list component, and instead of having this in which I'm going to use a template for an individual element, I want to have a template that will work for the whole list. So I'm going to copy this, I'll eliminate this, and I will say whole list template, and we're going to do the following. If the element template is not null, then we're going to use that one, or else I will use the whole list template. This allows me to have more flexibility in the way that I wish to display my list of elements. So now let's go back here and let's do the following. I am going to use the whole list template, and now I can do the following. I can say table, class table, table striped, thead, tr, th, name, tbody, and for every genre in the list we want to display a row in our table. So we're going to say for each item in genres, we're going to say tr, and now we're going to say td, and here we're going to put the name of the genre, and here I will put a link that will allow us to edit the specific genre, and a button that will allow me to delete the genre. So class button danger, and let's go here and let's put override here since we forgot to do it. And now let's go to the genre controller, genres controller, and let's create an endpoint that will allow me to get the list of genres from the database. So we want to return an action result of list of genre get, and we're going to say return context genres to list async, and we want to await this. And now we can test this. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application. Let's go to genres, and as you can see we have comedy. And if I create a new genre, let's say action, save changes, and now we have comedy and action. So as you can see we are reading from our database. Let's do the same for people. Let's do the exact same thing. Let's go to our person repository. Let's create a new method which is going to be exactly equal to the genre repository one. So we're going to paste it here, get people, person, and now let's put this method into our interface, iPerson repository, and now let's go to our index person or index people component, and let's go to our index razor component because I want to copy this implementation and I want to paste it here because it's basically the same, and I will also get the repository, but this is going to be iPerson repository, and this is going to be a list of people. And finally let's go here and let's bring this. So list of person repository, get people. Let's go here and let's say people, and people, and this is fine. And now let's go to our people controller and let's create a new endpoint also for getting people. HTTP get public async task action result list of person get, and we're going to say return await context people to list async, and let's bring this namespace. And let's see that we can compile the application, and let's go to Google Chrome and test this. Let's refresh this page, and here you can see that we have Tom Holland and Samuel L. Jackson, which is fine. Now if you remember from our create movie component, we are using a list of genres that come from memory, but we don't need that anymore. We can use our genre repository to bring the existing genres from the database. So let's say genre repository, and let's use onInitialize, protected async override task onInitialize async, and we're going to delete this, and we're going to say not selected genres, general repository, get genres. And of course, we're going to say await. Now, something that we need to do is to say if not selected genres is different than null, only then we want to display the movie form. Now let's compile the application, and let's go here, let's go to create movie, let's refresh the page, and now if you come down here, we have comedy and action, which are the genres that we have on the database. Now we're going to do the same for actors, but this is going to be different because here we don't want to bring every single actor from the database. We want to only bring those that matches with the name that I'm writing in the text box. For that, we're going to use filters. Let's work on an endpoint in our people controller that will allow us to filter people by their name. The idea here is that we have these actors field in the movie create component, and what we want to do is that we want to query actors by their name. So if here I write Tom, I want every actor named Tom, or if I write Samuel, I want every actor named Samuel. Though right now we have these two actors hard-coded in our component, so we're going to fix this now. Let's go to Visual Studio, let's go to the people controller, and we're going to create a new endpoint which is going to respond to an HTTP GET request. We're going to say search, and here we will have search text, which is whatever the user writes in the text box. So now this endpoint is going to be located in API/people/search/ whatever the user writes in the text box. So let's say public async task action result list of person, and we're going to name this filter by name, and we're going to say string search text, which is this variable that we have here. And we're going to say if a string is null or empty or white space search text, then we're going to return an empty list. And now let's say return await context people where X name contains the search text. And let's do a toList async. Now we don't want to bring too many people, so I am going to limit this to 5. So if we have, let's say, 100 Toms in our database, we're just going to bring the first 5 Toms. And now what we have to do is that we have to work with the person repository so that it can invoke this filter by name method. So let's go here to the person repository, and let's say public async task list of person get people by name string name. And what we are going to do is that we are going to reuse all this code as always, but here we are going to do the following. We will use a string interpolation to say URL/search. Remember that the endpoint is located in search/search text, so we are going to say URL/search/ the name of the person or search text. And with this we can use this method from our component. Let's put this in the iPerson repository, and now let's go to the movies form component, and let's go down here. We are looking for the search method, and we will delete this, and let's come up here because we need the repository. So let's inject the people repository or the person repository, and let's go down here and let's say return await person repository get people by name, and we're going to pass the search text. And let's go up here, we have to write iPerson repository, and let's compile the application, and let's refresh the page, and let's come down here, and if we write Samuel or Sam, you can see that we have Samuel L. Jackson here. And if I write Tom, we're going to have Tom Holland, but we don't have an image from Tom Holland. That is something that we're going to fix in the future. For now, the important thing is that now we can select Tom, Samuel, or whatever actor that we have in our database. So something that I want to do is that I want to create a movie. But first, I need to make a fix in our movies controller because we are missing an essential piece of functionality, and it is that we want to indicate here the order of our actors in the movie. So we are going to say movies actors. If this isn't equal to null, then we want to do a for, which is going to iterate all of our movies actors count, and we want to say movies actors order equal to i+1. And now let's compile the application, and let's go to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page, and we're going to create another movie, which is going to be called Inception, and we're going to get its trailer, and we'll put it here. I'll put whatever date. I'll choose the Inception poster, summary, and let's say action, and let's say Samuel L. Jackson, just to put an example here. I'll just put character 1 here, and let's say save changes. And as you can see, we were redirected to the movie Inception, but now what I want to see is that if I go to movies actors, we have that this movie of ID 2 have a character named character 1, and it corresponds to person ID 2, and the order is 1. And of course, if we go to movies genres, we will see that this movie has a genre. Though as we can see, we have genre ID and genres ID. So let's see what is going on there. If we go to movies genres, we have genres here. It should have been genre. And let's go to the application DB context. And here I have genres, should be genre. And what I'm going to do now is that I am going to come here, view data. I will put that 2 here manually. And now, Package Manager console, add migration, remove extra column. And the build has failed. Let's see why it fails. Here we have to fix this. Genre ID. Let's compile again. Package Manager console, add migration again. And now as you can see, what we are doing is that we are dropping a key. Update database. And now if I go back here, movies genres, columns, and now we have movie ID and genre ID. View data. And we only have 2 columns now. So we fixed that mistake. And now as we can see, we are creating a movie and it has its genres and its actors, which is great. Now, there is something else that I want to do, and it is that I want to fix this home that is displaying these 3 hard-coded movies. So let's do that. Let's go to Visual Studio, and what we need to do is to create a new endpoint in our movies controller in which we are going to receive 2 lists of movies. The movies that are in theaters and the movies that are upcoming releases. So let's close all of these because we have too many things open. Let's go to movies controller and let's say HTTP get public async task action result, and we're going to create a new class in a moment. But for now, let's work on our query. Let's say limit 6 bar movies in theaters. Let's say await context movies where X is in theaters, take limit, and we want to order by descending release date to list async. And let's do the same for upcoming releases. So let's say today's date. I like to save this in a variable, and let's say today, and we're going to say that the upcoming releases are going to be those one which its release date is after today's date. So let's say upcoming releases await content, await context, movies where release date is greater than today's date. And we're going to order by release date, take limit, because we only want to display 6 movies, to list async. Now we want to return these 2 lists of movies from this endpoint. In order to do that, what we are going to do is that we are going to create a new class which is going to be a DTO, and we're going to put it here on the shared folder. Instead of putting it on entities, we're going to create a new folder called DTOs. DTO stands for Data Transfer Object, and they are useful classes that allows us to transfer information between our system. So let's say index page DTO, and here I can put whatever I need in my index page. In my case, this is going to be the 2 lists of movies. So I'm going to say movie here in theaters, and the second one is going to be upcoming releases. And now I can use this index page DTO here. I can say var response new index page DTO, and I can say response in theaters equal to movies in theaters, and response dot upcoming releases equal to upcoming releases. And we're going to return this response. And of course, we need to say here that the response that we're going to use is of type index page DTO. And now, as you can see, this is done. Now let's go to our movies repository and let's create a new method that will return an index page DTO, get index page DTO, and here what I can do is to use another repository's code. For example, this one, and let's come here and let's just change this for index page DTO, and URL is going to be the same, and this is fine like this. And now let's put this on our iMovies repository interface. And now let's go to our index component, and I will remove this iRepository and I will change it for iMovies repository, and I will say movies repository. And now what I'm going to do is that we're going to clone this list, and I will say in theaters and upcoming releases, and I will delete this and I will say var response equal to await movies repository get index page DTO, and then I will say in theaters equal to response in theaters, and upcoming releases equal to response upcoming releases. And then I can change this for in theaters, and I can clone this and say upcoming releases and upcoming releases here. And now let's compile our application and test this. Let's go here, let's refresh the page, and as you can see, we have in theaters Spider-Man Far From Home because I mark it as in theaters, and we have upcoming releases because I put that Inception is going to be released in a future date. So as you can see, now we are reading real data from our database. And let's delete this that we have here just to clean up a little bit, and let's delete this also.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.